what you threaten for. You knew that this was coming. Tried to fight it, but you denied it. You have the guts anymore. Hit me like a truck and I fell to the floor. You don't give anymore. I couldn't feel the hit and run if you settled the score. I think I wanna punch you. I really, really want to. You're talking at me like I know what you mean. I made a mistake. Could you give me something to respond to? You don't have the guts anymore. You were playing with your guns, so I ran in the door. What's your best side? Give me anyone else. I feel your back, but you can't get over yourself. 80% your function. So can we skip the introductions? The only time that I'm the girl of your dreams is when you make another white boy with the concussion. Everybody's dead and it's all my fault. Everybody's dead and it's all my
enjoying the upper view. Don't ever think that your lady is stuck with you. She pull up on me and tell me I'm lovable. Don't do the cap, never been gullible. I've been a plug and I'm unpluggable. Been undefeated, feel like a mother too. Call me.com, that's www. Really feeling myself. This ain't the place to approach me. I ain't never been on a shelf. I save that space for the trophies. I'm running to it, we get it and laugh. We catch a dub and we running it back. I'm like a boxer that's training to fight, cause I wake up and punching to get to the bag. I way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. World. Yeah, prices keep on going, world. Y'all still need to get your world. Nothing left to say, I'm world. Hey, look at the drip, I'm looking colorful. I took a chick, kiss her in front of you. We got the win, that is a W. I ain't your twin, but I've been W. Said it before, I say it again and again. The way that I work is incredible. Do all the talking you want, I don't want to hear it. Whatever you say is incredible. Me and the losers are just not relatable. Don't call my phone cause I'm still unavailable. I've been the greatest, it's still undebatable. Breaking the records and make them unbreakable. Blazing the spot, mad clean. Hate it or not, game 7, game tie, vaccine. I'm taking a shot, I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. World. Yeah, prices keep on going, world. Y'all still need to get your world. Nothing left to say, I'm world.
tienen miedo, saben vacilar. Me dijeron que tú sabes qué hacer, que tú tienes ese rego y tú sabes mantener, que tú no tienes miedo de tener todo poder. Me das que necesito para llegar a otro nivel. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cojete, vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces vende tu cojete, la estrella quiero ver. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cojete, vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces vende tu cojete, better rock it like I said.
okay, said it's alright. I see the heartache, I remember the time I was feeling the same. Now I got a new life and I'm free from the chains. So let's fly away, look to the sky. Look at that place where your dream of hitting another level never felt so free by the end of the day. That's all I pray. No karma, my future, go harder. I feel righteous, it's like armor. Cause I'm done with the devil in Prada. See my design, kind of different appetite. Shining lights, all the time. Right now to feel the appetite. Take it higher, just to free the mind, oh pray. No karma, my future, go harder. I feel righteous, it's like armor. Cause I'm done with the devil in Prada. My future, no karma. My future, no karma. My future, no karma. My future, go harder. No karma, no karma. My future, no karma. My future, no karma. My future, go harder. No karma, no karma. My future, no karma. My future, no karma. My future, go harder. No karma, no karma. My future, no karma. My future, no karma. My future, go harder. No karma, 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 no karma. You've been on my mind.
Cara, assim, eu vi o jogo da Cloud9, o primeiro, assim, foi muito bonito de ver, então eu tô torcendo muito pra eles. No jogo de amanhã, minha torcida fica com eles.
Difícil, hein, velho? Mas vai dar DRX, eu sou muito fã dos asiáticos e tal.
Cara, a Cloud9 ela vem forte, confio no EA e tal. Ele era muito bom de Chamber, né? Mas eu acho que tipo, ele demonstrou mais do que isso. Só que a DRX eles são consistentes, né? Eles se provaram no último Mundial e tal. Então eu acho que amanhã dá DRX.
As we gaze upon this beautiful city, do you think the people down there know that El Diablo walks among them? Hola, and welcome to Day 5 of Lock-In, coming at you live from the Ginásio do Ibirapuera in São Paulo, Brazil. Of course, I'm Golden Boy on the desk here, and I'm with Mimi and Tom, who's joining us as the sole EMEA representative.
Yes, let's do it. I'm ready to see all my favorite EMEA teams play today. You got Giants, you've obviously got Koi, can't wait to see Karmine Corp coming back strong.
Yeah,
they're gonna
man.
smash it today. It's gonna be amazing.
Should we
can't
tell
wait.
him?
No.
Should we? No?
Let him.
Tell me
let
what.
Him, no,
The
just,
lower bracket, you know, the lower bracket where they get to come back through.
Oh.
Like you remember FPX last year where they like lower bracket won
honey.
Copenhagen? I can't wait for it. It's gonna be so good.
Honey, God bless you.
Poor
Anyway,
soul.
What's happening?
Poor soul.
Where's Scream?
they're out. Before we get into today's matches, though, let's talk about what happened yesterday on this stage. First, we had NRG, and they looked a little out of sorts, right, dropping that map against Giants, but then they rebounded in a big way, but an authoritative comeback with back-to-back wins. And Tom, I know it's an EMEA team, but Giants, they played hard, and I made a lot of great fast food reference puns.
That's
but
true.
I will say this much: NRG looked dynamic.
Don't worry, Tom. NRG is also an EMEA team now.
Yeah,
with Artis on
exactly.
them.
That's true.
Artis, they got Artis on the team, and then in map 1, FNS out-fragged him, so, you know, obviously it went incredibly well. I will say that first map, Coutinho, was utterly incredible, but that was when it just flipped the gear. We got to see Haven, the fact that you looked at that map as like, that was Ye's hometown. They smashed them even without him. The new team looks even better. And then on the third map, it just never really quite looked like Giants were there.
Yeah.
And NRG definitely were.
Yeah, NRG are still just following the storyline of they need like about 10 rounds to wake up, and
Nap
then they look
time.
absolutely incredible after that.
Yeah, exactly. And now, when we look at the the other match that we had on the stage, right? We had Loud facing off against Scream and the boys over in Karmine Corp, and that was a 2-0 victory. And we finally got to see the return of Split, so that was nice. Split's still a great map, still a banger, but more importantly, though, Loud came out there with an objective. But credit to Karmine Corp, Mimi, because, had a few things gone their way, they could have pulled the upset off.
Yeah, I mean, this first map really just rewired my brain. The Harbor versus Harbor head-to-head was just absurd to think about. You have so many smokes flying left and right. I can't even speak because I'm still thinking about how crazy it was. But when we got to map number 2, it was a little bit more well-secured for Loud. In that second half, again, when things started to slip away, similar to their first match, they proved that under pressure, these individuals are just going to step up and find those moments to be able to close out matches and stay in it.
Yeah. What'd you make of Loud from that one? Because I felt like Loud, they have had a little bit of a rocky run here because, you're playing in front of this very passionate crowd. So the tension obviously is going to be really high on that stage.
Well, that was the thing that sort of impressed me the most was I was expecting to come into this tournament and, okay, less has been exactly how it was, but I was expecting Aspas to almost have to carry. It's been anything but. Like, Kawazine has been absolutely unbelievable. Tuyis as well has been cracked. So it's looking like more of a complete team than I thought it would be this early on.
Yeah, if anything, I would say that the 2 new players have actually looked better than the core of this roster thus far.
Yeah, and that was the thing that I thought was going to be a problem for Loud, and turns out I know diddly squat because they came up there, which is a Tuesday, if I'm being honest with y'all. But you guys know what this means, though, right? It means we get NRG facing off against Loud tomorrow. Bless you, Valorant gods. You gave us the script that we all deserve. It feels a little too perfect, though, Tom, doesn't it? Too perfect.
No, I would say that it's horrible. Like, I'm seeing all of these, like, this orange and blue, and there's not enough, like, pinky purple in there. You know, can we just get to a mega group where we have the good EMEA team?
I mean, this half of the bracket is just like Americas and Pacific domination. Those are the only two regions left in this side. The matches today are going to be fantastic. We get Cloud9 versus DRX to start, and then we get EG Talon, which is such a fun kind of like head-to-head of two of the kind of underdog teams that came into this tournament that I don't think most people had high expectations for. And now both of them have a chance to just be one match away from qualification into the BO5 phase.
Yeah, and I think that is the most impressive part about this, right? Yes, the tournament format is, you know, a rough one, especially if you come out with some really unique strategies. But to see EG and Talon in that position, Tom, that's awesome.
Well, I think especially Talon, they already fought that uphill battle versus the crowd, and then now they go into what is probably more of a 50-50 match. I think they're going to be gunning to take down a few more names as a team that I think most people expected to get first rounded.
Yeah, and that's going to be such a fun head-to-head of the rookies. You have 3 players where this is their first international event on EG. You have 2 over on Talon. It really is going to be kind of I think a pivotal moment to prove that one of these two teams really can compete at the top level with the big dogs in this tournament.
And we have been treated to some incredible plays and performances on this stage so far. And honestly, the event is only just started. We still have another side of the bracket to go through. And I think we might be in for, dare I say, some hair-raising performances.
What? What is that? I already had hair. We didn't need to add it.
Why does mine look so much worse than everyone else's?
Why do I look like an extra in LMFAO? Like, I just feel like I'm just like a background dancer in Party Rock, if anyone remembers that song from
Fun fact, that's actually 2 real photos from when both of you were in high school. That's what they used to look like before they went bald.
This is true, actually.
I probably looked worse if I'm being honest.
All right, well, you know what? Pretty sure everyone at home is trying to figure out what the hell this segment is. So, Tom, let's go ahead and start with you. Who do you think pretty much had the most hair-raising performance? Who do you think is going to make my hair stand up?
That's the thing. I'm actually picking the man with the most hair. I'm going with ZETA. Now, this guy, when you look at how well he played in the initial match, it was absolutely unbelievable. One of the craziest clutches I think I've ever been lucky enough to cast. Like, just not only reading the scenario so fantastically well, but him being part of that initial core. Now, people looked at that Cloud9 roster and went, oh, yeah, they've added in Ye, Zelsis is good too, and then they forgot about the guys on the other side, the guys who were there all along. And this clutch was one of the filthiest things I think I've ever seen. Maybe a little bit lucky with the first kill, but everything from there on was just beauty.
Yeah, I mean, this entire series was just perfection out of ZETA. I think from him and the rest of the core of C9 as well, people forgot about them, and now that they're back on the international stage, they just look so incredibly at home here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a disgusting ace from ZETA. Does everything that you need for them. But here's the thing. Didn't make my hair raise. I don't feel...
Really?
What?
I felt like that was pretty good.
Are you dead inside?
a little bit. At least the top of my head is.
Okay.
All right, Mimi, what you got for me?
Maybe I have something that can get the hair raising. I don't know if that's a sentence anyone's ever said before, but I've just said it now. And the man that I want to point out is Ethan. I think that Ethan, another player who we've missed out on internationally for a little bit and is now heading back into the fray and looking absolutely fantastic. He came out for EG and played Yoru on their debut matchup. And I really love the ideas that EG brought out with this character on Pearl. And on top of that, I think he just played it so incredibly well individually. Switch over to map number 2. He's on the KO on Ascent, and that just looks absolutely fantastic as well. Ethan was the top performer for EG across that match, and I'm really, really excited to watch him going into today. I think that match versus Talon is going to be a very close one, and if Ethan can keep up the insane performance he had in their debut, they have a strong chance of winning that.
Yeah, I mean, every single play that Ethan was doing was just absolutely outstanding. And oh my God!
What? Guy, look at your head.
I thought that the hair was going to raise on the top of my arm, but it ended up growing on my head. It's a miracle. Tom has hair. I didn't even know you had black hair.
Yeah, no, it really matches with the rest of the sort of hair I have on my body.
Shocked.
I think it's beautiful.
I was going to make a very inappropriate joke, but oh, this is great. I mean, thank you, Mimi.
I mean, what are you guys going to do with your newfound abilities?
I think I have a modeling career. Like, the contract, I'm pretty sure, just got sent to my phone as we speak.
I mean,
congratulations.
Step aside keeps. Mimi has cured male pattern baldness, everyone, with some Valorant plays. But, of course, we need your help at home. Who you think is going to have the most hair-raising performance today? Is it going to be Ethan? Is it going to be ZETA? Or is it going to be Tombiz with
Tom, you're playing?
whatever's going on over there. Scan the
Wouldn't be the first time. I replaced Ben Kai once, you know, now. Like,
Looked pretty good in that series.
Scan that QR code. Get out there and vote right now. Look at Tom. Look, damn. This is a, I mean, move over Zoolander.
Tom, you look like an aristocrat. Like, you look like slicked back. I feel like you're about to stand up in, like, the House of Parliament
no.
and, like, give a speech on some new legislation. It's a great look for you.
Yeah.
I feel smarter already.
You really do.
Genuinely.
It's true.
I think it. I don't know. I just
Okay.
wanna stare down the
Get
lens.
there's too much sexual
don't let
energy
him look
over
at
there. All right, remember. Use the hashtag VCT
Don't touch
LOCKIN
the hair.
so that we can highlight all of your tweets on today's broadcast that is
warm.
being shared on the internet. Get out there and have a good time with that. Mimi, what's up?
We need a break. Can we get someone in here with a shaver? Like, these guys
Yeah.
are not going to be able to
No.
focus. if we keep the hair on
I
the
just
head.
got it back. Come on.
I just don't think
least
the
give me
world
a
is
few
going to be
days.
okay with me having this hair.
No.
It's just unfair.
We need to shut it down.
At some point, then what happens to Yinsu? She has all the hair. Anyway, folks,
Also, me and Mitch together.
would be too much.
It's too much.
Here's the thing, guys. 4 of the world's most exciting teams are ready to take that stage today. And when we come back, we're going to break down our first match. It's going to be between the Americas Cloud9 and the Pacific's DRX. Don't go anywhere. We're going to shave our heads. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back to Lock-In. Unfortunately, they had to bust out the shavers, and honestly, we have some of the best hair and makeup teams in all of esports
It was
here.
quite
so
fast.
It was incredible. They
You
cleaned
know,
up all the
they
hair.
would have a great career in the military, just shaving heads full time.
Oh, God. Okay.
Let's go ahead and talk about our first match of the day, because it's a doozy and a half. Some might even say a quadra banger. That's right, not a giga banger, not a mega banger, a quadra banger. I don't know what that means,
What's
but
after
Albert wrote it
quadra?
in the script. Anyway, it's going to be Cloud9 versus DRX. Now, first, let's talk about DRX, because this is a team that, you know, they have looked so strong in their debut here. But what's funny is it's not really even a debut. They've been here before. This is one of the most consistent rosters. They made a change and decided, we're going to stick with what we know. We'll give Fox9 a little bit more time.
Well, I think they had an interview with their coach, and it was one of those things where they basically came out and was like, look, we haven't had really enough time with Foxy for it to be worth actually throwing him into the team. And so instead, let's stick with the core that managed to get top 3 at the previous event. Honestly, who could have thought of that one?
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. And the same coordination that we've come to expect from DRX stayed true. I thought they worked incredibly well together, did a fantastic job of setting Buzz up on the jet. They did drop that one map of Ascent, but other than that, the 2 other maps looked absolutely perfect from DRX.
Yeah, and also, too, like, this is a team that, you know, traditionally in the past, right, they have struggled, you know, on occasion against the NA squads. And I think that this is going to be something that they are going to want to try and course correct here, especially being able to take down Ye and his newly formed
But
Cloud9.
that's the thing. I think it is that sort of yay factor. They were never that good, but versus other North American teams, they actually did pretty well.
Yeah, it is. And also, way back in the day, Champions 2021, the old version of this Cloud9 roster actually beat DRX, Vision Strikers at the time. So there's some history here.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Now, of course, you know, when you talk about, and I guess give me a way to like personify how DRX's style is on this, especially in this matchup, right? Because I feel like we're getting a lot of unique strategies out of Cloud9, whereas DRX, we're seeing the tried and true work out very well for them.
I'll be honest, I think they might be the best set play team in the world. Like, an initial sort of takes into sights and their sort of explosive utility is just sublime, Mimi.
Yeah, and this take in particular is absolutely beautiful. They have like 3 pieces of utility landing backside at once, so the player there has no choice but to die to Buzz. Their post plants as well looked absolutely perfect in that match versus BBL. You see this one here, Viper's Pit down, you have a reflank coming through, layering their utility to perfection. DRX, if there's kind of one word to describe them, it's just well drilled.
Yeah, I think that comes into play as well if you watch the way that they're very happy to set up for retakes, because they can have that reset. They can have that same setup of going, okay, we now have this util, this util, this util, rather than, okay, we're going to adapt on the fly. That's not really them.
Yeah, it's not their style. It's not something that I think is the you know, personifies what DRX is all about. But they're going to need their players to pop off today, though, right? And one player actually that DRX really needs to step up, who has been playing pretty solid, is RB. And actually, Stacks had an opportunity to chat with Yinsu in their interview and said the following: we actually have RB, who is incredibly flexible on all the agents that he can play, so we actually haven't had much issues with agent swaps or role swaps. And Mimi, this just goes back to the fact that DRX just has that versatility.
Yeah, and this quote is from the era where they planned on playing Foxy 9 in the roster, so they were talking about using RB to be flexible to switch things around to get Foxy in. But even with the same roster of last year, I think RB has had kind of a renaissance. In 2022, he was like, you know, the neon player that was always known for choking in the big matches.
Yeah.
Now he's come out in his debut playing 3 different agents and looking fantastic on all of them.
Look, I'll be honest with you, there was a point last year where I think most people were sat there going, this guy's just taken a spot away from Buzz being on the duelist. And now we sit there and go, okay, he can fill in every single gap that this roster needs, and actually one of the best players in the server while doing it.
Yeah, and the thing is, him being so flexible and playing all these roles has allowed Buzz to just be that full-time duelist, and Buzz has been fantastic.
Well, you know what, actually, let's go ahead and hear from Buzz, as a matter of fact, who's looking forward to today's showdown with Cloud9.
일단은 저희가 작년에 챔피언스 3등을 하고 나서 좀 더 자신감이 생긴 것 같고, 사실 막 아시다시피 저희 이제 로스터 변경도 없었고, 웬만하면은 저희가 이미 쌓아둔 거에서 좀 더 다지고 더 쌓아두는 단계여서, 오늘 BBL에 비하면 저희가 이제 인터내셔널 대회 경력도 많고, 그리고 저희가 좀 더 저번 챔피언스 때도 좀 장기전으로 가는 경기들이 많았었는데, 아무래도 그런 거에 좀 익숙해져가지고 저희가 장기전으로 가면 갈수록 저희가 좀 더 유리한 상태로 되는 것 같아요. 움츠리면서 하는 것도 좀 느껴지고, 상대가 저희한테 좀 쫄았다 이렇게 표현할 수 있을 정도로 좀 소극적으로 플레이하는 것이 느껴지기도 했고, 일단은 제가 게임 할 때 여유로울 때는 제 상대 팀의 눈을 보는데, 확실히 상대팀의 눈을 봤을 때 확실히 저희가 이겼구나라는 확신이 들었어요.
That is with the spike and cleared back. Reason of the aim set. An absolute demonic performance. No one is allowed to step foot past that choke.
앞으로 만날 팀들이 절대 쉬운 팀이라고 생각 안 하기 때문에 저희가 일단은 예이 선수가 있는 상대로는 이겨본 적이 없어가지고 사실 다른 팀보다는 어려울 수 있다고 느끼는데, 하지만 체인버가 이제 너프가 됐고 그런 거에 대해서 이제 예이 선수가 어떻게 할지는 잘 모르겠지만 방심하지 않고 저희 하던 거 잘 준비해가지고 그대로 일단 아직 갈 길이 멀기 때문에 저희가 좀 더 이번에 나왔던 실수들에 대해서도 좀 수정하고 고쳐야 될 것 같고.
Interesting takeaway from that was, you know, when he said, now that Chamber's nerfed, you know, Ye, we don't know how he's going to deal with it. I think the entire society breathed a collective sigh of relief when Chamber was nerfed because they just didn't know how to deal with Ye.
Yeah, absolutely. It is good to see Chamber out of the way. They're hoping to break that streak of never being able to beat Ye. The other thing I got out of that interview is that he said, I saw it in their eyes and I knew we won the match. And that is like the most badass thing I've ever heard.
If my opponent says that, I'm out. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
Guys, wear sunglasses against DRX.
It's honestly like I'm just curious if like that's a strategy. Just give them a death stare and see what happens. Of course, though, for more on DRX's incredible strategies, especially on maps like Haven, let's actually send it over down to a guy who has plenty of hair to share. It's Mitch Mann to break down one of their plays.
You know what? I feel like I have to direct this one straight to Mimi after this. I'm not sure Golden Boy and Tom will quite follow. This one's about conditioning, although with the hair that they had earlier, maybe they will understand a bit. This round that we're about to look at takes place in round number 10, right after BBL found their very first round over on Haven. Now, it's important to note that there's been a lot of aggressive pushes out of DRX. Right away, I'll just tell you, 2 of the last 3 rounds, push up C long. Exclusive aggression on that one lane way. Not much else to it. The previous round, they also spotted a turret on middle, and that's important as well. You'll see why. Let's see how the round starts out. It's an interesting default from DRX. Nothing too complex, but just the fact that we're going to begin with A-long aggression out of BBL, and I think DRX had a very good read on that. The reason for that is when you see them peek out on C-long, they have a flash prepared for this angle, but they never actually end up throwing it through. Instead, opting to jump peek it, they don't see any aggression, no need for the flash, and they reset into mid defaults. They know that there's no garage push, and they know that there's no B push. On the back of that, and the recon plus the Astra smoke on A long, they make a good call here. Whether it's because they think they're stacked and pushed up A long, or another read, we don't know. But this, I'm pretty sure I can point to the previous round as why they decide to make this exact play. Keep in mind, they have got a lockdown over on Aslan Machado. They have practically all of the ultimates. And real quick, if we just imagine a C push, you get the plant down, you play C long, like we've seen from them before. You're just going to get Rolling Thundered, Cosmic Divided off, and now you're screwed. They're just diffusing, and you're in trouble. They have to throw in more complexity. This round sees them destroy the turret that spotted them in the 2v3 last round. This is a good adaptation to remove that early on. This is the mid-round for DRX. You know, already pretty early on, but they're trying to strip the utility out of their opponent's hands. It creates a window while that turret's refreshing, and they'll posture up for this C push. This is where things got really interesting, because remember I said 2 of the last 3 rounds were exclusively C-long pushes. This is all they were doing. Now, they obviously have players in garage. That noise, that noise is about to be made here as they go through the turret, or the remaining alarm bot will spot them. That response, if you're a C player who is being rushed consistently and you have a lockdown, this elicits just sheer panic. You're expecting that C long push, now they're throwing in garage as well. That's another level of complexity for you to deal with. So they decide, and rightfully so, put down the lockdown, look to help on the side a little bit, and they're expecting this push out of garage. There's a smoke to block it, so it's not the biggest deal, and they're slowed by the Killjoy utility. All in all, a good position to play from. Rolling Thunder on DRX complicates it, but the ultimate thing that wins this round is just a guy sitting on mid. Remember, they removed the turret. Now they're focused on C. They're focused on fixing the issues that they've seen in previous rounds. And RB is just going to go walkabouts, catches perfect timing. And here, look at the crosshair placement. This player is not even looking at B. There's no utility there. It was destroyed 30 seconds ago. But the main concern here is they're doing their same C long push with garage, and they don't know about RB, who comes up behind, catches Aslan Machado completely off guard, destroys the lockdown, allows this Rolling Thunder to actually capitalize. Remember, if they throw that through, they're just going to get killed by the lockdown. And this is at 8-1 on the scoreboard. Like, the fact that we go into round number 10 with this level of dominance from DRX, a C-long rush that had worked consistently, and they say, let's not just push this down through the 1-lane way, let's do this as a 3-lane push on Haven. Completely caught BBL off guard, and those kind of adaptations are what you see from teams when they're being punished, when they're struggling, when they have to dig deep. But DRX, they will dig deep even if they're 12-0 up. They want to win every single round, and it's one of the most terrifying teams to play against just because of how clean they can be. So there's a little bit of the conditioning from DRX. Honestly, we could talk about them all day long, so I'll toss it back over to the desk to get this game started.
Thank you so much for that exquisite breakdown, Mitch. And I think this just goes to show the layers upon which DRX have grown since we first saw them to now.
Yeah, back at Champions, there was a lot of critique that this was like the pre-round team, and they weren't very good at mid-rounding. But I think with more time, now with the IGLing, they're kind of getting used to it, and I think they've improved a lot at that mid-rounding.
Yeah, for sure. Now let's go ahead and move on, though, to their opponent, which, you know, they looked so outstanding in their opening matchup against Paper Rex, where they, you know, look, I counted them out and they very clearly counted themselves in. You got Leave, ZETA, Vanity, Zelsis, and Ye. This team of monsters, honestly, Tom. Now we see it come to fruition here.
My God. They have sunglasses. They're ready.
They are prepared. But yeah, Tom, this team looks very dangerous this tournament.
Yeah, again, like you sort of came into this tournament looking at this as like, okay, it's the sort of guys who are already on Cloud9 and they're bringing in some really heavy firepower, but I'll be honest, it's the people that were there before that have impressed the most this tournament, being fantastic in the form of Leaf and ZETA. They have been two of the standouts so far, and honestly, there's looking like there's a hell of a lot of depth right now.
Yeah, there really does. And for a fairly new team, I mean, the coordination on point, also getting the crowd behind you, never going to hurt for the side of C9.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, you want to walk out there and have as much people cheering for you as possible because it's loud proof. That definitely does help out. But let's go ahead and check out this clip of Vanity from the Verizon post-match interview, who had some thoughts on the recent meta changes.
The interview was hot.
But I mean, I think people over-exaggerate nerfs.
Yeah.
Like, it's the same thing happened when Astra got nerfed, for example. Like, people thought she was completely dead. The same thing happened. Like, Chamber is not the same agent. He's not going to take over games nearly as frequently, but he still has, like, a really strong place. But I think you have to have comps around him as the thing. And then, what was the other part? Sorry?
It was Stinger and Chamber.
Oh, the Stinger? I mean, the Stinger nerf is just a price nerf. Like, they didn't nerf the gun. Like, yeah, the damage fall-off is a little worse, but it's like, if you're taking those fights with a Stinger, that's probably not the right way to use it, right? So, I don't know. I think people tend to overreact to stuff and give up on it because they want to try something new.
Didn't care much for the interviewer, but beyond that, though, I think this just goes to show right now that the game Valorant has simply evolved. It's no longer like, oh, you know, just like try and play for picks.
This is bad. Yeah. This is good. Like that. I think that's basically what he said at the end of it. That's the bit I really wanted to take, is that people overreact when there are nerfs or hits and try and move away. Whereas what he's doing at C9 is going, nope. We are going to stick with what we had, especially so late coming into this tournament.
Yeah.
And for me, of all the teams that debuted in the alpha bracket, I thought that Cloud9 had the best answers to this new meta. I think both compositions that they brought out in their first matchup were really, really cool. On Lotus, they bring out that Neon Chamber composition that you were asking Vanity about, and it works really quite well for them. You get the kind of double dive of the Omen, as well as that Neon to take a lot of space. You also, on your defense, get to fight a lobby control with that Neon and have the Chamber holding towards C. It just felt really well thought through and felt like they were really playing to the win conditions of this new map of Lotus.
But this sort of round as well was one that basically put Paperx to bed. Like, it was one where you basically go, okay, this is them building back into the map. This is them really getting rolling after what was a bit of a struggle so far. And then just this happens with the Stingers, where such aggressive, fast-paced takes off the back of that utility and using the gun that we thought to be dead and making it look more than viable.
Yeah, and I think that's always been what Vanity and Cloud9 has brought to Valorant. They're the team that really has been the innovators in North America. And while they fell off quite a bit last year, they have come back, and a big part of that flexibility has been Leaf. Last year, he was a duelist player. Last time we saw him internationally playing the Jet, diving on in. Now he's completely flexed on over, playing the Sentinel role and looking just as good.
But that was the thing. We almost worried when coming into this tournament, is like, is this almost going to have killed his career? Having to get him going over to a role that you just think, that doesn't suit him at all. He's so aggressive and fast-paced in what he does, but so far, so good.
Yeah, and it's been a slow transition, but this feels like the big payoff. From Duelist back at Champions to last year in NA, he started playing a little bit of Viper and also the Duelist, and now he's just fully switched on over.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to note as well that when you have a player like Leaf who can show up on that stage and play with the confidence that he's been displaying, it is only going to mean success for Cloud9. So watch out the rest of the pool. It's going to be tough. But earlier in the show, though, we actually asked you guys for, good old-fashioned Twitter poll, and we wanted to see who's going to make the most hair-raising play, and it's going to be ZETA. Tom, you weren't even in the running, buddy.
Come on. Come on. I do want to say that even with our hair growing, mine was still better than Mimi. So I'll take that as a go.
I'm not going to take that. All right. Moving on. Yeah, ZETA looked great in the poll, and I'm excited to watch him in the games today. The core of Cloud9 looked better than Ye did, and that is impressive. We finally have a team where Ye does not have to be the full star, which is super cool.
That's going to be huge. Oh, well, folks, get comfortable and settle in, because today's show has everything. It's got El Diablo. It's got the boys from Talon. Maybe a little BCJ Chicken, and, of course, Achilleo standing for DRX. And beautiful heads of hair.
Not anymore.
You don't want to miss a minute of it, folks, because Lock-In Day 5 starts right now. ideas. DRX squaring off against Cloud9. An epic confrontation. The crowd is hot. This is insane. The atmosphere in this room is utterly electric, and we are about to witness a war between two outstanding teams.
It has been over a year since we have seen these two teams play against each other. Last time, DRX got sent packing by Cloud9.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a new look though, right? It's a little bit of a change up with the roster we have on one side at least, so I think it's going to be interesting to see how and who comes out on top. And honestly, I feel like I'm going to have to start almost challenging my inner Achilles to battle with what's on the other side of this stage.
Dude, look, I'm gonna be real with y'all. When I had to make my prediction for this one, it was very challenging because I think the world of DRX and what they're bringing to the table is literally, if I was running an esports org, it's literally what I would do. Maintain a roster, grow and develop them, and create absolute juggernauts. But on the flip side to that, Mimi, I like what Cloud9 did. They brought in some new players, fresh ideas, dynamic talent. They have the weapons to really create some problems here in the alpha bracket.
For me, Cloud9 is the team that had the best answers to the meta in the offseason, and DRX is probably the most coordinated, well put together team on their executes. It's going to be a great matchup, but we're headed into the vetoes. I think the most interesting thing here for me is that these are probably the two best Pearl teams of the event heading up against each other, and I'd expect to see that map.
Yeah, potentially. The fans are, there you go. The fans are losing their mind, and as they should. We're going to get Pearl here for our first map, Tom.
The question I always have, though, is that weakness being the one that picks it? Because both teams are incredibly good on this map. Both teams have seen each other play this map. Now, granted, it does give that little bit of extra prep, but I'll also say a Haven pick from DRX, a great map for them, but also a great map for C9 as well.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because C9 actually went and banned that second in their previous series, which surprised me quite a bit. Yeah, it really is. I really hope we get to see the Yay Jet on that one.
Yeah, but I think about it like this, though, right? Sometimes you're going to show up to the ring, you got to sock them in the mouth. Just tell them where it is in there, and it's like, hey, you're good on Pearl, so are we. You're good on Haven, so are we. That's what I want to see. Go ahead and challenge them at their home ground and push them to the limit.
Yeah, again, DRX is sticking by this ban of getting rid of Lotus, getting rid of Split in both of their vetoes now that they've played through, which I think can put you at a bit of a disadvantage, but can also prevent you from being kind of upset by weird gimmicks that teams are bringing out with those two new maps.
I think as well it gives you a chance to maybe look at what teams have actually done in the past and try and create something that might beat that, whereas going for the new maps, a lot of the time there's unknown, and that could be quite scary, GB.
All right, well, Prime Gaming Agent Select is about to go underway. We see the hovers and what could be locked in for both C9 and DRX. Are we expecting any shenanigans here, Mimi?
I would expect the compositions to stay the same. I think both these comps are fantastic on Lotus, but very different reasons. DRX, it's centered around those executes, working with Buzz and setting up fantastically with double initiator utility. For C9, they have a comp that on the attack is great at getting that plant down, playing in their posts.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think both of these comps are going to be fantastic on the attack side.
So
Those
cool.
B-side executes are definitely very different in the manner in which they do them, but are both very effective.
The question to me is who is going to be better on defense? Who can shut down these B-hits?
All right, well, here we go. This battle is about to begin, and when you have a board-certified banger on your hands, you got to call in board-certified casters, I guess. Let's go ahead and send it over to Pansy and Hypoc for the cast. Take it away, team.
Thank you, GB. Curious intro, but we'll take it nonetheless. But Mike, I think this game really embodies the brutality of this tournament. These two teams have been incredible on their run so far. A lot of potential being shown. Talk to me about the round one games we've seen and where that puts us now leading into this matchup.
Well, this makes it so interesting, right? To start here on Pearl, both teams obviously demonstrating very strong performances, but again, it feels kind of like we're looking for context here at the start of this veto. Obviously, PaperX, I'd also say it was the best PaperX that Cloud9 were playing against,
Didn't
right?
feel like it.
The problem being as well, Cloud9, in my eyes, probably dialed up the pressure a little bit.
I think they did.
They wanted to brawl, and I don't think they're going to get those engagements versus DRX today. So very intrigued to see, particularly obviously the performances of Leaf and Zeppa coming across to a very different style of opponent here today.
Yeah, and I think we can say similar things about DRX in their opening game, which I'd love to lean on. But let's dive into it as we are live in this DRX on the attacking side, which of course then means Cloud9 on defense. Let's look how this one begins.
Yeah, he's set up with a wall here, all the way deep towards elbow. DRX approaching closer and closer. Actually, ahead of the suppress will deny this space towards elbow. So yeah, he's got a safe pocket to play in, but Buzz has actually got around the back of that.
Yeah, quite nice from Buzz to find Vanity at the start there, but Yay getting away with two. I thought he'd been noted on the first, but maybe unaware of what could be achieved with that wall, but still, massive damage done, and this post plant looking far less robust. A tap on the spike will draw the swing, and Cloud9 wanting that brought right back. This is good so far, and it's only down to RB. Not really in a position to do much with this now. Flashed up diffuse, already halfway through, and Cloud9 looking all too prepared for what DRX were bringing.
Again, how Ye's able to get away with the second there. I'm not sure if the information, just a little chaotic, because there was no contact towards sight. Obviously, the second player in elbow falls immediately. Buzz straight away looking to split that pressure, but at this point, I feel like DRX maybe, again here, just Marco completely unaware
even by process of elimination coming through from the utility from Zest there, the smoke dash in coming out from Buzz, you'd kind of imagine if people are falling on the site, it can only be from the back of site.
Interesting to note as well, with this denial of space towards Elbow, whether or not Cloud9 are just going to force them into this long post plant as opposed to being able to really garner any sort of site control, which DRX are famed for, setting up these crossfires on site, then relying on that raw discipline that they have.
Okay, let's see if that continues. This is a far different setup as well from Cloud9, but that Judge did wonders before, and it's actually Leaf to draw first blood. Yeah, this is super shut down. 21 HP, yes, they do get towards the back of the site, but they've lost so many bodies on the way. This is very clean, lovely stuff. Clean sweep, Brighton Gaming Floors here, second round to Cloud9.
Big boom to the economy as well. We heard about Fnatic talking about how they're still reliant on these SMGs regardless of nerfs or what else is happening. And yeah, actually decent progress already towards, I think, getting an operator online.
Terrifying.
Come round 4. I mean, what's terrifying is how many collats he was getting away with the other day.
God,
I feel like every other round it was a freebie on top.
Out of all the players, he probably doesn't need the extra one.
No,
you know, like
he'll get a second regardless.
He'll get you it. Just relax. But now for DRX, the work's going to be cut out. We need to see them to kind of bite back a little bit here. It's been quite clean so far from Cloud9. Should be decent enough info off the knife. Probably minimum 2, potentially 3. And work being made across the map now. We've had contact towards A long and a little bit of a look towards B.
DRX probably anticipating some aggression somewhere to try and convert these SMGs. I was going to say if Zelta's actually going to progress any further forward, but Spike not committed just yet. Probe sent out towards B long. Arco will deal with the turret. Try and pull this defensive setup of C9 a little tighter towards double doors.
Yeah, and wherever Leaf is, that's where my eyes are going to. Again, the only one with the rifle in this round for Cloud9, the rest sticking on what they had prior. Obviously, the economy in a really good spot for them, so not a bad plan to try and bolster him up. And DRX still, no subtlety to this. They haven't pulled the plug on the full rotation yet. You still see Celsius on the other side of the map. Yes, they're pulling Zephyr across, but the site hits coming in. The flash, try and set up Buzz potentially out of that smoke, but it's Vanity at the back of the site. Nothing is clearing back of the site right now in Elbow. And Cloud9 are loving this. They've got the player that we need in the right place. That's Leaf. Zephyr still doing damage. Vanity still holding ground, still holding territory. The spike is dropped just on the other side. So DRX need to fight for it back, and still there is a 2v1 here.
He's got the spike though.
Oh
He's actually managed to pick it up. RB in the fray.
Seconds.
He's got to start running now if he wants to try and get this down. I think, yeah, he's going to try and fake it here. 10 seconds. I don't think it's enough.
10 now. This is going to be so close. 7.
I think he's got it.
He might just be there, just about. Tries to maybe just crest the corner deeper from Secret.
Missed the pull as well.
Does he actually get away? And you're right, the pull didn't quite connect. And Zelsis is there. RB couldn't quite stabilize. And that's a third now for Cloud9.
We are seeing a very different approach here, though. C9 playing very receptive, forcing DRX to go exploring on sites. And again, that flash play in towards B Halls completely shut down by the judge. That's something I do want to keep my eye on, which was very, very evident the other day. Obviously, these early rounds, if they're completely free for C9, Zelsis was just farming orbs, literally farming them. So with DRX's kind of slow, progressive default, they've got to make sure that that's kept in check. Vanity already feeling itself down on the stage, and rightfully so. DRX not an awful lot to write home about in these first 3 rounds.
No, and they're going to have to suffer through that burden here as well. You've got the share of some friends, easy ult from RB, but that's not going to really change outcome at this point. Maybe a fact-finding round or something of the such, because so far, Cloud9 looking all too equipped. What's coming their way? A little bit of a contest towards middle, Buzz and Zest. Taking a wander.
I'm not sure if that shock dart actually dealt with the alarm bot and the nano swarm there. Leaf's been pretty good at pulling that alarm bot off where shock dart is heard, but desperate to try and deal with this turret again, pull the rotation of C9, but no real pressure towards either side just yet.
And I'm liking the discipline I'm seeing from Cloud9, because we saw them kind of, I guess, meet fire with fire when you're looking at the PaperX game, and now we're seeing a very disciplined side, which, if anything, if it continues this way, right, let's assume they can match teams on their playstyle. How terrifying is that for the other teams deeper in the tournament if they get past this game, of course. For now, still just dealing with that blender in middle, but no one overstepping, no one over-peaking, no one overreaching their spot, still holding, making DRX really have to work for their dinner here, and there is no easy approach. There's 3 players now ready for this crunch. Lovely shot from Zest, but an instantaneous trade, and everything's still favorable towards Cloud9.
Now, get the hot hands off, but again, just it's that discipline on display here. Nobody really trying to brawl with it. Actually, Lockdown invested. They run it back as well.
Yep.
I want to make sure that
lovely.
They absolutely convert this round, and it's looking as if it's going to be just RB left to find. Zelsis will seal the deal with a third.
And again, for me, Mike, it's just the night and day difference here.
I just come back to the same thing once again. You look at this round, look how deep DRX have to creep to even find contact on some of these points.
I mean, they were half committed towards R. If they even wanted to clear B Link, they would have to have swung double doors so deep. This is actually really quite curious to watch. I didn't expect this, and it's actually being constructed incredibly well by Cloud9, which is the better part of it, because they're meeting DRX at their own game, and I think this has stumped DRX a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see a DRX timeout called actually very early on. An important buy round coming up, just about touching on some of these ultimates as well. Cosmic Divide available for RB. I said that the solution feels like, obviously, I mean, talking about Zelsis farming orbs and getting this early map control, it feels like DRX do need to shift it up a gear a little bit, maybe actually rely on a set piece and execute towards a site.
They certainly have them. They're one of the teams famed for it.
I mean, I'm absolutely with Tom. I still sit in the park of DRX are probably one of the best set piece teams that we have or have
Hands down. Hands down. I'd love to see them try and explore that option. And the one beauty of this game as well, in my mind, we've had a couple of teams still in that very much rebuilding phase, new roster changes, you know, very different lineups. We know when we look at DRX, and I can probably feel the same about Cloud9 after seeing this, they do have depth, they do have that ability to adjust. I just want to see what DRX do with this, because you started by talking about Cloud9 in their opening game, but again, the same sort of scrutiny can be put towards DRX, because they passed with flying colors in their initial matchup. So
they rolled BBL on 13-3, so
yeah.
And again, that was actually a very convincing attacking half. I think they closed it out 9-3, and even the 3 that BBL scraped together, it wasn't convincing.
No, it wasn't. So this could be quite telling for the bigger picture here. No connection off the knife, I believe, sitting a little bit deeper at that start. It does allow and warrant a little bit of a further exploration from RB. So maybe building off that initial utility, but look at this response over towards B long. There's already a switch up here from Cloud9.
And this is with that deeper default here. Marco's going to be tested. He'll pass the first. Actually, we'll get the second as well. Ye will fall, so an early advantage here for DRX. You know, we see Leaf and Zeppa scrambling a rotation towards B, but it's only Marco spotted on the other side of this. So DRX have the perfect read on what's just happened. They know it's going to draw the rotation. Have a favorable engagement towards Vanity here. Currently positioned toward dugout. No utility set up just yet.
Yeah, he's starting to feel that pressure though. This is now going to be stressful. Doesn't get pinged by the knife either, but they should check this. They should be diligent. And they haven't been. It's a mistake made. And an opportunity garnered from Vanity. Desperate timing on the rotation. The flash didn't quite swing the corner, so didn't catch Stacks. Wasn't going to be able to do so. Marco. Timing could be good on this as well. And Cloud9 struggling on numbers. Just the 2 remaining, Zeppa and Leaf. And Marco feels like the inevitable. A couple more steps and vulnerability shown. Yeah, lovely from Marco. And now Leaf unable to find much either. Super deep positioning from Zest here. Yeah, Leaf doesn't have the time to go through that motion. And now he's got problems.
Yeah, the rest of DRX playing this perfectly, knowing that Marco's going to find value there. Stacks to seal the deal. DRX will convert with 4 standing as well. Some ultimates coming online. Didn't really require a massive investment on their part. Still, it almost felt like an initial lazy clearance on site here. Vanity still getting 1. Doesn't end up affecting the round too much. Talking about minimizing mistakes in some of these interviews, and that's DRX's main focus. That's what I've got my eye on. That's where, in my eyes, you want to see things like that absolutely cleaned up.
See what we have now. Again, Cloud9 did turn up the tempo a little bit there, did explore a touch further on these extremities, and maybe considering that again, but it looks like Art will at least be the first port of call for Cloud9. Yay. Posted up just towards middle, waiting to see if anyone comes through, but we know that DRX will play a patient game. Now, information spotted. They will be forced away from this. So DRX going through the checklist here.
I'm not even sure if the drone, actually, it was ZETA that took the tag, but whether or not the operator was spotted.
Did it see it, yeah.
Flash will clear through mid. It's not pinging on anything on the other side. Now, Marco did try and fake this with the smoke, but there was nobody even peeking B long for info. ZETA going to clear through as well.
I think Vanity's seen a fair amount here. Yeah, there we go. And they're already at the doorstep, so this is going to be the just guns in hand. Vanity's position should be very much at the forefront of their minds here, but he does get one on the swing, does find stacks. And now we look at the rest. The site's pretty much under control. The Red's going to be the first port of call, and then the plant second. 40 seconds on the board, plenty of time to play with, and the divide in place.
The Viper's Pit available as well, but a lot of investment already in this, and that's Cleep shuts it down.
Huge work. Cloud9 bursting onto the scene. And the shot from Ye is divine. And that is unbelievable work from Cloud9 there on this retake. Mike, it felt like the tempo was just switched up. They hit the perfect timing throw on the flash.
I mean, I'm curious. The investment of the Cosmic Divide doesn't necessarily stop them at the front door. There's space for Cloud9 to play behind. That's why I was curious about the Viper's Pit. Should come through as the plant is going down, but unfortunately, it's Marco committing to the plant.
Yeah.
So again, it's just caught in no man's land here. I mean, you got to question the placement of where he's trying to put that down. Cut off a choke point. It's a very safe Viper's Pit to just maintain control of the spike.
That's a really nice retake. and mistakes from DRX.
Fantastic retake, yeah, but the post line just feels so off from DRX.
A little shaken, maybe. I don't know. It did not feel secure by any means. You're right.
Even with Marco coming through and getting the res onto stacks as well. Yeah. He's got so much to worry about with that Viper's Pit available.
No solutions truly made here for DRX. Yes, they've posted a roundup, but not quite enough yet. Buzz going to be investing the knives this round. Everyone else still able to fashion a purchase. No sweat on the other side. Could start building that money back up here. Look how deep they're sitting. I've got to note it towards A.
Another round, yeah.
They're reading this tempo incredibly well.
You hear the Blade Storm pop, you know that they're going to go exploring for this opening engagement. Cloud9 once again rinse and repeat. Look how deep ZETA's using the Trailblazer from.
Yeah. That's huge. Big info, and they now going to be forced to fight, trying to dive. Big Buzz! I thought he got his head just jammed against the wall, but he actually makes it out alive. And Buzz still fighting the fight here for them. 2 big kills. And patrolling down by Pit. And that deep hold gets broken, isolating the one towards dugout. At least this is tricky. Buzz deciding time to back away as the ult fades. And it's a free pick though, no trade. Gonna need one more of those at the very least to even make something out of this round, considering how far away Ye is. He's more concerned about keeping that operator at hand, and Leaf is making a damn good go of this round. Tap on the spike, gonna pull the utility. Again, he's costing them money here. This is not a bad round at all for them, making the best of a bad scenario, and Ye will want to keep this operator in play, so that will stay where it's at. But talk to me about this round, because it feels like we just had Buzz basically being the difference maker here.
There was no hesitation this time. Again, DRX are exploring the map. They know that nobody's holding close contact on our. I think Atsi on the back of the Trailblazer. This is the one where almost the penny drops. Yeah, they're playing super deep here, guys. We have to push this default forwards a little bit, and they're rewarded for it. Really nice pace change from DRX. Even whether or not actually C9, whether or not the Blade Storm is the difference maker here, if that's the indication of some aggression on the side of DRX, whether or not C9 now will revert back to maybe getting a little more aggressive. With Ye on that operator, maybe not.
No. Yeah,
again, he's on the stage. He's not going to be the one to go aggressive in the early round.
No, I'm looking at Zelsis potentially, or someone of the such to maybe try and get in their faces, which we saw before. It was that lazy clear up towards what? I guess like B when he pushed up long, it caught him off. That, it happens. But quite a preemptive timeout from Cloud9. I still feel like they could have run this, but maybe feeling they'd rather be preventative, make sure they've dealt with or DRX have changed up. But
I think
also the money's in a tricky spot too.
Yeah, purely because that round is indicative of DRX almost getting a better grasp for what C9 are doing.
Yes. Yeah, it is relatively telling. They've had basically no resistance through art. They've gone that far. You hear how deep that dog's come from as well. That was almost backed by Spawn. So let's see if...
Well, stark contrast as well, because think about the previous. It's ZETA and Ye posted up very deep. The drone spots it, and they drift back into this deep setup. So DRX are looking for these early round indicators. Like I said, it's the first time we've seen a confident response on the back of it. Zelsis barely been challenged here, though, towards A main.
No,
this time cautious of the, maybe on the back of the flash of going for the orb. He is one off the ultimate.
That flash was so high, though, that could have been anywhere, and we have seen that kind of lurk coming through from, I think it was RB. Yeah, so, you know, maybe temper him enough, but it looks like DRX have found at least the approach that they want here, which is going to be trying to explore through art. But Ye willing to fill that void almost instantly. And rotations. They're reading this well. This could be quite nice, actually. DRX a little further ahead, I'd say, on the rotation game than Cloud9, who will have to respond in kind, dealing with any pressure that could have been left around art. They have not necessarily a free B site, but near on too. Vanity left on, Buzz on site, and they know they need to clear back as well.
Vanity's actually going to have to slip the net.
Beautiful, beautiful. Right call as well, I'd say. Did only have that stinger, so he wasn't going to be able to take down the entirety of DRX, but could prove more potent on the play back in.
It looked fantastic for this retake on B side previously. See a couple of slip-ups to see if DRX can tighten things up now.
Yeah, this is nice so far. These angles are gorgeous. Zest, free access, almost Celsius. What? Pops the O, and he needs to get running as well. Somehow he's gone to this point, making a 2v1. How have we gone here again? Celsius in human performance. Coming light in this round. The fuse comes in. It is perfection personified. Cloud9 on these retakes are unreal.
This is another one. You see the plant location here and you think DRX are going to post up. They're going to literally revert into what works best for them.
The crossfires looked really nice. They were solid.
They looked great. They did not hold for more than a second. Just instantly ripped apart. And again, the molly here behind Pillar, reading it perfectly. I mean, I'm getting very concerned now. DRX need to actually lean back onto something that doesn't necessarily feel comfortable for them, which is literally getting away with opening engagements. Finding that numbers advantage early on.
It's terrifying
because their post plant is not working.
Yeah, one of their key pillars of strength isn't there for them right now, but then it feels like you're almost playing into Cloud9's game if you then try and adjust to that slightly more brawly style.
They're going to get the same engagements that DRX were getting.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's not bad. Those stacks starting out comfortably towards Jay, walks away barely scathed as well. So that's a beginning they've not really had to play with so far.
Celsius once again unchallenged. It's a deep control towards A main here.
No flash for Zeppa either.
I think he should just be getting one off. Yeah, he's got one off cooldown now, so we'll be able to flash here for Celsius. This could be deadly, Lauren.
Yeah. Celsius has so much to play with once you feel it here. The flash is incredible, but he gets dealt with. Only finds one, but he finds all of the other side, apart from one player, Marco, who is not around this side of the map. If they try and double pump at this point, who knows? It's 40 seconds. Zeppa on the way in, getting the ult popped as well. KJ's ult is ticking down. Zeppa is the god who will not be moved. Holds him at the front door. Spike now lost, and this lurk is a million miles away. Marco needs to find some insane impact here to alleviate that pressure that's on Zest. And Leaf's already on duty. 18 HP is all that remains on Zeppa, but he's just standing tall. How long can he last in this position? The smoke goes up. The flash! He's just overwhelming, but he's buying time. 10 seconds. They haven't cleared pit. They haven't cleared secret. But the tap on the spike, and Leaf is so close. Bye! Perfect play from Cloud9. Marco could do nothing now. It's all a matter of time. And all Vanity has to do is stay alive. Ooh, insult to injury almost there, but it's a 7th for Cloud9. What a round again.
It's just insane the amount of support that Vanity's able to supply in that situation as well. I mean, we've been talking about it. Zelsa's going unchallenged here. I mean, it's unlucky not to get another couple of kills here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that first throw just a little off, but you're right, that could have been 2, 3 potentially.
Again, the contact comes so deep that actually Leaf makes this rotation all the way across and he's able to get the lockdown before DRX have even crested onto site. They haven't even got off stairs yet.
This is a really nice team to watch. I'm going to be honest, I very much had DRX in this matchup. I put a lot of credence in consistency. Yay. Let's get the heal off and we'll be able to fall away from this. Only stacks with the rifle here, so he's your hero play. Danger man, you may argue, and 2 players suppressed. So already realizing that Zelsis has made it on this site very quickly.
Oh, he's 4 with Cloud9 here. Obviously noting the Killjoy utility as well, effectively a 3rd on top of the knife. It's going to take DRX a while, though, to re-explore mid. Still got that alarm bot to deal with. Just outside Link.
Oh, the flash, I think, actually pinged on long, so they might hold this for a little bit longer. I think it was just on RB.
Yeah, thinking DRX have cut sound and just waiting for an opening. Vanity's actually given up the angle here. The Seekers won't tell them just yet, but Vanity might have spotted.
Yeah, he's definitely heard the steps now. They're going to try and quicken the pace, but catching one in the heels. That wasn't the spike, though, so that keeps in play. Just chipping away at the defensive side. I like what Stax is doing, trying to be the one to make some sort of damage happen, because they've got to get a body on the floor, and it ain't going to happen. Deleted by Ye. And now a 5v3, and these weapons are not ideal. What year is it? Rolling it back, says Desperate. Tries to fly in and finds nothing but force, and now RB left in a 1v4. Fuse already beginning. The slow orb. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Cloud9, gotta say, Mike, I am thoroughly impressed.
I mean, it's just, we have the one that's expired due to the clock. I feel like we've had, what, 6 successful retakes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very concerning for DRX's attacking half, which is usually where they excel. And you think back to that round where you think, yeah, they've managed to grasp exactly what C9 are trying to achieve, but there's been very little response after that.
No, there's not been much progress of the information found. We do see Buzz back on the Bladestorm, though, so hopefully that does find some value here if he wants to invest it. Flash finds nothing, so there should be the go signal for Zelsis to start building.
Yeah, he's going to post up there now with an operator.
And there it is. There's the flash to alert the mid, maybe, where the vast majority
And now the problems start to show with DRX playing this slow. C9 are playing a different early round every single round.
Really hard to pin down.
Yeah, so they don't have anything tangible to go off. They have no real knowledge.
Timing, great.
ZETA caught it, yeah.
Quite safe as well, but he actually double dips on it, finds Marco. Stax barely makes it out alive. But this is 4 players on an A-side lean, leaving all that faith and defensive capability to Leaf on the other side by B, and it's mostly the utility setup. But again, we know that DRX are not quick on these executes. They will take their time. They will be trying to be methodical in approach, and it allows for these rotations to come in.
Themselves a free B site at least.
Ooh, first time we'll see a lurk from Stax.
Hasn't mattered too much though. C9 have been phenomenal on these retakes.
Now the timing's going to be a little offset here because you've got Ye a mile away, and that mid play still coming back.
Still an alarm bot there.
Yeah. Okay. And now there should be the warning. Right, they know there's a lurk in play. That's going to be now noted. Quick turn from Leaf, and actually the damage achieved. The flash is fantastic for Stax. Has another. Invests. And there's the trade. So now we look at what's remaining. The 3 players make it just 2. Buzz and RB getting demolished by ZETA. 24 HP and a dream, and it ain't gonna come true today. RB still trying to hold on, but Ye's positioning not considered, but the time is on DRX's side.
I mean, again though, as good as a successful retake, ZETA is absolutely insane. One of the players that I wanted to see repeat that performance. It's just ridiculous. DRX come into this, gonna struggle maybe for utility, but he's just absolutely insane.
Really
The only reason they lose that is because of the lineup.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, he's so cautious of once again DRX relying on that deep hold in the post plant.
Okay.
Last time with the Bladestorm, we did see C9 literally sit in spawn, forcing DRX to shift walk the entire map.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if they actually go for this, because they're still sitting posted up on the Zelsis is going to pop the ult at just the right time. And it's just incredible work from Zelsis. Oh, and ZETA as well. It's a blender. And DRX is just left strewn across the floor. There's nothing left of them, just Marco. The Cloud9 wall will not be moved. It's just unreal performance. Mike, I'm sold on the Cloud9 roster. I thought this would be DRX bringing a much closer game here.
Absolutely. I came into this looking at C9. They've set the bar very, very high in that opening series versus Paper X, but I mean, most of my questions have been answered already.
It's just the fact that they've been so adjustable here, a brilliant approach to playing against DRX. They were not caught out, they were not too headstrong to adjust. This has been really eye-opening for us here, and well, I wonder if it's the same for the desk. Let's hear what they have to say.
Indeed it is. One thing that is very apparent here is that Coach MCE's prep work with the C9 roster leading in this one, Mimi, has been nothing short of exquisite.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Coming into this match, we were talking a lot about DRX and how good their B hits are on this map, but the prep work from C9 utterly shut them down. Let's take a look at the pistol round here, where Ye instantly puts his wall up, back calls, and DRX try that same hit. Shock, dart, flash, all coming in at once, but the wall blocks that that flash, so Buzz pretty much dies for nothing. Ye gets a second kill, and then C9 come through with a fantastic retake. Now another round, a little later on, similar idea. This time Buzz doesn't want to go back calls to die, but still C9 has a player back there. Vanity is holding, gets a kill, and buys time for his teammates to flash out of the smoke and win in the retake. Cloud9 was fantastic at the retakes and the preparation throughout this half.
See, and that's where I almost want to now try and take this forward a little bit and look at Zellsis, because going into the attack last time, their B-side execution was different. They would have a deep flash coming out from ZETA, and then a close flash if they made contact from him. So we've witnessed one team adapt to how they played before and fix their defensive setup. Now I want to take a look at whether or not DRX can adapt to what is there on the other side from Cloud9. Have they made those same defensive changes to fix and bring this back in the second half, or is it still going to be a strong attack coming through from C9?
Yeah, this has been an absolutely gorgeous game to watch. I mean, top to bottom, I don't think anyone could have asked for something better than this. And DRX, if there's one team that's going to find these solutions, find these answers, Mimi, it is going to be DRX. They have the capability to do this.
But it's going to be difficult. 9-3, they have to start strong with this pistol.
Curse! Let's go curse!
That's right. We're just hoping for some curses to come into effect if you're a DRX fan. But for now, though, let's send it back over to your board-certified casters. It's Pansy and iPod.
And I guess they are right in the sentiment that DRX are a team capable of these adjustments, but I'm not seeing it in the server right now.
Not this DRX. This is, we very rarely see them play this sloppy, make as many mistakes as they have done. And unfortunately, there's a very, very small margin for error now. With this scoreline, it's so difficult to formulate some sort of comeback. And obviously, pistol, round 2, that's where it starts for me. But initially not convinced by that first half performance that DRX are going to be able to bring this back.
No, I'm absolutely in unison with you, because you're seeing 3, I'd say, of Cloud9 really stepping up, and one of them isn't even Ye. He doesn't need to be activated. He's been fine. He's played his role. He's been in the right place when needed, but it has been everyone else. And again, that's a horrifying prospect for any team against them, that they just have Ye on, you know, a cool 8-5. He's fine. He doesn't need to be activated yet, but still. Let's see what this attacking side can actually bring. Pretty early work towards B-Long. And the Spike now going to be joining the other 2.
This is on the wall there for Zellsis. Ye's wall, though, will block off towards Connector here. Leaf, that's who will put down a nice one. Hasn't popped it just yet. Marco will get the kill just ahead of that.
Very fine couple of seconds difference here, but there's already a pivot coming out from Cloud9, it looks like, re-exploring either through middle.
They're going to jump on
look
the wall.
at DRX. Yeah, they are.
DRX aren't going to... Oh, maybe actually with...
There's already a ping.
Zest slipping back towards Sewer. Stax is there as well.
Yeah,
actually 3 members of DRX this side.
Yeah, we're seeing not necessarily a mirrored approach, but super deep. And Zellsis needs to sell them the perfect fake. Yeah, it's fine. Just clip off half of that and it looks real nice. Buzz. Let's get Zellsis, and here's that diligence I wanted to see. Yeah, deep clearing, lovely work from ZETA. And that's a stark difference and a stark contrast from that first half we saw coming out from DRX, who almost fell foul to that. And now, even with all that consideration, we are in a 3v3 post plant now, and it's tricky to move these players out of these positions.
Vanity trying to set something up. We create a little pocket for Leaf to play in, and he will do.
Much nicer. Leaf got a little bit more room to work now. Just a tap on the spike. Timing. Oh my God!
Gets a second.
What? Zest turns in time. Marco pulled off from the diffuser. Now it's the swing from ZETA 10 HP, and now the other side. Wait, Marco got Vanity, the 1v1, but it ain't halfway, and the swings there. Cloud9 refused to lose. Double digits instantly in the second half now.
The problem being, again, though, look at this setup on A site. It's not like DRX at all. RB has no safety net whatsoever. He's almost caught in astral form there, but there's no crossfire setup. There's 3 members of DRX that did this 15, 20 seconds ahead of this site here coming through. There was 3 members of DRX on this side of the map, and they still weren't ready.
Worrying times for DRX now. This is like...
Zepa's just running through with a frenzy. It's like Dry swinging into dugout. PS2 with a frenzy.
Yep.
It's such a difference in confidence that we're seeing on display here.
Oh no, Cloud9 are, as in name, as in nature right now, absolutely loving what they're doing. And DRX made to look bad at their own game, which is crazy to me. Stacks a quiet performance so far, 5-12, certainly not what he wanted, but we'll get big information here. But remember what they're working with. Sheriff's in a classic.
I doubt Cloud9 are going to respect the fact that 3 of them got pinged.
No, they could not care less. Going to go through the motions. Fully aware they have more than likely superior weaponry here. The rifle lead for the Zelsys as well. So, Marco, not bad. And there's the response though. So shut down pretty quickly. Anyone else to cause threat? No, it doesn't look like it, so the plant should be coming in. Vanity could get chipped away at here though. Anyone else able to make much of it? That's a shot, Marco! Some heat-seeking shots out of that Sheriff, but 2v3 still tricky. Zelsys alive, and that angle is rotten to play against.
It's almost a one-way under Ye's wall there towards main. Dirty stuff from Cloud9.
Oh, Marco. There's not much really to do here. Making a valiant effort for sure. But Vanity with a round, and Cloud9 with 11.
So they have one opportunity to stop the inevitable here. DRX 2 away from the Vipers bit, but that's the only thing. Even RB bringing a Bulldog into this.
Yep.
A couple of members from Cloud9 forcing up, at least Sleef and Zelsys down to 500 and 100 respectively, but I mean, with the way this is going, can't really fault them.
No, let them play right now, and it looks quite all in. Flash finds nothing early, so that should allow them safe passage, at least towards the main.
And just look at the difference in space denial immediately from Cloud9. It's such a contrast from DRX's attacking half.
RB has to back from
Look at the utility.
It's all encompassing. Stax either has to commit towards standing in the most awkward position on stairs. Zelsys all too aware of it, and then force them away. RB only has one place to play on towards site, and that's so quickly checked. Stax tries to make a play through the wall, but still gets found pretty quickly. Cloud9 just in absolute motion right now. And Buzz, irrelevant to outcome here, flashed off, forced away, Plant coming in. You got Ye a mile above you, and Cloud9 make it to 12.
The layers of utility and that execute are just so overwhelming for DRX. Again, the slow orbs coming through, the gravity well at the start. Again, just noting the space denial on the side of Cloud9. DRX respected, they try and play deep, but then there's 2 flashes that come through that are absolute perfection from Zepa. Stax is desperate to try and support outside this Cosmic Divide, but eats that flash.
And it's no man's land, right? There's Cloud9 are hyper aware of the only places available. You've got Pit, which
they literally run it down to RB and dugout.
Straight up, they know it's the only place you can really play, or if Stax is downstairs, right? And you've already cleared that. So again, Cloud9 very well-constructed rounds, putting on a beautiful display here. Glad it wasn't just that flash in the pan in the first. This is commanding, considering we saw DRX put up numbers like this in their opening game on this map. So the difference is huge. And at this point, you certainly can't compete if you don't compare with these 2 teams. It's just night and day. And we look at what's the approach this time. Cloud9 giving us a different look here. Over towards that B site. Very much all in, though.
DRX already got bodies towards the side to try and stop this. Looks like it might be Zelsys to lead the charge here. The Seeker's behind it as well.
Okay, does get sent away. Not so free this time. Buzz and Marco making a go at this one. Much better crossfires being held, but there's still life in them yet. Vanity's still alive, Leaf's still alive, and Zels is still alive. And Stax and RB now sweating bullets because they've got the ult ticking down, 10 seconds to make something happen. And Leaf is saying no. They want this map done. They want out of here. RB, last chance to dance in this. 20 seconds. And look at the positioning from Zelsis. Won't even be able to get towards side at this point. RB's options starting to dwindle now with the seconds start to pass, and there it is, Zelsis to claim the 13th, but Cloud9 looking a cut above the rest.
What a phenomenal performance from Cloud9 here. Again, uncharacteristic from the side of DRX, looking flustered in so many of those rounds, unable to find a response.
Straight off the stage too there.
Look, I mean, looking for a game plan at the start of it as well. We just, Marco made some of these interesting, but yeah, that's really demoralizing.
That's a heartbreak when you get kind of beaten at your own game as well after having a great performance on this map not too long ago. In that debut round where all of us thought, okay, DRX looking good, but now we've got their work cut out here with Haven next coming up.
They didn't even meet the mark of Paper X. They got one less round than Paper X.
Bloody hell, what is this team? Cloud9, monstrous. Monstrous in approach. I cannot wait to see this next map. It's, if anything, just getting to enjoy Cloud9 in near on what looks like perfect form here. As said on the other side, DRX flat performance to start with. There's no two ways to talk about it. We have to be honest about it.
Can't
Did not
butter
look
that
good.
up.
No, there's no way to really paint this a prettier picture for them. It's mental reset, hopefully. That's it.
Well, again, coming into this series, I was talking about obviously Cloud9, the ones to set the bar of where we now expect them to maintain, or at least that's my expectation. But for DRX, this was so far below. I've got to say, probably the worst international performance we've seen from DRX, period.
I'm with you. I'm in complete agreement. I'm sure the desk will want some time to really talk this one over. We do still have Haven coming up, which will be DRX's choice. And for their sakes, it has to be better than this.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, to quote my good friend Qeon on Fire on Twitter, that might be the last time that anyone ever lets Cloud9 play Pearl for 2023. In a dismantling performance, DRX left without a solution, and they are essentially now searching for answers. That is a Cloud9 dominating finish. And let's dive into this one here because really, Mimi, it started from the beginning. It was unreal.
Yeah, this was such an incredible game from Cloud9, where DRX never felt like they had a way in. It started with C9 having some great preparation, countering out the game plan that DRX wanted to bring into Pearl, and after that, it was just fantastic adaptation from Vanity and MC.
But that's the thing, I feel like teams picking into a map, a lot of the time you have to have faith in your own structure, your own default, but the fact is it almost looked like they came into this and went, okay, how can we mess with everything that DRX want to do?
Yeah.
And they did it wonderfully throughout the entire map.
And the thing DRX wanted to do was win post plants. That was a big win condition for them the other day when they were playing on Pearl. And they were not allowed to win pretty much any post plants here. Cloud9's retake game was incredible. The game plan of just double flashes, fast retaking through smokes every single time meant DRX never had a chance to get set up in these post plants.
Yeah, but that was the thing. They either sort of disrupted them in the post plant or they disrupted them before they even got there. Like some of the Zell's aggressive flashes deep were just unbelievable.
At 63% win rate, that is quite unusual on Pearl. Pearl tends to be a map where the post plants are really strong, especially towards B. Wasn't the case here.
Yeah, it's just like the fact that they won everything. They denied DRX any kind of comfort whatsoever. And one of the players that was instrumental in doing that.
Wait, who was it, GB? Who was it? There was someone. I think I highlighted someone earlier. Who was it, GB?
One of our hair-raising players of the day.
GB?
It's ZETA.
I was a ZETA. Honestly, who could have seen this coming? Like, that guy would have to be
Certainly
such
not
a
you, Tom.
genius to
Certainly
just
not
predict
you.
the guy who was absolutely unreal the last time they played this map. I'm brilliant, ZEPA's brilliant, and honestly, the map that he had was unbelievable.
Don't compare yourself to ZETA. He has a great head of hair. You do not, good sir. But this guy had a great map. We talked about the double flash comp being so good for them, and this guy was a huge part of it. So much value out of those sky flashes for his team, and also just every retake, he was getting a 4K.
Yeah, you wanted to try and deny him that, but the reality is like deny that he had such an impact on that game. But no, he was unbelievable. And let's move on though to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match because it doesn't get any more high speed than that ZETA 4K that we saw earlier.
Which one?
Actually, which one was it? Was it the first?
Was it the second?
Yeah,
here it is.
The third one, maybe?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, it was the pistol. This was literally, you know, like we're into the half already. It's 9-3, and everyone thinks to themselves, okay, we just gotta shut down ZETA. And then ZETA says, and he stops it right in its tracks. This kid is unbelievable, me.
Yeah, I mean, he is on another level right now for Cloud9. Absolute perfect play out of him. So many clutch situations that he continued to manage to win miraculously. For DRX, I didn't even feel like they were playing particularly poorly in that one. I think, sure, they got counter-strat at the beginning, but they had good ideas to adapt. C9 was just always one step ahead, and their players were performing at such an insane individual level that DRX never even had a chance to bring it close, which we've never seen that happen to DRX before.
Yeah, it was so scary to watch DRX, a team that we've praised for amazing consistency, really struggle to find any kind of solutions there. But, you know, here's the thing. You ever get that feeling that a camera's looking over your shoulder?
Right now,
and
actually.
I always feel it. Well, that's because you're in our aim lab shoot around. There it is. That's a toss. Anyway, it's going to be Leaf. For our aim lab shoot around here. He's going to shoot some circles, but we were talking about this during the game, Tom, and you know, traditionally everyone's been like, Yay, El Diablo, star player, best player in the world, blah, 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 blah. This guy's literally on a team now where he does not have to worry about that, and it's because of guys like Leaf and ZETA.
Yeah, he's literally challenging to be a top 5 member of his own team. It's quite difficult at the moment. Like, don't get me wrong, he's still fantastic, but it must be a bit of a weight off. They're actually starting to give me, it's very early, but they're starting to give me vibes of like Loud. Where Loud, it's like, who is the star of this team? It's
everyone.
Like everyone is the star of this team, and that's the thing. You even look at some of the plays that the likes of like Vanity are making with the judge to directly counter things that DRX are doing. It's like it's so difficult not to just almost marvel at this team at this point.
And that's the thing. We can marvel about the individuals, we can marvel about the preparation, or we can marvel about the adaptations. Cloud9 seems to have everything, and now DRX is in the hot seat. We head to map number 2. Haven, it's their pick, but it's going to be pretty tough to come back, especially against a Cloud9 who you haven't seen them play this map yet.
Yeah. The other thing as well is You mentioned El Diablo. You mentioned sort of the man that was brought in as the best player in the world. This is his map, and this has been his map for a very long time. Even go back to when Gambit managed to win themselves in Berlin. He still dropped a ridiculous amount of frags to take that one.
It's been way too long since we have seen Ye off chamber on this map. I want those Marshall clips back.
Yeah, hey, you know what? It will certainly light up this crowd if that's the case. You got, oh, hey, is that the Global Esports guys cheering on DRX? they're giving love to their Pacific brethren over there. But, you know, I think the fans are definitely going to have to will DRX back into this game, because to get boomed like that on Pearl, that is demoralizing. And now you're going to be going to Haven, a map that you know, Tom, traditionally Ye has been great in. Here's our Prime Gaming agent select. Let's see what we get here, Tom.
Well, that's the thing. I am very excited to see what's actually being played, because you could have Zelsis on the likes of even a Phoenix still if you wanted to. You could throw in the likes of a Jet onto Ye once again, but so far it's fairly similar to what we've seen from them in other maps.
Yeah, for DRX, it looks like they're playing their standard comp here, and for C9, Zelsis comes out with the Phoenix. I love what they did with it back on Pearl with the Orb farm, and we also got Ye back on the Chamber. Again, you asked him in that interview, Chamber's dead, what are you guys up to? They're like, nah, that was overstated. And I think this is another one of the maps where you can get value. There's quite a few angles where you can still get early peaks and get away with that rendezvous.
Well, the thing is as well, they're playing on that defensive side first, so that's only going to set to him perfectly.
DRX was top 3 at Champions. They're at the precipice of being sent home. They need to win this map.
Well, look, I think we can all agree that we want to see 3 maps. Everyone's watching. They want the 3rd one to happen. So let's see if we can get it and send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you, and you're right. It is a stark reminder. DRX, a top 3 team, really a champs. They went as far as they could, an incredible performance, and here they're falling short. But Mike, let's talk about Haven. Let's talk about what this is for both sides. DRX, this has been a classic stronghold for them through eternity.
The origin of the flash dash, right?
Correct,
so we're back on that composition. And one important thing to note as well, Ye back on the chamber. We heard in one of the interviews, DRX talking about interested to see what kind of player Ye is. Maybe this is some, you know, familiarity in terms of what they're going to be facing off against. But it's a tall order. With the way Cloud9 are playing, I don't think they're going to allow DRX to establish any comfort once again in the second map.
No, and DRX need to change the narrative of the story from the very word go. Play like they are that incredible team we've seen in the past. Kindle some of that brilliance and already off to a good start here. Plant's there, but the retake is quick. And it's a 1-for-1 trade out of the back of the Paranoia and the flash coming in from Zelsis, but again, gonna put Stacks in a really uncomfortable position. Yeah, handled. Zelsis all too aware. Quick work being done here, but the 3 final players are the ones sitting deep. Super hard to clear out. What's the plan here?
Marco and Zest will both find kills. Zest will double down on it. 20 HP for Leaf. Just waiting for the beat to come through. Marco will seal the deal. And a pace change in round 1 here from DRX. Hopefully an indicator of a totally different approach here on Haven.
That bell of pace needs to toll throughout this game now for DRX. They cannot be dictated to like they were on that first map. They were flat. They did not look like they had turned up, and you saw it when they walked off the stage. It was just straight to the back. There was no high fives, no nothing. It was straight going back to business.
Where's Stage Stacks?
Stage Stacks is real quiet right now.
Yeah.
That mouse is getting no kisses tonight. All right, there's no love being shown here. And we are seeing the Stinger buy-up still, actually.
Hey,
just quick glimpse of that.
Vanity said it. It was just a price nerf.
True
so
to his word.
relying on it once again here. Ye obviously going to run the Headhunter into this one. Effectively a Guardian, especially in his hands. DRX will show a little presence early on here. Until they get a decent read on the fact there is a purchase behind this. At least cautious of it early on here.
I want to see if DRX are able to test this.
He's tucked in, by the way. Yeah, he's tucked in.
It should be good for 1. Yeah, there it is, and actually dips out. Perfect. Yeah, not overstaying his welcome. Knows exactly his role here. Early warning signal. Actually feels he can re-aggress potentially.
He can get ahead of the smoke, yeah.
Yeah, really good read on the timing for Ye. Second bite at it, no, didn't quite land as well as he wanted. Now, sadly for the rest of Cloud9, left in no man's land. Not able to really find that support there since Ye fell. But for DRX, this is good. This is a post-plant now.
Yeah, the numbers advantage as well, which rarely happened on the previous Vanity. Let's try and set up with a Paranoia. Flash through, actually the TP out. Zelsis is going to find one. They follow through on this.
Surely they can't close down the gap on the rest. No, it's that kind of final line that gets held. Lovely work. DRX 3 standing. That's fine. 2 of those Bulldogs still in play. I think that's the majority of it. Yeah, that's fine. On the other side, because of those stingers, we have to see what they go for now. The economy could potentially spiral off the back.
An opportunity, at least early on, for DRX to build themselves up a lead. A confident approach to these early rounds. DRX need, in my eyes, 4 or 5 of those in this first half.
Yep.
To even start to chip away. From those map 1 nerves that certainly are lingering.
Yep, see if they can shake it off. The flash to set Ye into that angle once again, but it did find someone on the other side, so might have to be a little bit more cautious. Yeah, actually deciding against it here. And it will be looking like a C split as it stands. 1 to test Garage and 4 towards Long, so this is a lot of pressure on that shorty. But 4 players mirroring, and they do have that one, who is it? Stuck towards Garage. This could be RB, maybe able to hear some of these steps. Again, a little bit trickier to pull that off when we are in these arenas. Finds nothing, and patience being displayed now. Dog clearing through middle. ZETA will catch a glimpse. Okay, they've noted RB now. It looks like DRX off the back of this will readdress that C site.
Yeah, Valency tagged up, but with that shorty,
doesn't matter.
You almost bank on him going 1 for 1, even if he gets stunned here with the fault line.
The timing, he's gonna let one pass slip into the smoke. This is a great
just
play.
found that kill!
What? Sorry, Ye found that?
Ye just plucked Buzz from the skies.
They're fleeing the scene. They are running. They need to get the hell out of here, but they have no idea if anyone's waiting towards A. Maybe noting that Ye had adjusted was enough. Maybe the utility scene as well, that dog through middle. There's a lot of indicators that A should be free right now.
Get themselves a free plant at least.
Yep.
Buzz sent to the slaughter, but not in vain. Straight 4v4 here with Vanity falling to the hot hands of Zelsis.
Almost a 1G. Not quite.
And initially, C9 shut out here from the aftershock.
And I want to see diligence here from DRX, and it's just that wide swing from ZETA. That frenzy looks just foul in his hands. Marco takes that next layer of contact, the pressure towards Sewer. They know where these both players are, and the overwhelm again!
Surely
Look
not.
at that face!
Surely
Look
not.
at what Ye has done to them. Look at Zelsis. They know they have just destroyed DRX's momentum again.
Show me the headshot. Show me the headshot. It happened literally over the top of Vanity's head. What is that?
Must be nice to have Ye on your team. God, and even this, that frenzy. That's like the CZ in full form for those who remember it. Bloody hell.
Vanity can't believe it.
No. No right. And DRX must be
This
shaking
is after
to their
the
core.
this is after the forcing round 2 from Cloud9. But they flip it back in round 3.
No harm, no foul to the economy now. They're feeling happy about this, and it's an all-in A piece as it begins. There's no secondary plans, there's a little bit of utility from the KJ, but that's about it. And it looks like respect being shown by Cloud9, sitting a little deeper, maybe Ye to get one shot at it if he had the opportunity, but the smoke is in place.
You're going to rely on the retake again.
And look, DRX's side takes are famed, and rightly so. Now they need to be able to hold these retakes that Cloud9 have been making look like their own, and already Zelsis is happy to go in with that ult, see what space he can find. Graffiti looking clear. This now has a little bit more information on the playback through. Leaf gonna find RB, and now Hell's next on the jumping block, but actually DRX dig their heels in. Finally, they find form.
Beautiful response there. Again, burning up a little bit of utility. C9 trying to get just ahead of DRX's expectations. Zelsis, unfortunately, not able to really create anything coming out of that smoke. But I think you're absolutely right. Cloud9 demonstrating once it, they have to respect these site hits. Whether or not we're going to see an opportunity for C9 to, maybe if it's some kind of situation where there's 3 towards one site, they might try and dig their heels in.
Timeout called. Considering how well prepped they were on map 1, they seem to have a game plan here, and they certainly know DRX's strengths. I am wondering if they can refine those retakes, or if there is another way they want to approach this, potentially, and more pressure on the back lines. However they want to do it, there's options. Into this round, though, I am waiting to see if we just see that hero rifle with Ye as well. I'd love to see what he has planned for it. But for now, It's coach time. Talk through the options. The problem is, I would say now DRX get to strengthen this as they do have so many ults to play with. Yes, RB burnt theirs earlier on, but Stax, Buzz, Marco, Zest, all now prepared for that. Sweetie, I don't even know if he actually had that ult earlier on. Might be just telling porcupines. But yeah, timeout for Cloud9 should give them at least a little bit of readjustment after now we've seen DRX find form finally.
I guess difference being here with the veto as well. DRX showing previously Haven versus BBL. I mean, not much to take away from that first half. 11-1, I believe it was.
Yeah.
BBL just scraping through one round there. So I'm curious to see what C9 fall back on. What's the adaptation that we'll see?
I want to see if Ye gets much play with this rifle.
He did make a sound there, and actually, yeah, the alarm bot's going to stop any further progress anyway, but C9 got bodies here very early on.
Now, do they fight on this? They actually do, yeah. They're trying to actually make a little bit of a mid-play, which works out this time. Zelsis gets away and gets an upgrade. Leap in tow as well. And now Stax put on the chopping block. He needs to find some form himself. Marco by his side. Ye on the backside makes it over. Ye being the problem. And now Zest eats that flash. He's so blind. Noted scene. Pressure galore. And Cloud9 thrifty the round. Beautiful work.
And it's not even really on the back of Ye's rifle.
No, it's
on the back of Zelsis on a stinger. I mean, sticking true to their word. That gun very much still packs a punch.
God, and what a response.
I'm not even sure that is the smoke a little off there on Heaven. How is Lee finding that kill? We come back to, again, something I hinted at in map 1, which is DRX making the finest of mistakes.
At this level, though, you will see it exploited. They may have gone away with it in the past, but now certainly not the case, and it's
Like
a
I said,
four-man stack towards
we're not
A.
used to seeing that.
No, we're not. And for now, Buzz on the site, and it's clear, and that should be indicative that something is wrong. Something is terribly wrong here. Zest instantly on guard duty, and I think Marco's just joined him towards C long here, and that is where 3 players will be coming back through. 2 through CT, 3 through T, and you are going to see the Seekers in that flash just to come around the corner here. Didn't quite make it as deep as wanted. And Zest could be in trouble now. Yeah, there's the Seeker coming in. Needs to depend on some of his buddies to help him out. Buzz does well to find Ye. That's towards CT. Could do with another leap. Not able to apply the pressure at the same time now. An adjustment through Garage. Vanity gets found. This is really nice from DRX. We are getting answers back and forth between these two. Big round from Buzz. And Zelsis denied. DRX continue the lead.
They flip a thrifty back on Cloud9. Actually, with the operator invested, yes, Ye will have the tour de force. Vanity's going to struggle. He's not scared of playing a stinger or a judge in a round like this. Actually, we'll be able to get a weapon across from Zelsis actually onto the light armor. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, the TP for Marco.
Gosh, what a
this
high
round,
quality
yeah,
game.
on the back of Buzz's Blade Storm.
Yeah. Really.
Another confidence builder for them.
Yeah. They needed that after being almost looked down on in those previous rounds. Overrun. And it's a B-site hit. Now they had success in the very early round with this, but Buzz warded away from trying to take a little bit more space through that connector side. Ye posted deep towards CT in case he tries to creep it, but for now, we look at those post plants so deep. Marco, great shot on Zelsis. Catches him just, he tried to get towards the back of the site, and there's still Buzz on the site. They didn't expect him to be lingering this long. Stax finding lead, Buzz doing damage. Big work coming out here from DRX. Keeping the narrative strong for them on this map. This could be one of the best games quality-wise we're going to see.
And what's key is here, it's a flawless following that thrifty. So it gives DRX a massive buffer in terms of the finances here. Not relying on the ultimates either, to still have that in play. Ye just trying to get with a cheeky TP back onto top site. Again, no hesitation from Cloud9 though. This is a carbon copy of that pistol round execute. Forcing, but well, keeping Buzz in check, I will say, initially. But immediately, there's 3 coming through A-Link and 2 holding that C-Link position. C9 constantly ready to brawl for some of these.
Oh,
wow.
Leaf just got deleted. That's why you don't stand on the site when they're hitting those executes. I think it's a very telling story right now. DRX changing the narrative after Cloud9 looked colossal on map 1. This is DRX restoring some faith in their game plan, but it ain't over yet. The plant is down. Still a good post plant here, and keep in mind the ults they have in play to Zest with a Hunter's Fury if required. And so far not needing it, not called in. Vanity making damage happen. But to find the final two would be something out of this world. Oh my god, the damage was there. A rifle found. Does he tap the spike? Yes, he does. He wants the attention drawn, but look at RB. Oh my god, Vanity, no way. No way do you get this. That smoke isn't going to last, but he knows the position. And Zest, the jump peak should be telling enough. It came down to a 1v1, but it is DRX again.
Drifting back towards that kind of death ball execute that DRX have shown us so many times. Once again, another where they're not relying on these ultimates. Still got them in play here for Cloud9's buy round. Yay back on the operator, but not an awful lot in terms of funds behind this for C9. So yes, even though damage done in this round, won't really equate to too much. DRX are able to win out here.
Starting to feel out the game a little bit. Confidence starting to show. Quick answer back. Quelling all of that doubt from map 1 to me. It is only 6-2, but the fashion in which we're here.
Got the difference in pace again. It's another round that's just such a stark contrast. Zelsis though, with the running back again.
Yeah, but Buzz, is he ready for this one? Zelsis, how far can you get here? He's got a fight on the site, but it's actually a 2-for-1 trade out. Zelsis gets sent back, and it's the swing from Buzz. Oh my word, Vanity and Leave. It is brutal out here, absolute pandemonium, and Zest is the only one standing. How's he gone to this? But does he expect Jay? Oh, death from above. Jay's there and willing to fight it out. Cloud9 brawl right on back.
And I think we've seen C9 in this position before where they've respected the plant. They've waited for that audio cue to come through. This on the back of Zels's ultimate. The pre-take successful this time. Huge work done to get ahead of those smokes as well.
Oh, it's such fine margins here, Mike.
There's not a lot in some of these rounds at all.
And the scoreline looks quite compelling for DRX, absolutely, but still.
Like I noted as well, look at the purchase here on the back of that for Cloud9 though. A Bulldog, a Spectre, actually 2 Spectres here in play.
This is a different look though from DRX, testing middle a little bit here, but at a different tempo. It's not that same B take we've seen before.
It's lucky he wasn't around before. There was 3 members of Cloud9 outside B site previously. And they wouldn't have known that with that quick piece towards A.
They've left A completely open. This is such a mad read, and I guess considering they've heard no utility, there's no plant, there's no pressure towards A, this is the right call.
They're anticipating DRX's fear of Yay being there, controlling A long, positioning towards Sewer early on as well in one of these rounds.
Oh, the mind games here, it's just a chess game between these two. Vanity looking to maybe set Zelsis in for the swing, but Buzz was way ahead of that. Already considering taking towards that C site now. And yeah, it's Leaf on the chopping block. Should dip away from this one. There's the counter paranoia coming in, trying to make the most of it. Good trades, but it's all effective for DRX. They've got the site, they should have the plant. Vanity attempting to find the bit. Nasty timing here. Can't make it at all. Now just Yay, operator. A valuable piece of equipment. He might want to try and keep that one, but already DRX looking to find him, slowly hunting towards him, and Yay trying to slip away quietly into the night, but see if Zest catches him. No, no one does actually. Yay might be able to make away with this.
Has to hold on to it. A million miles away from the tour de force, and the knock-on effect really not going to be able to muster together a purchase. Well, they could throw stingers in the mix again. Cloud9 will struggle here.
Oh, this is where it gets scary, Yay. Oh, it's just deathmatch for Yay, come off it. And RB the final one, there can't be much left on this round now. Did he find them all?
A million miles away from the tour de force, by the way. Wasn't even close.
Wasn't even close. Mike's told a lie here. All right, 3-7, does get to keep the operator, and 1.8 in the pocket, that's about it. Goes for the light armor, and we see what buy they go for around this, because as much as the scoreline is quite one-sided here, DRX have been doing incredibly well. Some of these rounds have been on a knife's edge.
Just stop peeking him. I mean, this is the sort of thing DRX are desperate to avoid in the early round, right?
Yes.
With the awareness of where Yay's been positioning. That's why I think we see DRX almost playing strat roulette, right? Just mixing things up, trying to keep it fresh and new every single round. Looking a little more traditional now. This is the default we're used to on Haven from DRX. ZETA will be denied some information on A long, but hanging around at least. The drone from very deep outside A lobby. Won't even spot ZETA.
We haven't seen anyone kind of pushing that deep yet from Cloud9, so maybe just going through protocol list and making sure that is being accounted for. Okay, ZETA's seen 1. Flashback up in 5. Does still have the dog to play with, but we did see that Cloud9 went for that full play lean towards C. There was kind of 2 posted on site, 2 more towards B and garage. So ZETA just trying to puff up the chest, try and keep hold of the site, but he has to respect this. They weren't even challenging this on full buys, so as it stands, Cloud9 going to be postured once again for full-on retake.
Peak is invested, Paranoia sent out already. Buzz and Stax both finding kills. Stax going to double down. Much better from DRX now. Well, they will oh no!
Oh, let's go. Prime Gaming flawless with a little bit of a crouch spam on it too. I'll take that. They get that operator away finally.
And finally, DRX lean back on using an ultimate to seal a round. They come into round 12, almost with a full deck.
God, and the utility wasn't bad either from Cloud9. It connected on a fair few.
I think here DRX, they're kind of minimizing the amount of utility they use on because they know Cloud9 are just going to pop off that audio cue from the spike. Yeah. So they're ready for the drop down from heaven. They're ready for this swing out of the smoke.
I almost want to see if there's a switch up on some aggression. It looks like maybe even DRX were expecting that with a little pop towards long, see if they could find ZETA early, or if anyone's trying to aggress down. Because there is that kind of like 2, I guess, thoughts. You can either get aggressive, try and deny the early space. This could be the first smoke going in, but yeah, they look like they want to try and work off this a little bit here, but the utility is really so well crafted to deny any sort of that mid-tempo re-aggress. And again, Buzz, perfect place to find the first. There's going to be the Nano Swarm to follow. Leaflo does trade in well, and now there's going to be a spot towards heaven. At least 2 players now seen. Can they make anything of this, though? The flash is good, but it's not going to find any sort of value of doing damage. And there's the Hunter's Fury, just going to deny them even getting out of there! Stuck in window. No one coming down this time.
And this is more like it. DRX showing awareness. Buzz starting to explore inside smokes when they're anticipating C9 are stacked up, looking to pop flash out. Even here with Zest, they know that waterfall's coming from heaven. The Hunter's Fury posted up there just to disrupt them.
9-3. People tell me something about this scoreline, but I'm not so worried. But Mike, this is a resurgence from DRX. They are not done just yet. They are still in this game. Analysts, are you a believer now? Is it still going the distance?
Oh, baby, I'm a believer, okay? I want this to go all the way, but my goodness, I mean, DRX's side execs were even faster than our halftime segments. These guys, these guys are unreal, Tom.
It was honestly unbelievable, and I basically want to jump straight into one of the thrifty rounds that they managed to win, because it was like, we saw a couple of rounds sort of go back in the other direction with C9 winning with pistols, and then it was just the sheer pacing of this take into the site, just leading straight through, like avoiding pretty much every single player. And of course, because of the fast takes coming in elsewhere on the map, C9 started to gamble. They had to almost guess where they were going to be going. And then in the post plant, this was the classic DRX that we've seen in the past. The team that just looked unstoppable, even with very small amounts of utility to play with. And you even see it there with the dart at the end. It's just filth.
Yeah, and in that half for Cloud9, I felt like there was kind of 2 questions. How will the Phoenix, how will the Chamber work out? One of those I thought was solid. Zelsis got value out of those KO flashes, but Ye never had a chance to do really anything on that Chamber besides get some impactless exit frags there. And now as we look towards this second half, that question looms for me again. Zelsis will have to fixate on getting these orbs, trying to get ults up to help with the executes. I think he'll do fine at that, but my question is, how is Ye going to do in this half? Because Chamber, sure, he has merit on that defense, but on attack, I think it's quite hard to find value with that rendezvous now. His trip has been nerfed quite a bit. This is going to have to be a Ye all-star performance if they're going to find value out of this Chamber pick.
Yeah, I almost wonder if he's going to have to lean more into lurking and just try and hold down that backline and catch players and use Zelsis as that pinnacle of the setup, but it's going to be tough for them. And, well, the only thing really relying on this one, Mimi, is...
a bit of a curse.
A bit of a curse, maybe. Look, it was all sunshine and roses for C9 on Pearl, but this time seems like the grass is greener on the other side for DRX. Let's send it back over to your casters.
GB, that was kind of hot. GB, what the hell was that? That was real good, GB. Damn, you're a good host or something. I don't know, that's crazy. But we have a really good game now, so we can focus back on this rather than me simping for GB. But 3-9, yeah, the curse is there, sure, but what we've seen from DRX so far has been world-class here.
Yeah, and worlds apart from map 1 as well. I'm hoping that same approach brought across to their defensive side, and actually the pressure now mounts on C9. I'm with Mimi, we need to see value from this chamber here. And arguably the more troublesome side. Leaf just toying with DRX here, but 3 members already pushed up very deep. RB will find contact elsewhere.
This plays live. Look at the pressure between the dot coming through on middle, but still actually succeeds in that fight. That feels almost unfair, but by now the C site is under wraps, but look at the pressure coming up from C Long. Vanity hyper aware of this, but I don't know what he can do to really change how this goes. An off-position plant just to try and allow safety for this. Vanity needs to be good for at least 1. And he is absolutely up to the test. A second would be gorgeous for him. Zest next fight to be had. Notes it. And now the play's coming in through from Garage. Where's the support system? Where's the rest of his side? They're falling around him, RB, and Stacks have found 2. And now just Vanity in a 1v4. Too tall of a task, and Stacks is there. Double digits made for DRX.
And a real positive here shown from the pistol round is that they're willing to dig out that lurk. Almost anticipating, I think, Ye will slip into that kind of role. The Cats leave elsewhere, luckily finding contact in Garage, so they double down on that initial pressure outside A lobby. Curious to see, actually, if this does continue. This is immediate. 3 people pushing all the way up. They even had Stacks as well in A link, ready set up for that fault line. It's a great awareness shown from DRX. Double digits already here. C9 back on the Stingers. Light Shield's obviously the headhunter for Ye. He's going to try and look for an opener here. We'll spot Zest and continue to explore.
Looking at what Cloud9 can do with these Stingers. Any plan in mind to really bring them into that position to do so much damage. Zelsis working down that Garage utility. Still above a minute, so plenty of time to play through this. And it's Ye on an island, really. Testing the waters solo. No support system, none needed. The headhunter himself. Diablo sending 1 to the grave. Does he expect the second? Oh, the flash, he turns it well again, Ye! Come hell or high water, this man will deliver you frags. But look at the backfill, Stacks is here. He does have a rifle. Will they still clear as diligently as before? What can one man do? The timing, oh no, it's terrible here. He's overwhelmed. 1 left, 1 right, and there's Zelsis just flying through. And Cloud9 maybe tearing this round away from DRX.
Marco going to be coming through from B site here, but a 1v3. The upgrades in hand for Cloud9. Don't even need it with Ye on that headhunter.
Oh, it's good to see. It is good to see.
We've got the paranoia here, but C9 disconnected here. They have to work very hard to find all 3 of these. Ye will stop him at the first hurdle.
Beautiful.
C9 back on the board in the second half. Beautiful conversion on the back. Well, I want to see value early on. See it round 2.
This is a solo mission.
Yeah, literally no support whatsoever here for Ye. Got a freebie to round it out.
That's your first draft pick right there. There's a reason he was one of the most wanted men in NA and I guess around the globe.
In the world.
Yeah, throughout this. Cloud9's the one to get him. And he can sometimes give you a round like that. But now we have to wait and see. It's still 4-10. Let's bring it back into... Yay, I've been hyping you up. Relax. Does get buzz. If we just didn't see how he did it, it'd been much more exciting.
He's got a heal, it doesn't matter.
It's fine. It's fine. Again, it's just pistols this time for DRX, so this should be clean work if you're looking at being pedantic, which we are. You want to see 5 standing.
Especially at this round deficit as well. So now I want to try and snowball off these early rounds. And already with Ye getting closer and closer to that tour de force,
Yeah.
something they can rely on. Leaf didn't spot Stax there. Stax nearly got caught off guard. Failed to find one cheeky kill.
Oh.
Not even that.
Valiant attempt. So far for, oh, excuse me, 5. All standing, all sitting pretty. And a plant. So Zest, good luck, my guy. He's been having a brilliant performance, though. If we're talking about individuals, obviously, Ye deserved the praise there, but Zest has been having a wonderful series so far.
Absolutely. Especially in a matchup like this where Bus was heavily shut down on some of those defensive setups on Pearl in particular from Cloud9. Denied any opportunity to get aggressive in some of those post-plant scenarios or even actually ahead of the site hit. Doubt he's saving the classic.
You don't think so?
No.
Oh.
No.
They're pinging it out. They know where he's going to try and get to die to that spike. Yeah, couldn't get to him in time. It's all good. He will fall. No problems there. And no damage done. So Cloud9 have done maybe those not orthodox of routes, but they have got 2 rounds here. So they do have the building blocks, and this is the timeout. DRX know the value of this round coming in here.
What's important here to consider as well, Zellsis on that ultimate already, and that's something when we talk about snowballing, having this online for the buy round. To even just throw out on a whim into some of these site hits. But what's key here for me for DRX, if they do continue to explore, obviously here without the benefit of a purchase behind this, they have to keep it in check. So when it becomes more and more difficult to really justify some of these aggressive plays, particularly on the defense.
This does get certainly quite tricky.
I'm looking at RB's knocking on the door of having his ultimate. There's not an awful lot else for DRX to rely on here. We haven't really seen them put Buzz in a position to, actively seek out these engagements. I think maybe that's the fear of Ye.
I think it's a warranted fear.
Absolutely, especially when he's got no support.
Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't be on a whim going for that, you're right. But now we have to wait and see. This is where it can either be, I feel like this is GG or we actually get a game. And look, we've seen exceptions to that rule, but...
Just quickly here,
yeah, talk to me.
See that same, effectively 4-man setup to obtain a lobby. See how deep DRX actually do explore here.
Okay, smoke.
Leafs put a deep camera as well. It's pinged out. It will spot Buzz. Still not dealt with it just yet. Yeah, he's waiting to see exactly where it is. But still, it's going to keep 3 members of DRX here.
There's a little bit of window of time now, you're right. Maybe they can make something of this. Another deep smoke invested.
Stax is ready for a fault line or a flash off this utility.
There it is. And the pressure building, though. That's Zelsis popping the ult. And he actually gets handled. So RB sitting deep, quite telling that they are in these deeper positions, but do they note Stax hit? It's out of the back of that B site. How much value do they put to clearing him? None, not enough at all. They let it get away way too much here. 2 big kills from Stax, who waited so patiently for this. And RB all too aware of any pressure coming through Garage after Zelsis' ult ran through this. Great re-clear from RB here.
Celsius and Ye left to fight. Ye stunned up still. Lands the headshot on Zest, but Buzz there to equalize. The defuse coming through. Zelsis not going to be able to get too much damage here.
The damage, but no time. Couldn't quite get around the corner. That's all that's going to happen, trying to chase him down as best he can. But yes, it will be 11 for DRX.
Well, I was talking about this. DRX won't have a fantastic position in terms of the finances coming out of that. C9 will reap the reward. And the fact that Zelsis' ultimate shut down so early on means that Stax can tuck in here. I think initially he was looking for a contact play off the utility, but actually holds his nerve. Whether or not the smoke on the front of B actually covers the turret, I'm not entirely sure, but I think C9 had almost anticipated a frantic rotation.
Ooh, we get to see a test of this as well. We saw this piece last time, didn't get fully explored, but now Ye with that tour de force, information on towards Sewer, and yeah, he's tempted. And the flash is good. It's indicative. They know that someone has pushed up. It was tucked into the corner.
Problem being, though, the fault line's used already, and they don't know about Ye just yet. Buzz is going to stand off. And Ye's reading this perfectly. He knows they're tucked in. What?
Oh, Buzz! Unbelievable. But it is 3 players there, so in actuality, Cloud9 still have a good read.
Ye has commanded this stack to remain towards A site. We have to rely on the retake here as the plant comes through on C. A man advantage, yes, do have the lockdown available as well.
They're pushing CT. I actually quite like this. They're trying to take back CT space, but the utility now pulled back in effect to try and allow DRX to springboard in towards the site. And now left in no man's land, Cloud9 crumble. Leaf is down, Buzz is there. DRX, perfection in this round.
Beautiful stuff. Like I said, the amount of respect given to Ye to maintain that, but DRX then convert this man advantage. Get themselves to 12. This one actually almost felt like some gaps in the utility here. What is that?
God, seeing it from both perspectives, wow.
Ye just sees an elbow.
Yep, that's it.
Just sees an elbow and it shoots back.
Lovely.
Couple
really
of rounds
lovely.
this map as well, where Stax is looking a little more alive than map 1. We barely saw anything from him on Pearl.
And I still think this map is true in nature for DRX, a true safe haven.
The bread
for
and
them,
butter, yeah.
because you get to see the best of them, right? And it's why we always want to see that kind of echo through the rest of the maps. But if this gets them at least back into this game, you got to take that. You got to take that and just run with it. It's now 5-12. Cloud9 going to pump the brakes. See what they can come up with this for their final couple of attempts here. They do have enough to fashion a purchase.
Well, I mean, Zelsus will be on a full buy with his stinger anyway.
Yeah, exactly, he's fine. But beyond that, a little bit of a difference in look here. I do want to say that we've just seen 2 very different maps, though. Cloud9 at their best here. I think anyone watching the Veto now going forward, whoever you play against, you are seeing where you want to take your Veto. Or take it away from, should I say.
Just get Pearl out.
Yeah. Don't go near Pearl and Cloud9. Just move it away. 5-12 though, made to look human here, showing they do bleed. And the final purchase going to come through. If DRX do convert this round, we're looking at the buy that Cloud9 has. Yes, there are some caveats, but it is mostly there.
They spread the funds a little bit. I think actually Ye able to drop out a second rifle here.
Let's get into it.
Ye curious towards mid this time. It's not clean from Stax, but actually Buzz there to find the second. Zelsus will respond, but very early on here, a 3v4 for Cloud9.
Zelsus is ahead of this. The turret luckily will save him in this one. Actually, yeah, Marco gets away okay. They didn't fall to that ult that got popped. I think it was a little ahead of their timing expectation, but the turret taking contact was perfect.
They don't really garner any space on the back of it, even though Zelsus gets so deep before being dealt with.
I guess just forcing Marco to plat, that's still no real difference.
I mean, the problem being with it being a 4v3 here, Leaf almost has to watch Zelsus' body. Has to be conscious that the ultimate's going to be punished, so they can't capitalize off it.
Push that. What? Leaf, you're absolutely nuts, Leaf. What a time to find 2. Gives them gateway to this round. Zest and Marco behind the curve here. TP taken for Vanity, he's further ahead. Spike gonna go down. Yes, it does leave him a little vulnerable on the side, but Vanity dips back in. Make sure it's as robust as possible.
Just won't have the recon here. Vanity should have a smoke back online at some point. Hot Hands will cut off Heaven, at least ahead of that smoke. DRX still go for this.
Also, they're chomping at the bit too. No kill really given across though. Marco makes of it as best he can through on CT, but he did lose his teammate in the meantime. And yeah, not a chance here. Leaf, outstanding round there. 2 really critical kills.
You have to buy on the back of this, Elise, but this started with a 2-for-1 trade in favor of DRX. So it's just Leaf to find RB's rifle slipping back in here, yeah. Doubles down on it as well.
Lovely.
Buzz, can't even fault him there for trying to counter swing and trade this. Leaf just sharp to it though. The immediate adjustment, anticipating it.
So impressive to watch. Again, the individuals of Cloud9 maybe being outplayed here as a collective, I think, is a fair assessment, but individually certainly can still go very much toe-to-toe. Playstorm popped for Buzz. Let's see what the plan is now. Swing on long. 3 players going to be noted here. DRX can mirror that with 3 of their own.
Make a financial decision here to Jill. Okay. Nearly going for it.
She is going for it, and it's a little overcooked. He's just fed into the beast.
I'm going to say, DRX trying to get that operator online for Buzz. I think it's why we see just a partial buy here. Buzz to pull out the Blade Storm. A Bulldog in the hands of Marco. Celsius will punish. Should be fairly comfortable in order onto site here. Stax could get a big fault line off this though, but the Seeker's going to deny him from really swinging onto it. Vanity will save the life of Leaf.
Yeah, and Ye just playing aim training on the back lines here, making sure no one gets that pressure. Doesn't want to lose too much either. Smart approach. Try and keep as much as they can. They can't really drop players at this point. Let's just sidestep the flash, and the second one, but will eventually go down.
Yeah, C9 have to try and maintain these finances. Still got 5 left to find. Yeah, like I said, Buzz immediately onto that operator now. In a position to get a full shield behind it as well. Hunter's Fury lockdown still available here for RB. Stacks 2 off the Rolling Thunder.
So many opportunities for DRX to close this out, though. That's, if I'm looking at it that way, I look at the, the set on 12. They have all these ults to play with.
They're waiting for that one kind of snowball round, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe with the operator in hand, this will be it.
Could be. And Cloud9 going to be well aware of that as well. Fully cognizant of the cycle of the ults coming through, the economy now in the right position. Yeah, he does make it across. Now there is a player watching that, that'll be Zest.
We'll note Yay. Potentially, actually, yeah, Buzz is going to be able to hold the retreat, but we'll burn up the TP just to get out. I'm curious to see what the next step is here for DRX.
Okay. Instantly sent away. No one to punish RB on this as well, so very aware of how to handle Zelsis and the pressure they wanted to try and push towards Garage. And that's been dealt with. We're about 50 seconds now, and there's not been huge success on these sides for Cloud9, at least in the early steps. Stax last time got away with 2. Kind of back sight. I doubt he's going to get the same sort of business again. Flash going to set it in. Oh my word, maybe he still does 33 HP. Oh my word, how dare I doubt Stax. But Zeppa, are you the one to do it? 3 kills this round. 2 more against them. Split between either side. The lockdown has come in.
It's going to force them into Buzz's operator.
Buzz needs to hit this one shot. It should be the safest shot of his life. And it's good. Buzz going to find one, backs away, still alive, it's fine. Vanity avoiding the lockdown. And DRX just maintaining at the end there. There was a build-up from Cloud9. It started to look a little more contested. But let's talk about, again, for me, the first half of DRX in this game, from this map at least, was outstanding.
They absolutely needed that in terms of regaining in this series. They're going to a third now. You can basically eliminate that kind of mental knock-on effect from map 1. Beautiful stuff, and just to come back to it again, so many times we're seeing Stax good for 2 in a position where he's on an island solo. The anticipation there, actually initially I think it was 4 members of Cloud9 tucked themselves inside Marco's smoke, outside B. I was saying very quiet map 1 from him, but definitely getting back on the board here on Haven.
Yeah, this is a really, I'm glad we got to see this from DRX. It would have been a terrible shame to see them whimpering out after map 1. Find their form here in map 2. They've kind of stabilized a fair amount, depending on those strengths that we know them for that were missing from map 1. But now we look again on what's on the horizon, and it will be Icebox. So what do we see? Do we see Cloud9 map 1? Do we see DRX map 2? Where do we see this now leaning towards, Mike? I'm going to ask you for this one.
I mean, the peaks still feel better from Cloud9, right?
I agree.
Dare I say it, that's Cloud9 in literally pushing for Grand Finals form. Is what we saw in map 1 against a team like DRX, completely stripping them of any dignity in some of those rounds, right? There was so few positives to take away for DRX in map 1. Here though, again, even to just roll it back a little bit, Zephyr having a much quieter, making that comparison towards Stacks, and how DRX struggled. I don't know if someone would say Zephyr was the reason that they struggled here, but a much quieter map from him.
It certainly was, and I think for me, we are seeing DRX showing a little bit of fight to them. We're already seeing Stacks up and about, starting to get fired up here. It's good signs for map 3, Mike. I'm super excited for it. Do not go anywhere, because the desk will be joining you in just a second.
And it looks like we're going to a Mat 3 as DRX takes down Cloud9 on Haven. And I would say in commanding fashion, they looked very, very good in Mat 2. And Tom, I think, you know, looking at this series as a whole, it truly is the gift that keeps on giving, because you're getting incredible compositions, amazing strategies, god-tier shots. It's been everything you can ask for.
That's the thing, with all those stars over your shirt, I think if they win this next map, you're going to have to change before doing anything else today. So, yeah, it's been an incredible turnaround. I think that's the main thing. Like, DRX got absolutely blasted out of the first map. It looked like in terms of the initial plans on the other side, they kind of got owned. But this time, well, stacks topping the board, that's not something I had coming in on the breach, Mimi.
Yeah, it was surprising, but I think what was most surprising was just the consistency for DRX. We had kind of applauded their site executes coming into today. Map number 1, C9 shut that down completely. Here on Haven, exact opposite. DRX was absolute perfection on these executes, and on top of that, they really shored up their post plans. They struggled with those quite a bit on Pearl, but here on Haven, they looked fantastic. 90% win rate after getting the spike down 10 times in the first half. That is incredibly impressive, especially because C9 again was building their composition around this double flash setup to go for these fast pre-takes, and they just were never able to win them.
Yeah, I think as well the other thing, it comes down to the calling. Like the read that it seemed a lot of the time for them to get into like a free state. Like we brought that clip up in the sort of halftime where it was like, hey, they've dashed in with pistols, there's no one here, and they can get into those post plants. So I think a lot of it came down to just having some really good calling as well on the side of Stacks again.
Absolutely. Also, the way they played the post plants changed a little bit. They understood that those pre-takes were coming, so played a lot more forward, always had a player set up in the anti-flash. It was just really well done between map 1 and 2 from DRX.
Yeah, and I think we also had a narrative going into this. We're narrative enjoyers here on the desk.
Absolutely.
And going into this, we were really highlighting, you know, the impact players, right? And in this particular instance, you got Buzz, and then you also have Ye. And look, I think, you know, it's a philosophy diff potentially, but overall, though, still a strong performance for Ye.
Yeah, Buzz had a fantastic performance on the Jet, but I wasn't seeing quite the same value out of Ye on this chamber, right? Like, on the defense, he was really never getting opening kills on the off, and he had some moments on the attack, but it didn't feel like the chamber pick was worth it to me.
Look, he got quite a few exit kills, GB. Let's be honest. Like, that's where the stats got padded. I think, like, speaking of Buzz, he was light years ahead in this one.
Okay, but are we all sold out on Ye Chamber right now? I mean, surely he can still invest the Ye card if he needs to, or the Chamber card rather.
I'm taking the investments away. He's not going to be allowed to do it anymore. Hang up the badge, hang up the gun. No more Chamber for Ye.
It's harsh. That's harsh. All right, well, we're going to Icebox for map number 3, and at this point, Tom, hands in the air, I don't care. You know, I'm in.
Do you want to hold up your board from earlier? I think
oh, well, I do, only because it was a very well-designed board, but unfortunately, the stream will never get to see it. So no one will ever know.
We put in equal amounts of effort to the drawing on our boards.
Yeah, all right, we're heading into the Agent Select in a second, and I'm interested in what these teams play. The Prime Gaming Agent Select, I'm hosting now. You're off the rails.
I'm on the
He's off chamber, you're off the desk. Like, everyone's getting replaced at this point.
Vanity hovering Brimstone. That would be insane if we do see this one through. We saw Mech experiment with a comp like this last year, and well, I never felt like it was quite as good as just the bog standard, like, Viper composition. It had merit. The one-ways are really powerful, but okay.
Doesn't happen.
Normalcy. Normalcy.
What's that doing?
Except for non-normalcy.
Normalcy, no. That is interesting. A Harbor coming through, actually going to throw him with the double controller. It's something, as you said, people have experimented elsewhere with the likes of Omen. You saw that on Yumpy as well, but this is very different.
But here's the thing. No Sage. That means they're going to rely on Cove to plant towards B. It is not as good at letting you get that plant down. Attacking side is going to be pretty tough with this Harbor, in my opinion.
Oh, boy. I hope you all at home can feel the tension in the air, because after this map, we're losing either Cloud9 or DRX, and that just seems wild to say, but here we are. That's the world we live in. Let's go ahead and send it over to Pansy and Hypoc for the cast.
Yeah, this game, I feel, needed a map 3. I'm glad we're here. It's been 2 quite one-sided maps until this point, though. We're Cloud9 smashing through on map 1, DRX doing what we know of them on map 2, and now we walk into Icebox with Harbor.
Yeah, just to come back, roll your minds back to DRX being one of the first teams to really kind of toy or innovate with that B-side execute, but it was based around the Sage. That was what it was based around. It was placed around, obviously, mixing up that wall a little bit, taking deeper control towards Snowman. So I'm curious if DRX have got something else cooked up. Well, I hope they have.
I bloody
Don't
hope
pull
so.
out the Harbor here with elimination on the line, map 3, and not have something to rely on.
And that is what we will be looking at. Mike, I'm tasking you with finding value in this, and if you agree, it's actually worth it. For now, we wait and watch, as it will be DRX on the attack inside, Cloud9 to defend. An early look towards A, and presence noted now.
Stacked up here, 3 members of Cloud9, although Vanity drifting away from this, so it would just be Yay and Zelsys to hold down the 4. Still got that wall available. Yay actually armed with a Sheriff will get an opening tag.
Got themselves a window of opportunity though, Mike. They obviously don't know how much by. They need to make their move now. Yay gonna try and slip ahead, and Yay still standing with 2 big kills. Sheriff to hand and doing serious damage here. Spams away, does not find connection towards Marco, who does find one back, and DRX not out of it yet. Vanity left in the 1v1. Zest on the other side had a great performance in map 2. And Vanity needs to cool off for a second. 2 big kills already. And Zest closing in. DRX first on the board, but it was fought for.
Zest just creeping up on that angle, catches Vanity off guard, at least initially here. What the call was there, really, with why Vanity peels away from A site. Even Zelsys and Yay in a precarious position. I mean, Yay still gets his. Runs 2 ahead of that. Actually, that second wave is just so clean from DRX. Everybody swinging through the wall at the same time. Looks like maybe Stax' utility going to be dedicated towards taking top 4-10 control on these A hits. Or at least this early space denial that we're seeing for a second time here towards B.
Buzz noted here.
They get an indication of the stack though.
Yeah, you're already going to pull players over. Yeah, he's gone down, just overwhelmed. Buzz going to send the wave in motion. Taking the site. And actually allowing the plant to come through here as well. They're trying to get into it, not going to happen. Yeah, plants in. This is lovely from DRX. Clean work. RB, no stress. Beautiful. Prime gaming, flawless. Mike, what are we making of the Harbor in that round? That was quite nice.
I mean, so far, I mean, we're already seeing, obviously, this early space denial. We're seeing the layering behind that fight ball, which is basically going to give, well, cancel out the cooldown almost. And straight away, we're seeing a difference here in plant position for DRX, which is, well, I said, they were one of the first teams to really start switching up some of these B-side hits on Icebox.
Very innovative team. And I'd quite like to see if we see that little glimpse of DRX again. Always pleasant to see when they get a little creative. They've had some downtime. I mean, a lot of these rosters outside of this have been in rebuild phase, so getting down those fundamentals, running through what they've got. I'm hoping the DRX had gone back to the drawing board. And let's see if there's a challenge now. Cloud9 maybe looking to challenge that wall, or that wave, should I say. And they have actually postured up Yay a little deeper, so they're going to clear this comfortably. Should be quite telling that it is going to be an A piece. Oh, he's going to continue forward, actually. Yay taking a little bit more space. The turret does go in, so that will be defending that back line.
Yeah, DRX almost going to be approaching this fairly dry. So with no flashes, just relies on getting close, capitalizing on this utility, and actually Zest a little ahead of the utility this time around.
Yeah, timing a little inconsistent, and Zelsys all too aware of one of the players, trying to break it down and deny the pawn. Lovely work. Really good positioning coming out from Zelsys there, just to challenge that if that was a consideration. Now DRX need to fall back to another plan as that wave is going to drop, and it does. Buzz with 1, looking for Marco to get the follow-up, and he does do just that. Maybe beyond that would be a little bit too much to ask for, but we look at what's remaining. It's just RB with that Bulldog. 3 players on the other side, rifled up and ready to go, and that backline is collapsing. Yay closing in. 30 seconds, RB maybe thinking he could isolate that fight, but the other 2 sitting super deep, allowing Yay that room to work. And, well, that's a barrel moted.
Yeah, he's seen it as well, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to sit back a little deeper now. He's reading that RB wanted to isolate that fight, and he's not going to give him it.
If RB's able to remove another weapon, could be worthwhile, but 10 seconds left now, might even just try and get the extra ult orb. No denial coming through from Cloud9.
All right. That could be it. That's lovely from RB.
He's got the lockdown.
Yeah, oh my god, he does. This is going to either quicken the pace or they have to respect it. They're going to try and find the fight here. RB has to back away. He's got to fight again, RB! Incredible! The lockdown gets dealt with, and now Leaf in the 1v1. Time on RB's side! It's impeccable work from RB!
Unbelievable stuff from RB for the Red Bull clutch. A 1v3, C9 giving him so much space and respect. And RB punishes. That's a heartbreaking round for Cloud9.
Because it looked gifted, it looked on a platter. Gotta say, he was able to dice them up into 1v1s, manageable 1v1s, so well. Yeah, that's frustrating if you're a coach. Because that's a tilter even as a player. You're sitting there thinking, we've got a 3v1, only got a Bulldog at best, no worries here, we should be fine.
The worst thing being here, Leaf, C9 make the right decisions, right? Leaf's tagged up, he goes all the way deep into spawn. But then the spacing between Ye and Vanity, there's just no opportunity, A, to deny the plant, or B, to get a peek together onto site.
Oh man, this is huge. What a game. This is a warning signal for me. Cloud9, when they look good, they look almost untouchable. But this is DRX looking in potentially full force. I'll hold my word until we see the full buys back and forth. But again, here's his attempt at that plant. This time, Zelsis unable to really question it, and Buzz the first to draw blood on towards Ye. The site's theirs.
The lockdown, obviously there's stingers across the board here, whether or not Cloud9 want to invest into this. It's doubtful here, but actually, yeah, Vanity will.
Deep, can he go for this? Okay.
It's a very deep lockdown, actually.
Yeah.
It's way ahead of screens, the traditional position for it.
See how it goes. Does it hold? Buzz gonna finally fuzz onto ZETA. Eventually goes down. The defuse gonna start. Gonna maybe get it towards halfway. Yes, body blocking in effect. Turn and face the music. RB again. Signs it, seals it, delivers it. DRX up to 4.
C9 need to make something work in this buy round now. Big investment to throw the lockdown into that previous. Again, DRX showing that they have the ability to use this cove to put themselves in a much safer post-plant position to hold. Yeah, another round that's frustrating to watch. Blade Storm available for Buzz as well.
Yeah. Oh, this is so exciting to watch.
A bit of a bankroll established already by DRX.
And Ye not getting where he wanted to be, and this has to relinquish any sort of early pressure he might have wanted to bring. Has to now respect the early work put into place by DRX and an adjustment here. Marco actually finding a little bit of room to work. Now, there is a turret up here, and Vanity is playing behind it, but still, I wonder if Marco does start trying to test this potentially. A very different approach from DRX now.
C9 playing very deep on this, and actually DRX find a bit of space in mid to split, and actually the first opener. Buzz will find one. ZETA will respond.
But Marco won out in mid as well, so they are now surrounded on this B side. There's no comfort for ZETA here. He couldn't fall back. This is gorgeous work from DRX. This is the DRX that made people fall in love with this roster. So tactical and technical in approach, and now Zelsis and Ye really just out of place on this, not able to find too much work yet. RB, the only one really spotted. And Ye trying to find Marco. Still, Zelsis the one to do it. Ye can now stretch his legs a little further. Red's gonna come in, okay, back up to 3. We've got a bit of a round on our hands now. Ye, good for it on towards RB, but how do you break the back line? Ult gonna come in, this gets trickier. Spotted, seen on the cross. Ye goes down, a tap on the spike, but they can't quite see it. They need to get on towards this. Got to take down Vanity and find the final player. Stax has it, and DRX remain flawless in the run here on Icebox.
Starting to get a little worried here for Cloud9, whether or not the response is what we saw Ye hinting at in the previous round. Denying some of this early space, but DRX have sent this fake previously towards B. But this audible towards B, this utility towards ZETA is beautiful. He has no space to play whatsoever. Cloud9 trying to get away with a cheeky defuse. Gonna call the timeout here, and rightly so. They need to get a firm grasp on this early round. Whether or not the operator is something to maybe consider for Cloud9, they don't have the funds to support it.
No.
Unfortunately, that's where the question comes back to. Obviously, some of these, throw a Bulldog, throw a Stinger into some of these rounds. And when you're on the back foot, those full buy rounds become so much more delicate, way more fragile. I'll be almost on another lockdown as well. 10-2 right now for him. The desk touched on him being, at times, a little underwhelming with how much hype there was around this player, but delivering here in São Paulo once again.
For Cloud9, this is the question that gets brought to my mind. Still a relatively new roster to an extent when you look at them, reshuffling, rebuilding. The depth and the capability now to deal with a whole new look of DRX. We have not seen them really break this out yet. We haven't seen a common run of Harbor in this, and it's serving its purpose well here. Very, fine adjustments, but it's working wonders. So I want to see how well Cloud9 learn on the fly. Do they have that capability yet? 3 plays stacked down towards B-Long with actually intention behind it. They are getting quite close here. Ye is willing to backfill this.
Much deeper exploration. from Cloud9. But again, now they just don't have the bodies to defend A site, so Vanity has to sit back and watch almost.
Yeah, they can't challenge this. They're depending on this squad here, this little squadron moving around the back lines behind the wire. But you can see the preparations there. Ye's just going to be brute force and ignorance! And it's incredible again from Ye. They need this man to heat up here if they want to find for anything. But DRX are holding. The plant's still in, and the final two were on the other side of this site. They haven't really questioned the plant just yet. First player spotted by Dice. The second will be noted in ZETA. RB should be all too aware, but he's not. He's overwhelmed. Still going to try and close the gap here. Still going to try and get close by. Buzz going to be playing the seconds here. The crossfire is good. DRX up to 6.
And these are the sort of post plants I was talking about on Pearl. DRX getting themselves into very deep positions, so difficult for Cloud9 to dig them out. And relying on those fundamentals. And it's starting to shine now. This is even with Ye. This adjustment was beautiful. Great read from DRX though, knowing that obviously that site presence is going to be a little weaker with the emphasis on the flank. First time we've seen some aggression from Cloud9, but like I said, there's not an awful lot behind this purchase. So now, they have to show restraint.
Speaking of, we very rarely in this roster's lifetime, lovely from ZETA, seen them playing from the back foot. We have to see how Cloud9 look in this position.
Lockdown removed as well. RB had it back online here, so DRX going to have to find some way to recover this round.
Here.
Buzz hasn't been given an opening duel here.
Here.
Zest potentially going to have his recon back online by the time he makes it across the B main. There's 3 players at Cloud9 here. Vanity towards Connector. Leaf all the way in Snowman.
Just to see if he can make it look as good as Som. Absolutely not. Buzz up and over, no problem there, no sweat to it. The site's somewhat under control already. And maybe Vanity a little further ahead, but I don't know if he's going to get much. Yes, he does. Slips the net really well, and Leaf in tow. This is perfect, actually. Cloud9 just ahead of some of those positions, overwhelmed. Strike back from Cloud9 finally.
Forcing DRX into an uncomfortable position. You find the opener here onto Zelsis, but not going to matter too much. Curious now if the funds are there to get an operator. Still not in play for Ye.
No.
Stack's about to be back on another ultimate as well. This is a tough position. Cloud9 basically need to win out another flawless here to really equalize the economy. Still, they're at a disadvantage in terms of the ultimates.
And again, remind yourself that 7th round that was converted. RB went down pretty early on, missed out on a great deal of that. So now let's see if potentially Cloud9 can get another one of those. Just get us a free pick, please. Ye's doing serious work on the other side of the map here, taking complete space towards A, sees nothing. So again, will allow for that rotation to come in early, and DRX going through the motions. The site take is in play.
Try and get this down again inside the cove. Lockdown destroyed already. Get a free plant and they'll get away with it. The Viper Spear will actually cover the plant as well.
This is quite nice. Pressure now mounting, Zelsis falling. And time now has to be respected. A big response, heavily invested around it. Plenty of ults put into play. And now we look at what they've got remaining here for this retake. 3 players lined up. RB happy to greet them with a smile here. Stack's the one to draw blood. Buzz by his side. It is a shutout. They've got to go away from here. They've got to get that save. You said it had to be flawless if it was meant to be even good for them long-term, economy-wise. They're barely making it out with surviving casualties.
Be able to scrape together a purchase.
Well.
Wow. Not with Zeppa falling. Maybe still Vanity's going to be the concern, but should be there or thereabouts. Big investment from DRX to pull this one across the line.
But it has broken the money.
That effectively resets it. Yeah, Cloud9 are back in the same position they were 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, absolutely worth its weight in gold there.
And look at the other side now. DRX back in the position they were 4 rounds ago when they had a massive bankroll established.
Yeah, Yeah, 6.9 on Buzz, 5.8. Yeah, they are sitting so pretty in that regard. And now Cloud9 needs to somehow do this with the light armor coming out. A little bit of a different look here. 4-1 split. Gonna leave Marco to deal with any pressure coming through on B. And there's that ult. We'll wait and see if invested. Counter ult from Leaf. And RB's already on the site, though, already trying to hunt him down. And RB is just rabid at the moment. He's shutting this down perfectly. That's a Viper's pick gone, and that A defense has crumbled now.
Actually utilizing the information from Stax' ult there perfectly. Reading that this is going to be the lighter stack. The emphasis has been B for Cloud9.
Yeah, the tap on the spike's not drawn too much attention, really. They know it's all for naught here. Only Vanity to really find much back, and they still need to break this back line. They have no lurk coming in. Still no one on that spike, not even halfway right now.
They have to save.
Yeah, they've got to back out of this.
Stax puts up a second wall. The snake bites can come through, the shock darts can come through, and they can't push because they'll be slowed. It's beautiful from DRX.
Masterclass work here from DRX. Technical capability once again shining. Yes, they will lose a player here at the end, but that's irrelevant to outcome. 8-1 now. This is blistering work from DRX.
Yeah, he's going to be struggling. It's going to be a Guardian, a Spectre for Leaf. A big ultimate in the form of the Viper's Pit invested here in the previous, when you consider the defensive half for Cloud9.
Man, Cloud9, they're a boisterous team on stage, and I like it. I'm all for it. Stax does it. I don't mind teams trying to get in each other's heads. I actually really like that. But when you are down 1-8, that deciding map, it does start to weigh heavily on you. Looking a lot quieter here, Cloud9. Not really found that response to this. The first challenge being fought for here. Leaf trying to get in the faces a little, and does eventually fall away.
This progress through A, though. Marco's going to be tested. It's 3 members of Cloud9.
Oh, he's
They're actually following through.
He's sitting so deep on this. Marco, great work with 2 there. And he can hold back the third. He doesn't need to over-challenge. He wants it. He's got it. Cloud9 crumbling here. The Prime Gaming flawless to boot. DRX are running this game right now. They are about to send Cloud9 home at this pace.
Just look towards the money again. Cloud9, if they do commit to this investment, round 12 is going to be devastating for them.
Yeah.
Besides the 3K from Ye, not going to have the Blade Storm. Haven't seen that operator once on the defensive half.
Not been allowed to.
No. They've been in an absolute chokehold in terms of the economy. Buzz going to open this up. Zelsis off the rip. Ye will be noted as well.
This is going to be a horrible feeling for Cloud9. It's starting to fall between their fingertips here, and it's a 1-for-1. It ain't enough. They already had the advantage, and yeah, ZETA trying to backfill this, but it's going to be perfect for DRX. They're already on the site. The plant's going to be coming in. It's safe as well. Nothing to stop it. Stax getting away scot-free, and the post plant is dirty to try and break. Oh,
Vanity,
come on! Come on! Leaf trying to pick up the pieces, but it's all for nothing. DRX making it to 10.
And you look at what worked on Haven, C9 getting ahead of some of these post-plant setups, not allowing DRX to find that comfort here. A total contrast. Total contrast. Cloud9 barely getting a look in some of these rounds.
God, it's just perfection watching.
Yeah, DRX are playing flawless Valorant here on map 3.
This is going to be the game that gets reviewed by all the analysts. It's going to be all over Reddit looking at all these new setups, the way DRX are approaching. This is the DRX that enamored the audience, that got everyone looking at this Korean side going, oh my god, who are they? And as much as Jay can try, and he is, it still may not be enough here. Another round, a consolation prize potentially.
First time they get away scot-free with an opening engagement, to be honest.
The last round was exactly like this. They had that first entry pick that came on towards RB. I think it was with the Hunter's Fury off the back of Zeppa's early work, and yes, they were able to stabilize, but these haven't been frequent.
DRX still got their sights set towards 8. 2 shock darts, 2 snake bites to work with, so they can still reset towards this post plant.
You shouldn't be losing a 5v3 at this point. Cloud9 need everything they can get here. Vanity the first to be willing to touch the spike. Pings come in and Marco denies Leaf. And now just down to Stax and Marco to make this work. Rez coming in more, bodies being put on the spike, but the spike is still not being defused right now. Zelsis, the second attempt at it now, has to be dealt with. Oh, and it is Stax! Incredible work, and DRX are immovable at this point. Destined to close out this half.
And this is with the res coming through. They still convert this position. Cloud9 completely disengaged from sight. And DRX punished them for it. This is unbelievable from DRX right now.
Oh man, this is the DRX we have been waiting for. Teams reformed, they brought in the best talent they could. But you can't beat DRX right now. Incredible form, 11-1. Let's hand it back down to the desk to potentially almost wrap this one up.
Whew. Oh boy, that was not good.
That was great. What do you mean?
No, let me clarify. That was flipping awesome. Okay, I'm just gonna be very upfront here, but there's one person that I gotta turn to right now. Mimi, you have some explaining to do. Okay?
Yeah, so I thought without a Sage, they were going to really struggle on this attacking side. But the game plan with the Harbor was so good. You don't need a Sage if you're not just abusing these B hits.
But that's the thing, they had so much. Straight away, the high tied in, you could already see the code being used to get the plant, which a couple of times was denied, but then you have Buzz's aggressive swing, you have nano swarms down below. There's so much utility just forcing these players into awkward battles that eventually it came down to just C9 consistently having to get aggressive, and that's just the A take.
Yeah, the B take as well, really cool. Take a look at this round. They take some initial control towards B main, then late round they send 3 players back through mid. You can't really win B hits without a Sage if you're just going straight through main. But if you're doubling back around, if you're shutting down in the post line the way that DRX were, you can do it just fine. I kind of thought I underestimated how the Cove was going to be able to find value, but it was just a piece of a much bigger puzzle for DRX, and Stax was the man putting that all together. The IGL, the one playing the role that was so pivotal for this game plan, and on top of that, he's performing great individually.
Well, the wonderful thing about it is I feel like they almost ended up saving their ults for when they needed it. Their initial takes were so good that the Reckoning could come through later in the round just to sort of destabilize anything that C9 were trying to do.
And I think C9 got closest to the right idea when they tried to go for that multi-flank, but never attempted it again. Those post lanes were just so damn good, and now I don't even know if Cloud9 have a chance in hell. It's 11-1 for DRX.
Well, folks, surf's up because DRX is having a whale of a time. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters.
Okay, this would have to be the miracle turnaround from Cloud9, because DRX are on the verge of sending them home here. Mike, do you see a shot in hell at this? And you can be honest, because I don't.
I honestly don't. I mean, I was criticizing DRX so much in map 1 for being so sloppy, making so many mistakes that were uncharacteristic. And to come here to Icebox, to see them cook up something so robust here that C9 just didn't have an answer to, regardless, that's the first half. To come into this, they have mountains to climb. Mountains to climb here. It starts with a pistol, always does, but it's got to be confident from the get-go.
DRX should be sky high with confidence here after that first half. Cloud9 need perfection, and nothing less will do. They make their way towards the A side. First step, and Buzz goes unchecked until then. Leaf, great find. ZETA as well in unison. Walls there, plants in, and post-plant found. They're doing what they need to here.
3v5 for DRX here. Wall's going to seal off towards screens. Leaf will find another. Just making sure Stax is down. You're all but confirmed here for Cloud9. Well, Marco can pull something off once again. Yeah, but this wall standing so late, it just makes it so difficult to get anything done.
First step.
And it's flawless.
You couldn't ask for anything better. They need this every single round, the whole way. And I will wait with bated breath to see it. Happy to see it if we do go that far. They're able to make this work for themselves. No easy task here. A capable side though, Cloud9. It's one of the best talent North America had to offer. Picking up the most wanted player out of franchising, you could argue.
I hate to say it as well, Ye has to do so much heavy lifting here in the second half as the Jet. No flashes, it's only really Zeppa's utility. Unfortunately, with him coming off that Sky, they lose that second layer.
Stack here, Mike.
With Zelsys coming onto the Sage, it's the same thing once again.
Well, we do have a stack on the other side now, 4 players. Let's see, what can they do? It's just waiting now. Marco finds Leaf, that's not ideal.
That's not good.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear! This is not how it happens, right? Oh, in the second round after you did the flawless work and you asked a lot of Ye. Says he needs to be one of the main proponents here.
Vanity has a rifle though.
Okay, that's been heard.
Potential here, seeing as there's still just classics for DRX.
Can they get the spike back? Yeah, okay, Ye's got that. Oh, but he'll go down for it! Is this how they get to 12? Unreal, Vanity's dead!
Absolute disaster. DRX have flipped the Thrifty in round 2. That could be the nail in the coffin. I feel it will be.
I think
With
so.
the investment in that first round, Ye will get a Guardian. Zeppa an opportunity to do the same. With Stingers and a Sheriff to round this out. And this is just classics. I think there was one frenzy in the DRX purchase and it was removed immediately.
Oh.
Well,
Just
that's
a
why,
gut punch.
That's why you don't shoot Stax' body in round 1.
Yeah, and here it is, 12-2. You wouldn't believe it if you only saw the first map, but here we are, DRX, so resilient in this game. And this map has been unbelievable. Buzz, first found, looks for more, once more, won't get it, Stax is there by his side, and it just looks all but over. 2 remaining, Ye and Zeppa have it all to do, and so little to do it with. And RB standing there, Ye knows it. The final couple of seconds, the Cloud9 Colossus has crumbled as DRX demolish them. Cloud9 are going home.
DRX, what a flip on this series. I was talking about obviously watching that first series from Cloud9 and talking about how phenomenal the form that they brought here to Sao Paulo. Showing it again in map 1 of this series.
Yes, they did. Against a better opponent, you gotta say it.
Absolutely. DRX completely flipping the script on this series.
Yeah, on the screen now, gotta give credit there. That map 1 showing all that potential that Cloud9 are gonna be bringing for the rest of the year. A team to certainly look out for. Only the one name crossed out for now, but God almighty, that is a terrifying team in the future.
It really is, and it's something that's almost you have to take with a pinch of salt. C9 take nothing away from what they brought to this event. There's so many positives to go back and look at. But DRX, the old faithful on the international stage, take down a hot prospect.
They are one of the only real remaining teams as it stands coming into this year. And you can see what they bring, the depth that they bring. You can't help but love them. The depth that they have shown here, they were not wasting their time during that downtime at all, Mike. I feel they've been hard at work. That composition coming out here on Icebox was wonderful. Haven still looking solid as ever. And yes, Pearl was a drop, but hey, Cloud9 I think are one above everyone else on
Absolutely,
that map.
and it's great to see as well. I love the fact that we talk about DRX coming in, being the first to kind of innovate with these B-side hits. They bring out this composition, and it looks fantastic. And even the Des touching on some of the second layers behind the Cove, that safe plant, Buzz being pinnacle in terms of finding success here on Icebox.
RB solid as a rock as well. Gotta say it. We've seen him run out of gas a couple of times, not always, hitting the games that matter. A couple of players, we've always questioned that longevity to their capability. Here, I have no doubts with them.
Absolutely not. Excited to see DRX continue. Heartbreaking to send Cloud9 home after the performance we've seen. And already, these players, even ahead of this tournament, but making a name for themselves on the international stage. Zeppa, standout performance here already in a short-lived run.
I think everyone saw this game as the one that could have been a final potentially, and in other tournaments it has been to an extent for some of these players, and deep runs in tournaments throughout. third place. I think it was a champs coming in for DRX, and it looks like they can start this year off going even further than this. Cloud9, though, as said, overall, loved what we saw from them throughout the small glimpse that we've had. Some of the maps we've seen, they are a devastating team. They beat DRX at their own game on Pearl. They crushed PaperX. If you want to talk about difficult routes, I mean, Cloud9 had one of the hardest.
That is a tough draw to get PaperX and DRX, yeah, especially as this, again, not having seen them together on the international stage just yet. Obviously, a lot of questions about this roster coming in. So excited to see Cloud9 back in the Americas region this year.
Yeah, and for now, we talk about the MVP, a couple of options, Buzz, Stacks, Marco. Anyone out of them for you?
I'll give it to Stacks as being the most exciting Harbor we've seen yet.
I think it was really well implemented, actually.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed seeing that. I was a bit of a doubter. It always makes me upset. But actually, it looked really good there, and it did kindle that reignition of what made DRX so exciting at the start.
Absolutely, yeah, because it plays towards their strengths, right? Getting back to these set pieces and being able to execute them, you know, so precisely, which is something that almost became such a concern early on in this series.
Well, the day is far from over. We still have Talon up against EG coming up, so do not go far away. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
So real to me, realer than the air I breathe. Why can't I outsmart pride? Rested on my bedside. Oh, I wake up in the morning, ready to fight or flight. My dreams keep screaming, reminding me my heart's still bleeding. Still bleeding. There goes my mind again, stuck on someone who doesn't care. Build a myth inside my dreams, write a story I believe. My animal mind showered with memories that are mine. Can't tell what's real or fake. I caught feelings I
Predictable consistency versus dynamic, fresh ideas. DRX squaring off against Cloud9. An epic confrontation. The crowd is hot. This is insane. The atmosphere in this room is utterly electric, and we are about to witness a war between two outstanding teams.
There's Drake. So now we look at what's remaining. The three players make it just to Buzz and RB getting demolished by ZETA.
Let's go, Rick.
Incredible work from Zelsis. Oh, and ZETA as well. It's a blender. And DRX just left strewn across the floor. The Cloud9 wall will not be moved. It's just... much better crossfires being held, but there's still life in them yet. Army's options starting to dwindle now with the second start to pass, and there it is. Cloud9 looking a cut above the rest.
Again, uncharacteristic from the side of DRX, looking flustered. One more DRX! He's invested. Paranoia sent out already. Buzz and Stax both finding kills. Stax gonna double down. Much better from DRX now. Yeah, he's reading this perfectly. He knows they're tucked in. What?
Oh, Buzz! Unbelievable. I'm glad we got to see this from DRX. It would have been a terrible shame to see them whimpering out after map 1. But now we look again on what's on the horizon, and it will be Icebox. Plants come through here as well. They're trying to get into it. Not going to happen. Yeah, Plants in. This is lovely from DRX. Clean work. RB. No stress. Beautiful. Oh, and it's Stax! Incredible work, and DRX are immovable at this point. The Cloud9 Colossus has crumbled as DRX demolish them. Cloud9 are going home.
Well, Stax is out there yelling, vamos. He's actually telling them adios, telling them goodbye. Wow.
Imagine that's the face you see. You've just been eliminated, and it's just like this sweet-looking little guy just waving goodbye to you on the other side. That is brutal.
Unreal. Those are your Prime Gaming post-match highlights for what was truly a highlight reel of a match.
I think that was the best series of the tournament.
Yeah, I said it. It's match of the tournament for me.
That was the best Icebox I've ever watched, and it was a landslide. And I hate Icebox with a passion. So if you make me like Icebox, that was something special.
Yeah, well, speaking of Icebox, let's go ahead and take a look and take stock of what we just saw. 13-2. Your eyes do not deceive you, folks. They stopped C9 at 2, Mimi. Mind-blowing.
Yes, they did. The attack side game plan from DRX was absolute perfection. A hits using the Harbor and the Cove to get that spike down, with everyone else just heavily pressuring to allow that spike planter to go through. B hits where you have that kind of late mid pressure and you have smokes hiding the Cove to be able to get that smoke down, and then just absolutely perfect post plants on this A site.
Yeah, I think there was some real wonderful moments, especially when they didn't need to use the Cove. And then they even adapted to then later use it so that they could peek above it to kill the guy who's trying to defuse while everybody else is going below as you normally would. You're like, oh, okay, he's back in nest. We'll go below and fight him. Well, you can't. There's a Cove in the way now. They literally thought of every little thing that C9 could do and just battered them.
Yeah, my biggest issue with teams who have played the Harbor in the past on this map that I've watched is that they had an over-reliance on the Cove, tried to use it as a one-for-one Sage replacement, but that was not DRX's game plan. It was a part of a much bigger pie, which I think is what was so important. You can't rely on that ability to be kind of a stop-all on Icebox.
But this also just goes to show you, right, that the game is still ripe for experimentation.
For sure.
There's still so much you could do. You don't have to play Sage Mimi on Icebox. You could do something different.
It's just very hard not to, and you have to be a very good team who's very well coordinated, and DRX was exactly that.
Oh, so you mean I can't run Harbor in my ranked games?
You would probably not win.
I like that she goes, you
specifically?
I'll hold it back. Maybe not, GB.
All right, well, one player, though, besides obviously Stax and the incredible calls that he was making in the game, but one player that was popping off throughout the series, and although it was a bit of a struggle at the beginning, and I think all of DRX, Tom, struggled at the beginning of that first map on Pearl, really, though, Buzz was instrumental for this team.
That's the thing. He still was doing well in the initial First Bloods and the aggression, but the thing is, he is the sort of tip of the spear in every single one of their plans. If he fails, everything falls apart because he's taking so much space, finding them openers. He had an incredible second and third map, but I'll be honest, I don't even think it was his fault on the first.
No, and in those second two maps, it was really, like you said, he's the tip of the spear, but also, like, the game plan is relying on him. He's the one who's making space to allow that Harbor Orb to get the plant down. On Haven, he's the one pushing backside and taking that deep space to stop those double flash fast retakes out of C9. Buzz was so incredibly critical to this one, but it really is a team effort, as it always is with DRX.
Yeah, that's right, and that is the reason why they have become, you know, the best team in the Pacific region, but dare I can even say the best team in the world and contending to even win this whole tournament with the way
You're
that
saying
they
they're
are
the best
playing.
team in the world already.
I mean, after that
is like Achilles. I can see Achilles over there. Is he like
He's
mouthing that to you?
smiling
Ken Yang and Achilles paid me off. Let's just put it that way. Unbiased host, maybe. Anyway, jokes aside, though, we do have to say goodbye to Cloud9 as some of the standouts in the Americas region, who I have no doubt, Mimi, are going to be a force to be reckoned with when we start the season later on this year.
They absolutely are. And I mean, this match as a whole was so fantastic because we start off with Lotus, with Cloud9's, or excuse me, with Pearl, with Cloud9's innovation there, showing us a great comp, a great counter-strat to DRX. The Lotus they showed us too was fantastic, but they couldn't quite come through in those last two maps. Still, they performed absolutely admirably.
That's the thing, though. You know that if they played this map again tomorrow, C9 would have a million different counters of how to do it.
Yeah.
That's how good this team is. The coaching staff of MC as well, I think it's going to add so much to this roster. So I have no worries about C9 at all. They just came up against a better opponent,
a brick wall
today.
Absolutely.
Just today.
I think if the bracket is drawn differently, that could have been a finals matchup. Who knows? Like,
for sure.
They
Imagine
are
a best of 5.
Oh, it would have been absolutely beautiful to watch.
It's okay. It's okay. By the way, I do want to say something real fast before we do our poll here. Tom predicted Cloud9, and look at the brilliant design that Tom drew for this. He put so much work into this artwork here. And
excuse me?
Tom, no. Tom, please, Poppy. No, okay.
You clearly just drew that now.
This guy. Is he? No, he just drew that right now. That's the narrative that we're going to run with me.
That's not real.
So that's why you kept my board over there.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah, he collected him. He's the host. That's his job.
Do you want to show your board?
I didn't make one.
Oh, did you not make one? You make one every other day, though.
I plead
No,
the
not
fifth.
today.
We plead the fifth. All right, guys. Before the break, though, we, of course, asked y'all to go ahead and vote for the player of the match. And, of course, the results are in. Let's go and see if Stax is as goated as we think. And, yes, he is. And so he ended up winning this one by a landslide.
was wrong.
Yeah, but at the same time, Stax, if he's the guy who cooked up that Harbor comp and gave us that beautiful game of Icebox, it's all worth it.
If not, Termi wins the vote, even though he wasn't in it.
Yeah, you could put Termi in there, too. Well, you know what, though? It was hard for us to pick, if I'm being honest with you, because everyone just
they
played
were
so
all
well.
winners. Thanks, GB.
Do you guys know what I just realized?
What?
That means Ye is home. He's not going to be here for the rest of the playoffs, which is wild. What a difference from 2022.
That's
We're already
true.
seeing that in this new year. It may not be quite new teams, but it is going to be a very different kind of crop of players in our top teams.
Yeah,
here.
it's been an incredible matchup. And, of course, for more on that monumental win, let's go ahead and send it over, to the one and only Yinsu, because she's going to be standing by with Mako for our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. That's right. I
Nice.
have Mako
Nice.
from DRX with me here for an interview, and Jen is going to be here to translate as well. First of all, congratulations on that victory. You won it so dominantly, and I cannot believe you did it with a Harbor on Icebox as well. So I just got to ask, why the Harbor? And it was clear that you guys came super prepared. So how long have you had to kind of cook up this comp?
일단 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 이렇게 아이스박스에서 하버픽이라는 픽을 보여주면서 좀 승리를 가져가게 됐는데 굉장히 준비가 잘 돼 있었고 또 촘촘하게 준비된 것 같았거든요. 왜 하버픽을 가져가게 됐는지 여쭤볼게요.
일단 축하에 먼저 감사드리고 저희가 아이스박스에서 왜 하버를 기용하게 됐냐면은 이제 이스탄불 때부터 아이스박스가 되게 힘들었었는데 그때 딱 하버가 출시하고 하버로 이제 아이스박스를 해봤는데 생각보다 잘 돼가지고 지금 하버를 기용했던 것 같아요.
Well, thank you so much, Yinsu. And the reason why we picked Harbor was because we've been struggling a lot since Istanbul on making our icebox stronger. So we tried a lot of different comps, and ever since Harbor was released, we don't know why, but it worked well for us. So that's when we started to decide to, run this agent.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really good for you guys. Before the interview started, you actually told me a pretty funny story about RB in that 1v3 clutch and how confident he was. And I would love it if you could be able to repeat that to the audience as well.
일단 RB 선수 그 1대3 클러치 있잖아요. 그때 상황에 대해서 설명해 주시죠.
일단은 이제 3라운드 때 상대가 총 나오고 저희가 이제 2명이 먼저 죽었었는데 이제 상민이 형이 2킬인가 하고 궁이 생겼고 이제 1대3에 시간도 얼마 안 남았는데 스파이크 설치를 하고 갑자기 자기가 이겨줄게 라고는 콜을 했어요. 그래가지고 해봐라 그냥 이런 식으로 있었는데 그 진짜 상민이 형이 그냥 궁 쓰고 한 명 한 명 잡더니 그냥 그대로 이겨버리더라고요. 약간 아이스박스를 이기는데 그게 많이 중점이 된 것 같아요. 스노우볼이 잘 굴러간 것 같아요.
So on our third round, we had 2 men down, but RB picked up 2 kills, and then all of a sudden he was like, "Watch me win this." But we were just like, "Yeah, go ahead, sure, whatever." But he started picking up kills after planting the spike, and the opponents on the other side, they peeked one by one, so he was able to farm up the kills and make it really happen.
I love that. Watch me win this, and he goes on win it anyway. I think one concern people have is they never doubt you when it comes to coming to tournaments. Well prepared, bringing out strats that we've never seen before. But it does feel like as the tournament goes on, other teams are able to either steal your stuff or they can prepare for you. They have time to counter you, and that's when you start to struggle a little bit. Would you agree with this? And how have you guys kind of worked on making sure that that doesn't happen in this tournament?
일단 많은 팀들이 이렇게 DRX는 항상 뭔가 새로운 걸 철저히 준비해 오는데 그걸 보고 나서 모방을 하거나 분석을 해서 카운터를 칠 때가 많잖아요. 좀 그런 부분에서 DRX가 힘들어했던 대회 경험도 있는데 이번에 좀 그런 일이 일어나지 않도록 어떻게 예방하실 예정인지 또 이런 것들 때문에 과거에 힘들었다는 점에 동의를 하시는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 저희 전략을 많이 베낀다? 약간 이런 팀들이 되게 많았었는데 사실 그것 때문에 힘들었다기보다는 오히려 카운터 치기를 이제 그 전략의 카운터 치기를 또 저희가 공부해 오니까 오히려 더 고마운 것 같고 딱히 힘들었던 점은 없던 것 같아요.
Well, no, because even though we have a lot of teams kind of cherry pick ideas from us, it just makes it so much easier for us to counter that because we know the pros and cons of those compositions and all the strats, right? So to all those teams that's been doing that, like, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jen, for translating, and thank you very much, Mako. I see you tomorrow back here.
Thank you very much.
Well, you guys have heard it. You guys have heard it at home. If you're going to play against DRX, Mako, thank you for stealing those strats. But the Valorant is not over just yet. We're going to go to a break. But when we come back, EG will be taking the stage against Talon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Looking for you. Puta que pariu. Puta que pariu.
Welcome back to day 5 of Lock-In from Sao Paulo and our second match of the day featuring EG and Talon. I'm your host, Yingsu, and joining me to break everything down is Achilles and Mitch. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to gloat.
Vamos, baby! Let's go.
Okay, useful, fair enough. But let's talk about EG versus Talon here. EG, Mitch, I know you're a big fan of some of the players on this roster. I think we were all a little bit confused of what they were going to do, but they looked so good on the first match.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Look, I came in here, I expected to be a fan of Potter, obviously. She's one of us at the end of the day. But look, BCJ, I'm biased as can be. Big fan of Ethan and Boostio, but I gotta say, Jogamo, this guy was going in, taking incredible opening duels. Wasn't winning them all the time, but getting the space, and Kong. That man pulled out the Odin and put a smile on my face. I'm looking forward to seeing more of these guys.
Yeah, I'm hoping to maybe we avoid the Odin chatter and not see that. No. But they looked really,
jump over
really
this desk and fight you, my friend.
I'd like to see you try. You're like 4 feet tall. Anyway,
I'm standing up right now.
I was really impressed with how things have come together for this roster. They, alongside Global, who we haven't gotten to see, were 2 of the biggest question marks coming into this year because the rosters have just been so massive. But with this starting 5 that they have, things look really well set for EG.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the cool setups, Mitch. I know you wanted to talk about them as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you look at EG overall, some of the ideas they had in the early round were fantastic, and I think nothing says it more than the fact that they did pull the Yoru out. In this play, from the game up against Heretics on Pearl, a game where they didn't do too well on opening duels, they ended up actually losing opening duels overall, being negative on them. This was interesting, though. You know, it was an attempt to use Ethan to get a ton of information, play the TP in a spawn, run it down with the ult. This is kind of what happens, though, sometimes. You can just get punched in the face when you try to run these strats, and Kellogg's, even though he got spotted, like he had to jump on them, little sneaky start to it, gets spotted, it should be the end of the day, and he just does this. You know, Ethan does kill him in the end, so it works out really well, but you can see the idea where if they hadn't have pushed up on long, this could have been a fantastic round with Ethan completely getting all the information on their setup, coming up behind them and disrupting them completely. You probably would have seen a reverse of a flash that he's been doing a couple of times, right? From the position he's basically in now, he would flash up on long on the defensive side. It would have almost reversed around when he was in his ult. It could have been huge. But again, Kellogg's got a 4K, which kind of disrupted that whole strategy.
And you can't ever really quantify that into your strategies. I agree. I think they could have maybe held back a little bit on long and then scattered him out in that position, but it's unfortunately the way it goes. But Kellogg's was playing out of his mind in that first half.
Yeah, I know also when it comes to this tournament, we've seen a lot of new faces, but I want to quickly point out 2 faces that we already know ahead of Lock-In, of course, Ethan and BCJ. Ethan, after attending some of the international tournaments, pretty much like faded into obscurity, and we knew what BCJ could do. But Seth, these 2, they just look so good. The synergy is there for this team.
And it absolutely is, and they kind of talked about it at length in their Meet the Team video, saying we know that the other players in the squad don't really have that much experience, especially up on a global stage, and we kind of have to be the ones to guide them through to make them feel comfortable, and they've been able to do just that. We saw a couple of even individual growing pains, I'd say, for BCJ, moving into this new role, playing the controller, playing with those smokes. We saw him getting caught a couple times moving into those astral forms on that Pearl, but by the midway of that map, he really started to find his footing, started to feel very comfortable in the role, and bleeding over into the next map, it was just as comfy for him.
All right, we deserve this, Mitch. We fully deserve this. Fair enough, Ethan. You can have this one.
It was a banger tweet. You know, he got up nice and early just to throw this one out there. You know, it is sad to see all the EMEA teams going home, but I imagine he'll be shedding a tear for his NA counterparts, who I think they're packing up right about now.
But also, we have good teams in the Omega bracket. I just want to preface that. Like, we still have some teams left.
Yeah, I mean, some people have said all the bad teams were in this one. I didn't say that, but some people did, and I'd agree.
Oh my God. Okay, thank you very much for that, Mitch. But let's bring it back to this matchup. You know, you guys have heard what we thought about EG's debut, but let's hear from the man himself. This is what Ethan had to say.
We're feeling good. It's probably the best situation you could have going into a tournament. Nice clean 2-0. Yoru's been pretty good for us in practice. They haven't really done much to nerf Yoru. His kit's insane right now. So definitely for a first match, we thought that was going to be top priority for us. Individually, I think I played pretty well, but then again, I always kind of look to the whole team, and I think the whole team played crazy well today. So obviously winning is #1 goal, but 3 of our team came in with not really much LAN experience, and it's really just have fun, honestly. Boostio, he really surprised me. He doesn't have too much experience, but he comes off kind of like that he does, if that makes sense. So I'm really proud, for sure.
Actually ridiculous. He's behind them on A right now. The lineup is perfect. Ethan,
It doesn't matter though. Kelos is just killing everyone. They tried to bypass him and he just gets 4 kills. What is happening? He's just decimating at the moment.
I think we're confident enough in ourselves as a team to kind of deal with anything they throw at us. Honestly, I credit individual performances always to just the team around me, the system. This is the best I've seen our team in a long time, and hopefully we can keep it up.
I think Ethan hit the nail on the head there. Mitch, you were casting that game. You know, we had some players to watch, but on a whole, the whole team, they played great. Like, Potter is doing some God's work out there.
yeah, no, it really felt like they didn't have that player who was just steamrolling ahead. Even Ethan, when he was on the Yoru, look, he looked impressive. He was able to catch them off guard a ton. But the reality was, even when the A plan or the B plan didn't work, they were able to recover. And I think nothing shows that better than the fact that they were negative on opening duels and they won that map of Pearl dominantly. That doesn't happen unless you have an incredibly good game plan going in, and it's hitting every single time, which it was for them.
Well, it was clean for them the first time around, but this time around, they're going to be going up against Talon, of course. This format, it breeds upset, it breeds that Cinderella story. And Seth, do you think your boys from the Pacific are that Cinderella team?
They absolutely could be. What they showed from us in that first matchup, taking down the hometown crowd, the crowd favorite there in MIBR, was absolutely insane. Not something that really any of us had kind of anticipated. We knew that this team, this core of Sushi Boys, of KRÜs, of Fox, that they have been able to pull off upsets in the past, but with the 2 new players in Garnets and Jit Boys joining, it seemed like they were just going to need some more experience, but they got the job done, and they looked incredibly clean doing it. So this is not going to be a matchup that EG can really expect to run over, because from what we've seen from Talon, that small, tiny little glimpse, what is inside is fascinating and fantastic, and I can't wait to see more of it.
It's the fundamentals too, Mitch. They look so disciplined, they came prepared. It just was a great game of Valorant they played.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say a lot of people will have doubted them coming in here, certainly had lower expectations than what they were able to show on day one. I mean, all in all, their opening performance, right, it wasn't against a favorite in the tournament or anything like that, but they needed, in my opinion, to win that game in a fairly dominant way, and in a strong statement, no struggles, no messy plays that they barely scraped out. And when they walked out, I was impressed with what they fielded. Most of their play was clean. They worked off each other well, and there weren't a lot of mistakes there to punish from what I saw.
Yeah, but they've also never been the favorites either. Let's not forget that. They're always the underdogs, but I want to talk about the boys. The boys of Talon, that is, of course, Sushi Boys and Jit Boys. Seth, what are the chances that both of the boys are on the same team? But they both look great, too.
They look stellar. I mean, Sushi Boys had a little bit of a rougher start to the beginning of that series, but then, by God, I mean, you saw it in some of the highlights there. By the end of Fracture, he was just pretty much single-handedly running MIBR around the map. He had him pulled all the way over towards the A side, fakes back, gets the plant down on B for his team, and then has this crucial clutch here at the very end to really keep themselves in the game when it looked like they were falling behind. And it was just incredible from him. Jit Boys with this international debut, you look at that double tap, it was just nasty. Even on the first map, Jit Boys might not have been putting up, the biggest of numbers, but his team play, the way that he was constantly, I love that we did this. The way that he was constantly layering in that fantastic utility and supporting his team at every twist and turn was just excellent. And yeah, this is great.
Well, so I'm going to have to step in for copyright there. It's not the boys, it's them boys, all right? Let's be careful here. Let's be careful. There was an M there.
Da boys? Can we do a
Da
Da boys?
They could be the boys.
The boys? The boys?
Absolutely. Bad boys, maybe. We'll
if
see.
anything, I feel like they're good boys. They're not bad boys.
Maybe.
They're good boys. And of course, they're going to be taking the stage now. We are ready, the audience ready, and it's time to get the next match started. Give a warm welcome to Evil Geniuses and Talon. battle of the underdogs. Both teams have already had a great performance, but for one of them, today could be the start of that Cinderella run. And I know you two, and you guys know me, and there's nothing we love more in these tournaments than a Cinderella run, than a team that wasn't supposed to win, go on to win something. I'm rooting for these two so hard.
Yeah, I mean, we're right there with you. It's, you know, obviously I do have a horse in this race with a Pacific squad. Part of me wants to kind of favor them, but both teams have inspired so much just joy in me from what we've gotten to see from them so far. It's only been one series, and hopefully there's many more to come from either of these squads, depending on how far they can go. But yeah, I'm excited to get into this one and see who walks away victorious.
As am I. I mean, the reality is, I got a bit of a horse in this race too, Seth. You might have regional representation. I've got Battalion Boys, BC Babe, on the stage, and I'm with him all the way. This map veto should be interesting. Oh, I wanted to see a Lotus, I'll be honest, but I understand it.
Both teams took Lotus away, right? So I feel like this is probably the one that I didn't want to see a Lotus. Pearl's gone, but Split is on the table. I want another Split.
It's open. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but this does make sense. This was one of the maps, Pearl being one of the maps that we saw EG take down Heretics on. So it seems like Talon not feeling up to snuff with there. They decided to take it away. And with Haven open, this has been a bread and butter pick so far throughout this entire tournament. We've seen it in the majority of our series.
It's interesting given how well Talon played on Haven last time. But we are going to get Split.
Let's go. A second map is Split as well, so we're guaranteed to get it. Sure, we're used to seeing this map in the good old days as a decider, but coming out second, we'll take it. It means we get to see it no matter what.
Also, that sign was elite. That sign was incredible.
Numbers 11 and 12.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of leaves... Are we going to go Icebox again? We are. What is it with Icebox being the decider map in this tournament?
It's just something that they like to float. It's been in the pool for a very long time, all the way back in First Strike, so everyone's incredibly well versed on it. It seems like somehow Ascent is, you know, that falling out of favor seems to be one of the more incredulous ones to me, but perhaps EG knows something a bit more than we do. When it comes down to Talon on that map.
I'm not sure about it going all the way to the end of the veto, but definitely at the start, when you see that Haven, the fact that Talon played it before, I'm starting to think now they're wanting to put that pressure on a player like Garnets, who can't come in with a Neon and try to play that hyper-aggression and claim space, but instead is going to be playing the Raze, looking to beat a duelist in this matchup where EG might be able to beat him pound for pound.
We're right into the Prime Gaming agent selected, and I'm just so happy that we're not going to get those like no duelist matches. I'm so done with them.
Yeah.
You know, bring me some duelists here, but of course EG, keep your eye out on their comp here because they haven't played in this tournament yet.
I guess not, so we'll be a bit of a first look here. Looks like, okay, we saw the hover on the Raze for a moment, but Jogamo is going to be going over to that Jet, and Garnets does as well.
Yeah, that's a change from Garnets. You know, again, comes down to, do you want to beat him on just heads-up dueling space? Well, now he actually has that agent that's going to be a little bit more tailored for taking space. The same thing that will complement Jogamo on the other side. This might actually weigh up to be a very interesting battle. Again, I'm curious to see how Garnets is going to perform here as that lead duelist.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's going to be a very different playstyle here from the set of Talon. They've already shown this map once. They don't want to be upset. They don't want to be counter-stratted. Let's see what they got.
Well, let's see what they got indeed. And also, guys, Twitch chat, what do you make of Brand's outfit?
Shake and bake, baby.
Thank you very much, guys.
That's the important stuff to talk about.
That is the important. Let's talk about my outfit instead of the match at hand, actually.
That's a good idea.
We'll talk about the match. We'll talk about the match. This one I am looking forward to, Josh. There are plenty of parallels that you can draw between both of these teams in EG and Talon. You've got core veteran talent in both of these rosters, surrounded by rookies to the big stage, and also two teams where I would say the expectations for them coming into the tournament, into this event, were quite low as well.
Their side of the bracket is so interesting because I feel like on paper, any of the four teams around there could have made a run like this, but it's EG and Talon that find themselves in this position. And you're right, there are so many parallels, and one of those being that both teams are underrated coming into the event, you know? Only 12 fans that Evil Geniuses have, but they're going to be picking up more and more. Let's take a look at the pistol, because EG have gone for so many set strats in this tournament so far.
A very, very prep-heavy team. We'll see what they can pull out now against Talon. But now it's a battle in mid. A couple of shots exchanged, at least with the pistols, and a fast play towards it. Garnet's up, draft dash, no one clear in the corner. And Cornwell immediately capitalizes, but he is taken out, and it's a bit strained, isn't it? This fight is taking place, just trying to duck and weave and dodge inside the smokes, but a spike is rotating pretty quickly.
And that's off the back of KRÜ's finding another important lurk. Remember how good this guy was in the opening match when he played on Haven. His Omen was finding all of these timings. And KRÜ's has just ushered the rest of his team in to get a plant down. They're still at a disadvantage here, but it's now winnable.
The smoke's just come back online, so that's going to be covering up Heaven, and KRÜ looks like he wants to try and take the fight to them. Still being watched for the angle though, and anyone can win it. Ends up being EG down to that 2v4. The players really do. Fox needs to watch this angle. Couple of taps, but eventually everybody cleaned up, and it is EG who will be taking the pistol round.
Only a couple of shots making the difference. 24 health, 23 health on BCJ and Jorgamo. That was a very tense, close pistol round. And I do want to put a serious highlight here onto KRÜ. I wasn't even aware when we were casting their first game that he had started IGLing for the team. Because at every other event that we've seen, X10, Xerxia, Talon, whatever you want to call the core of this roster, every other event it's been Foxy who's been the team leader. And KRÜ has only just taken over recently. That game on Haven where he obliterated the server, he was IGLing for the first time. And now he's made the call for the rest of his team to force up heading into the second.
A lot being put into this round. With the plant online, gives them that extra money that they can play with, and they're not messing around in the slightest. A lot of space being gained right now as they're trying to split up into A. Dash through, Sagana's cutting up a couple of the placements, stuns as well, landing, and the util at the back of the site, and, well, EG just overwhelmed. Can't withstand that kind of pressure.
Ethan caught with utility in his hands there. Boostio trying to get the creep out.
This is contact play as well. The paranoia clears that one corner, close for them, and Boostio covers again. From the one angle in the fight trying to be taken, Sushi Boys not coming out on top. A rapid response from EG.
That is amazing team play between BCJ and Boostio. I mean, fantastic. He pushes off the paranoia, that isolates a 1v1, swings back around, and this player swinging default, look, shooting Boostio in the back, cleaned up by BCJ. Yeah. So good between the two of them. Excellent fragging too by BCJ there towards the end. And that was a dangerous round. Highlighting a couple of important things too as we head into an eco for Talon. Gives us the opportunity to talk about it. You can see Ethan has really high stats. Okay, I'm not going to go through each one, but he's the best performing player at the tournament so far. Only played one game, but really high up there. I don't think he's going to be the power player on Breach necessarily. Okay, he gets an anti-eco, but you remember in that previous round, he gets caught with utility in his hand and run down on the site. I think it's just so much more awkward to have a big fragging performance on Breach. So far, he's played Yoru. He was set up to succeed massively. KO, he was dominant. He looked so good playing mid on Ascent. I think he's going to struggle a little more, and that's going to require other players like Jorgamo or BCJ to really step up here on Haven. Unless Ethan just surprises me and plays out of his mind. But he has played Breach before, and it often looks a little weaker of a pick for him. I assume, though, that he's just picking it because he's more comfortable than Com right now.
Yeah. Seems that way. Interesting play by KRÜ, actually. TP for the sound queue in mid to pull a couple of players towards B on the defense side, so it might give them the free plant that Talon are looking for. And indeed it does, so EG now just setting up for a faster retake. Better weapons in their hands. You can see the stun and the flash. Pretty clean, pretty clinical so far. It is Jip Boys doing a lot of work with that Sheriff, but ultimately 3 players remain, so the rifle's still going to be remaining in the hands of them.
And the KO pick in general is an interesting one for Haven. You don't often see it. Usually you'd expect a double flash or a Sova with the breach. And you can see there Com's little underhand flash that he tosses out from Heaven is probably going to be a key reason that they've gone for that. I'm sure they've got some other plays cooked up too. Yeah. EG have demonstrated. I mean, I was doing a VOD review of them this morning, Brent. I spotted 7 unique set plays in their first series across the 2 maps that they played on Pearl and Ascent. I'm sure they've got more, but the strat book looks fairly deep for Evil Genius.
Heavy prep time for EG, that's the name of their game. Talon going in this, feels like into this tournament, honestly, with a bit of whimsy behind them. Right now, just make sure to watch these common angles. They are holding for a deeper push towards up into A lobby.
Is that just through the smoke?
It feels like it, yeah, the smoke, I think, maybe just getting placed. And that peak timing, but now 2 players going to be evacuating, and they trust Jorgamo to be holding this line-of-sight angle towards A long.
And this is an area where Foxy's going to have to commit the Trailblazer. Yep, there it goes, just to clear this out, in case anybody's pushed up onto a deep line. Ethan's gone for a full rotate all the way over to C, anticipating the rest of Talon dropping off, but this knife, does it catch anybody? It does.
One player to breach. It's a pretty big option available to them, I think, in terms of that info as well, considering Jitboy's one away from his ult. Anywhere the breach is going to be as well, you're going to be thinking that's going to be where the execute happens, but 40 seconds now left into this round. This heavy investment from Talon. They've already lost that one player, Sushi Boys, early on, but see if they can make the most of it. Flash into the back, updraft play as well. Onto it, Boostio will fall.
And he had his lockdown available.
So 20 seconds left, this plan. Will it be going down without too many problems? There was an aftershock there, potentially a faster play. There was a flash up close once more. Now the Rolling Thunder rips through that connector, but Talon still coming up on top when it comes to these kills. Jorgmo does dodge that util for the moment, now walking his way forwards. There's a flash to try and accompany it, make sure that he can get into the front of this site, but he is left grasping, trying to spot where some of these players might be, and Talon are playing this particularly quite well now, just biding their time, weaving in and out, making sure that there's not an easy fight to take. Even the spam through the angle, Jorgmo far too low now on 7 health, and it looks like the call might be made to just try and save here. Time running out.
Beautiful play by Talon, actually. They fought for both sides of the connector, and in fact got most of the kills over at C, despite using the Rolling Thunder on the A connector. But to me, it's not necessarily fighting there that was the great play, but as soon as they retreated, they fell back into a completely different setup. They didn't offer any of their players up to be picked off, and instead played really safe positions where they could get a reflank through Garage, they had the fault line to peek. Talon clearly know what they're going for in the post plan. And that's a bit unfortunate for BCJ, isn't it? Getting caught out like that is not how you want to begin this map.
So an answer back from Talon. Plenty of money in the bank for EG to be able to get this buy together as well, though. So will be rifles versus rifles once more. And it's a quick play as well. There was a flash and a paranoia, and you can see the fault line on top of it. All the usual utility being used to try and push their way through, and I think that was, again, spam through the smoke, catching onto KRÜ, or onto BCJ, I should say. KRÜ's the one claiming that kill. There was a lockdown. It's a fast approach. I mean, EG looking to try and retake this one very quickly. I believe there's a player detained there in the cubby, but we'll see what more they can really do, and Jitboys is covering the angle. The kill found, a nice double peek with the rest of them, as the aftershock was pushing them out of position, but they still need to try and get this defuse going. A one-way smoke, making things far too difficult for them, though, and it sets up Talon again nicely, playing that long angle.
Another great post-plant setup from Talon. They're so good at being able to get into the site. And honestly, of course they are. Look at their composition. It's got double flashes with the paranoia. It's very difficult to stop this comp from getting into sight. But then, for post-plants, you have to be very disciplined. And I like the way that they play that. They're forced off site. They triple face to stop the first tap. They've got a one-way smoke. And in both of these situations, the last couple of rounds, BCJ's fallen in unfortunate fashion. Just spammed through a smoke there. All right, bit of a set play.
But oh my goodness. And
I can't believe Sushi Boys was ready for that.
Yeah, apparently expecting it. I mean, maybe the stun just orchestrating it a little bit too much.
It definitely does. It definitely does. But I still think it's incredible that he was ready for the updraft play.
Yeah, he was aiming at the sky there, more than ready.
And EG are going to throw a bunch of those at you. We haven't seen them play on Haven yet, but just from how they played Pearl and Ascent,
yeah,
you know that they've got some set strats for eco rounds and the like.
That feels like a bit of the stylistic differences between these two teams. You know, as much as we were talking at the beginning about parallels between them, EG, like you were saying, Josh, you know, very focused on set strategies, making sure that they have set plays as well to try and push them through and win them rounds. Sometimes, though, can take matters into their own hands with a couple of risks, but still a 4v4. Does claim them one rifle, though, on this flank, and we'll see what they can get done here, because Sushi Boys is going to have to be quite active holding down this flank. It's a flash to repeat. Boostio was ready for it.
Wow.
Dodged the flash. Really fast reactions on this one, and this could begin to get a bit more dangerous. KRÜ's TP's across, and never flashes through the box. It is dodged. Smokes are starting to fall now. BCJ swinging wide with the stinger. Bit of run and gun at play, and everyone falls, collapsing to the setup of EG.
After we just praised Talon for two really nice post plants, that one fell apart far too easily.
Yeah.
There was no good There was no good weaponry available to EG until they got that one pick. And you can see EG actually pinging it out on the map right now. Probably someone asking Boostio, where did you get that first kill? Where did you get the rifle? And it was off this push down mid.
Yeah.
There is no world.
No
There
way,
is no
man.
world he hit that.
You've got to be kidding me. That is disgusting.
There's
I mean, that's
just
honestly,
no way.
that is just a LAN moment. You can only do that on LAN. You can only do that on LAN, man. That's like just a pixel angle.
Wow. That's the shot of the tournament so far.
Talon has still been able to scrap together a bite. Guardian in the hands of Garnet, but down a swarm. Set util, a gap in the smoke. That is a bad smoke, and it's created an opening, but coverage was there again. Jitboy's the rookie, just trying to help them out. A bit of a, okay, silly play almost, just wading into the smoke, and still that gap just really not helping them out in the slightest. Ethan being able to take fight after fight from that one position. Still no one's cleared him out of it. He is low though, so KRÜ returns to fire, but he is the sole player left alive now for Talon. And Jogamo, good God, man. That is crispy.
Jogamo and Boostio really looking like they're on fire. But I think it's worth saying, Brent, KRÜ and BCJ are similar players in the sense that they've both recently had a swap over to the Smokes role.
Yeah.
They were playing Initiator before, and BCJ certainly demonstrating a higher level. But after the recent swap over to Smokes, we're seeing some really high highs and some basics where there are gaps in their play.
Something where time will just have to, you know, I think iron out any sort of missteps.
Definitely.
Where we've seen BCJ maybe getting caught out here or there, but this is Talon taking a timeout. And KRÜ did get away with murder last time he played this map on Haven. A lot of his lurks really did power his team to a good victory, catching those timings. But I think the structure of EG with their defensive setups, not going to be letting as much get through.
No, I don't think so. And especially because EG are going to be more comfortable leaving A open for retake. And it's much more difficult to get a dangerous lurk into A. You can get a lurk into A that gives you a plant, but it's hard to get a lurk into A that gives you a couple of kills and wins you a round, whereas that kind of play through Garage or through B can be deadly. But that's where Boostio's putting his turret. I mean, look where he's got it now. His turret just covers any kind of walk-through on B, anybody trying to get through top Garage, and normally he's got the alarm bot in Garage as well, although this time changing his setup slightly. So Talon taking that time out, probably to discuss the round 9 plan rather than this one. But who knows, maybe someone can hit a Boostio flick pixel shot. I guess not a flick, the Boostio pixel shot.
Yeah, the reaction time test.
Yeah, there's definitely a reflex play of the day.
The weaker weaponry for Talon. It's a slow start to the round for them. Just contacting up. It's a risky play, but they don't want to give too much away here. Just hoping that they can catch someone unaware. And that player might be Boostio. Pressure's going to be on this guy now. You can see him being swarmed from every single avenue. And finally, the util going to start triggering it. Jogamo's going to be covering the one angle for him. See, the dash was activated, but spam straight down and a lovely smoke to try and separate at least that he could play around. Still the players fall, and the spike will get planted for Talon now to play this post plant. Taking with the up, never really going to be too ideal, but there's a paranoia now to Rolling Thunder actually off the back of that. Just a small piece of utility being used, and Jitboys, well, the flash is just immaculate. Catching through, and it's up to BCJ. From the heaven position, does have the rifle, needs to take a good fight, but just mistimes it. And what a round by Talon.
So many thrifties in this game so far. Talon with another great post plan. And Jitboy, I feel like he was not able to have this level of impact the last time we saw him on Haven, but since then, woke up, his fracture performance was huge, his breach play now, I mean, farming the Rolling Thunder and using it to massive effect in this round. Separating that retake and allowing Foxy to pick people off at will.
Yeah.
That setup from Boostio, though, not a fan of it. And Boostio has gone back over to a different C setup now.
It really does leave him a bit high and dry there. I mean, I think there was a smoke to try and bail him out in that prior round, but matters not.
They also broke his short Nanoswarm before he could activate it. BCJ holding close with the judge.
Yeah, can he be the difference maker? He was paranoid. Not revealed just yet, still waiting into the smoke. Got it. I mean, just spamming a common angle, I suppose. Stray bullet lands onto the cranium of BCJ, but that plan down now, these post plants. We'll see what Talon can do in it.
It's fantastic ultimates for Talon. They should be winning this. And if Ethan could have got behind there, maybe he could have been the game changer for them. I just don't see how this retake is going to work.
No, with Jorgamo as well, retaking with this operator, I mean, the possibility is there with the angle. There is no one-way smoke, obviously, and there you go.
What?
Switching straight into this one. The aftershock, I think maybe Chipboy just playing close into the cover here now. An attempt is made, sticking to the fuse, and the flank timing by Sushi Boy's just slightly off. EG making me eat my own words. When I saw that operator in the hands of Jogama, I was thinking they could have a difficult task ahead of them, but now can play those sight lines straight down the angles, and yeah, EG very disciplined, being able to hold that one down.
I'm also really surprised that Sushi Boys doesn't try to commit an ult to it. He went for a reflank garage and he was way too late. Some kind of miscommunication there in the Talon camp. Ooh. Good shot from Ethan with the Guardian. And that has hyped up EG.
So far is EG with the edge. Not wasting any time with that one, are they? Look at them. Jogama pushing all the way into A lobby, taking all that space at the back of the KO knife, but Talon for a play of their own, pushing all the way forwards, and it's into connector. A bit of a bait and switch. Garnet taking up all the space in the connector, but no players to meet him. Won't be able to find any targets. Still, it's going to be that plan, and including that, the lockdown as well, to push them all the way back. And Talon are now just taking space into the other connector, pushing all the way back into it, and they might have just overextended. Overcooking the play just ever so slightly, because BCJ, he had the angle watched for. And you got to respect that counter lockdown that was in play, pushes them out of position. Jip Boys has a lineup for it with the aftershock. Jogamo not quite getting half, but it matters not. Watched for, and the defuse will come through.
They're definitely cooking. I mean, Talon are definitely cooking on these attack rounds, but BCJ just read the play so well. Talon are very noisy in the way that they take C, and BCJ's positioning is kind of forced, but also perfect. He's on the edge of the lockdown, because he has to be, but then he's dominating this smoke, which is exactly where Talon tried to check.
One enemy remaining.
Not sure what they're hoping for there, just running into their own smoke.
A bit unusual. Yeah.
Strange situation, knocks Talon down to a weak bye.
2 more rounds left in the half, so this is one of their 2 opportunities to see if they can make the half a bit more reasonable. Potential for the 7-5, but it'll take quite a bit. Garnet's with the spike in his hands, getting chunked down. My goodness, just wading into the nano swarm while this was happening. I mean, this is just brave, isn't it, from Jorgamo? Some backup there with a paranoia. What is going on? Just TPing all over the bloody place.
How is KRÜ's not taking a point of damage?
Still tries to take the fight. It's being watched for.
Rolling Thunder used, by the way.
Into the side to try and take that space. It's all over the place. Right now, swinging through with a dash. The knives ready. There's some backup once more. Players taking quite a bit of damage. It's all just down to Fox. Reflank as well. BCJ finds the kill, so safe hands once more. And so EG coming up to quite a commanding lead so far. And one more round to potentially get that 9-3.
Extremely puggy game, though.
Yeah.
I mean, rounds like that, chaotic, happening down C long. In terms of really how Evil Geniuses were dealing with it, with BCJ and Jogamo, just awkward exchange. And a Rolling Thunder being invested there as well speaks to how much EG are putting respect on Talon and are worried about losing those kind of eco rounds, and it means that Talon have a massive advantage here when it comes to the ult economy. Big rounds, big ults to get onto the site, big ults to be able to convert. And EG are committing 4 players to an A lobby control play very early. This puts Boosty on an island.
Pressure is on. Trailblazer to lead them in. This does take this space, but they don't spot too much.
A lobby push.
Setup, yeah. Well, the A lobby push, yeah. And that is going to be watched for, I believe, by the alarm bot. So
yeah, they found the alarm bot. I thought Sushi Boys was going to be waiting for it with KRÜ's, but they decided to just take the C site instead. However, Sushi Boys has called for reinforcements.
Oh, here we go. So going to be a bit of a clash now onto the flank.
And Com has used his null command so
far
early.
Away. It's so far away, isn't it? A little
Incredibly
bit odd. Maybe
early.
anticipating that they might be trying to use the ults to try and retake with, but okay. EG, they do take good fights. Eventually, Ethan helping out, swinging through double doors, but it's not going to be any sort of suppress. And now you see the ults being used. That's the Rolling Thunder by Jitboys to push them away from that spike, but the defuse now coming through, up close and personal. It is so damn scrappy, and it is just being stuck. Nothing to stop it, no sort of spam. And apparently it's a Red Bull clutch. As we end that final round here, 9-3 will be the scoreline for EG leading.
What a half! What an absurdly strange half. But while the timeline is up, take a look at those retakes. Talon did a great job getting the plant down every time, but my God, they could not hold on to it.
EG's success in these retakes has just been paramount, hasn't it?
But it was all over the place.
All over the place it was. Listen, it was a coordinate, man.
I mean, look at Ethan giggling about that one.
Sometimes you listen on the big stage, things like that can happen, but that's going to do it for the first half of Haven. Let's send it down to the desk to find out more.
Thank you very much, Bren and Sideshow. Now, we haven't seen EG's Haven just yet. Mitch, what did you make of that first half?
Look, it was pretty hard to point out any flaws in that, even coming in up against that second round force buy, and they looked incredible. Not really on their defense, like on their holding and preserving sites, but getting back in there, as Josh and Brent said, was just unbelievable. They were on fire.
Yeah, I was just incredible stuff here from the side of EG, and I mean, shutting down that buy coming in from Talon was absolutely monstrous. It seemed like they had it completely in their own hands, but it just gets turned around in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, it's always just so fun to watch.
This is disgusting.
On the way back through, the fact that they're consistently backing each other up, Boostio and BCJ. We saw it in that very second round, the teamwork, as they're able to trade off every single fight. And then even further into the game, they were just individually popping off when the teamwork faded. These guys, we talked about them boys before. Well, Boostio and BCJ, them B-boys are here to play. And they really have been drawing my eye throughout this entire first half, just looking unreal. And, well, they got the moves, as we saw.
Yeah. Sure. All right, I'm still kind of reeling from that one. You were telling us that there was a graphic coming up. We didn't know what it was going to be, but that was definitely not what I had anticipated.
You probably thought there'd be stats on it or something.
All right, look, for Talon, they need to find their protocols. They need to be able to follow the script. We saw them be able to rally back after the coach called the timeout, but then things slipped out of their hands once more. They need to be able to course correct. They cannot just rely on the coach's timeout to make it happen.
Well, wouldn't be the first 9-3 curse we have seen. Back to you, Bren and Sideshow, to take us through the second half.
Will be interesting to see if they can do it. And for Talon, I think the pressure is going to be on the shoulders of the rookie player Garnet as well. How he matches up in that head-to-head, him versus Jorgamo. So far, Jorgamo, the one who's really leading his team.
And we've seen from Talon a number of interesting trap plays when they played Haven on the defense. They didn't get a ton of value in their opening round, but nevertheless, they showed interesting set play ideas. That stun lands on so many people.
Yeah. Oh, they just want to fight it though. Straight up, it's a scrap in A lobby. Swinging through into shorts. See if the shots can be found. Eventually resetting the aim a little bit there. So going for that 2-for-2 play.
Big flank,
but
big
yeah,
flank.
Big flank already occurring. Not wasting too much time. How is Jitboys getting away with that? Again and again, still in short. The wider swing still finding his mark. The player's weak enough for it. And just trying to contest through the smokes. Talon taking that pistol round, very important.
A major pistol keeps them in the game. If EG had won it, that might have just been over in a flash. But also, there's another big theme that Talon showed last time on their defense, was that with KRÜ's playing on the C side of the map, look how fast this flank comes through. If you look at the mini-map here, these guys are sprinting down C and getting behind A lobby really quickly. So if at any point Talon realize EG are full A hitting, they're going to get wrapped. Oh, what are Talon going for here? EG with the force buy. Yeah, big fight in mid, perhaps?
Half armor and a Stingers. It's an interesting buy. He's going to be dropping them down quite low. Talon taking that re-swing. You can hear the footsteps. Fox does get the one right behind. That's good. With the stun as well, just to try and at least help relieve that pressure that's coming out onto the site. But a pop flash play waiting their way through. Karnitz as well, though. He can use the smokes. Bit of subterfuge of his own. Back and forth. The Talon again just coming out on top, and EG's economy is going to be set back after that one. Moments like that really are what can give a team like Talon the capability to climb and make that comeback a bit more of a possibility.
That's very true, but I also think that force buying in this meta is still really valid. And especially, force buying should be better against teams that are good on a bonus. And I think Talon are the kind of team that are going to cook up some kind of crazy bonus round. So I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It is going to make the game a bit more even, though. My eyes are always drawn to what Talon are doing in mid here. They've got KRÜ and Chipboy just spamming this. Boostio down to literally one HP here. But I feel like if they don't see any contact in mid, KRÜ and Chipboy just look so antsy, like they want to push. So that's something to keep an eye on as we head deeper into this second half.
Look how bizarre this is. I mean, they've only got Fox playing up close onto A. Not even holding a bit of a one and done or an off angle, just willing to try and take and absorb the fight. Trailblazer to try and get a bit of information. See what he can clear in the corner. Spots the one player, possibly even two.
And Bren, I think it's important to, oh man, it's important to realize that EG's composition doesn't have a great tool to retake a lobby at this kind of time in the round. They don't have a drone from the Sova, no dog from the sky. So how do they re-clear a lobby in these kind of moments? That's another question that maybe we'll see the answer to later on down this map.
You could wait for the knife to come back online for Com, but so far the BCJ just trying to fake that presence towards C. Garnet's just watching the angle.
30 seconds
Deep
left.
down short, so he's going to spot a lot of those players out, and any sort of space gained, well, the warbang angle, Ethan's taken care of. Still 20 seconds left into the round. You got utility out in your hand there, Boostio, and the plant will at least go down, so a bit of extra pocket change for EG, but Talon are just starting to mount round after round.
Chipboy already up to that Rolling Thunder. Prime Gaming flawless, but I'm looking towards the next round because that's really going to define the economy here for Evil Geniuses. I'm intrigued to see how Boostio kind of works a lobby for EG, because unless you take it right at the beginning of the round, I really feel like this comp is going to struggle to get it back late. So you're going to see a massive clash here. Round 16, a bit of a delayed bonus for Talon with big ults. And this is 4v4 in a lobby.
The fault line should get off, I think, before the knife hits. No, well, not quite, but you can see the Rolling Thunder. Yep, they want to fight this one. Right up close into the smokes. The classic right click, a bit of a free gun moment by the way. Just running and gunning, and it is pure chaos. It's pure pandemonium, but somehow EG have come out on top.
If you want me to break that one down, you're going to have to give me 3 replays. That was all over the place.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows at all? Left down to Sushi Boys, and just hoping that he can isolate one of the fights, but opens himself up. No one really swinging off that one, but damage was done enough that Sushi Boys might second guess himself, trying to fight this one, but he does have a lot of money in the bank. I think it's worth just trying to fight this one to take weapons out of the hands of EG.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There's not a large chance of him doing too much, but even knocking the armor off Boostio or something is actually important. Keeping the economy under check.
Don't find too much though, and a stun to slow him down, making sure that they can retreat out of there. So EG safe and sound, and now that's going to find them on their 10th round here.
Ooh, Sushi Boys just gets away. Yeah, the clash in A lobby is massive. It looked to me like Talon just overextended, trying to follow up on the breach ult a little. Garnet got good value over on the A side of things, but maybe the push in short just not quite working. Yeah,
there's those replays you're asking for.
Exactly. Well, that's the crucial one, actually, because the Rolling Thunder and the Paranoia both missed. And so Talon are super hard committing in A lobby, but they don't realize no one's stunned and no one's blind.
Yeah, I feel like you need a smoke at the back of A lobby there to even fight that, but it just wasn't there. It's an open sideline, open angle. Well, fast play anyway. EG not messing around, are they? No command popped off. It's going to be that C-split working their way through. Lovely flash to push that angle off Karnitz. It's a life for now, but eventually falls. There is going to be that trade, and right from the side, Just into the corner of the site, no one clearing it. KRÜ's with the slightly deep ajar smoke, I suppose, at the top of C, just gives him that tiny amount of room to work with.
And that one is unfortunate for EG. They decided to go for a C split off the rip, and Talon already had 4 players in that area of the map. So one goes down to the operator immediately, and Talon have already got all of the reinforcements there to play every angle, every crossfire.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any way that EG were winning that round, but it was a bit of a roll of the dice.
And so far, this map has been a bit bizarre until the way it's been played.
There's still danger in this too.
Yeah.
Round 18 is going to be a force from EG. Chogamo with the knives, Boostio only with Stinger.
Seeing what they can get done, that's a bit of counter spam. Com almost punished there, the Trace is giving away his position. Chogamo does have all of his util to work with, but you're right, Josh, how do they clear this? It looks like a deep smoke to cut off that angle.
Yeah, this one just designed to deny information, make it seem like EG could be crossing short or long. And forces out the Trailblazer. I think they're going to have a decent idea that there could be people trying to get into A.
And this is a dangerous task. Garnet just trying to hold down the one angle. Dodges his teammates' flash that does give them good information, but right as the dash was fading, he makes the most of it. Combo falling, but Chogamo not wasting any time, but spotted in the end.
Wow.
Just on that left-hand approach, taken out. Garnet's managed the updraft as well. Onto this sniper perch, and my God, rattling shot after shot.
Absolutely destructive round from Garnet.
BCJ does claim 2, though, in the middle of all of this, so...
He'd have to be on for the ace, though, Bren.
Yeah, it would be a massive task ahead of him. And there's not much time to work with at all. Being surrounded now by the Talon players who are aware of his position.
Awesome round by Garnet, but I don't think that EG are doing a great job of pushing him out of position there. They had a fault line. Ethan was saving it for something else. And look, they're just wandering onto that spot, allowing Com to get in. That's not a bad one, honestly. I mean, you know, you're trying to push him out, but he just is so confident by that point, grabbing those final 2 kills. Talon are straight back into this game.
Oh, yeah.
10-8 the scoreline. They're favored in the next one because EG are dropped down to a bad bye. And once more, you see them kind of itching for a fight in mid.
Really not shying away from it, despite the fact that the money does allow EG to invest into a couple of stingers. And
KRÜ's, you do not want KRÜ's to donate a rifle.
Good God, man, Sushi Boys, and he's been punished. That was a fault line and a paranoia. Instant response, instant reaction from EG. Now going to start swarming into this side as well. Boostio, this angle that he's holding, slight off angle.
Could be everything, this one.
Yep.
If Boostio beats KRÜ's and grabs the Phantom.
Grabs the rifle. Garnis was going for a really fast play.
Oh no!
The shot's whiffing, but eventually coming up with the kill and the goods. Jump peek there with a classic right click. BCJ is rewarded. What can Jit Boys do? This guy has been a bit of a menace, but already isolating these fights. Finding 2 of the players, but last flash being used now. Time ticking down, 1 away from the ult. Hotline almost online for him. Not quite going down just yet, and didn't anticipate the position of BCJ.
This has got to be the most thrifties that we've had in a map so far.
Ridiculous.
It feels like there's always an opportunity for one of the teams to overwhelm a lone player on site. And I feel like that's what it's coming down to most of the time. The defending teams just not really respecting the fact that the attackers can bunch up and bowl someone over. KRÜ's definitely could have been a bit smarter with the way that he played that too, anticipating somebody to be watching for the flank. He ran into the alarm bot, Brett. I mean, KRÜ's ran into the alarm bot and then didn't pay any attention to where Boostio would be. Garnet has immediately found a kill with the operator too, just peeking.
I mean, there's just no slowing down, is there? Feels like round after round, and that was BCJ TPing into spawn. He's been dealt with, Shorty up close, has to reload that one. Garnet, he's breaking ankles out here, man, and he's found the kill anyway. What are we witnessing?
This is amazing. Oh my God. Wow, everything in that round, from BCJ teleporting into spawn to the double Shorty kill from Garnet. It's a great opener. Garnet's clearly very talented with the AWP. but so many of these rounds are getting silly with it, aren't they? I feel the same way, Ethan. I feel the same way. This must be a wild match to play. Can you imagine yourself being sat there on the stage playing probably the biggest game of your career, unless you're somebody like Ethan or BCJ that have been in these positions before, the more experienced players. A lot of these guys out on stage right now have never been in a spot like this, playing to get deep into a tournament or going straight home, and it's wild.
I think it's manifesting before our eyes, I'm not gonna lie. You're seeing EG taking this time out. I wouldn't be surprised right now if the comms are very much, guys, slow this one down. You can see Potter is popping off right now because it feels like EG, they lose a player, but they don't cancel the hit. They just want to go fast off of it, and they want to, you know, try and make up for some of the mistakes prior, but a little bit too hot-blooded, I feel like, in terms of the play so far from EG, not willing to slow down that pace.
And I think that that would be really beneficial against Talon too, because Talon want to get aggressive. If you give them the space, they're going to make enough mistakes for you to capitalize. So Talon putting a heavy emphasis on A lobby here. We're going to see another one of these clashes, and Garnet's been so good for the early op kill.
Stan trying to take the fight right down into short. It's going to be spotted out by that knife. The dash is active. Obviously won't be able to use it again.
Not going for an early peek.
No, maybe waiting until his dash, yeah. So now he can actually use it. So this is the timing he wants to try and take. Smoke to drop it off, and still he doesn't want to give up the angle, but does manage to at least escape with his life. There was a paranoia sent down to push off that angle.
4 defenders on A.
Yeah, this is a massive over-rotation, isn't it?
Boostio's kind of got the rest of the map in terms of utility. Sorry, Sushi Boys has kind of got the rest of the map in terms of information. And to be honest, BCJ hasn't really been that active on the lurk role, so I don't think they're too worried about it. And look at that.
TP across
great information for KRÜ.
Yeah, he's going to be saying, okay, there's no players over on that particular section of the map. Guys, it's probably leaning towards this A hit. Boostio does have the lockdown to try and get them into position.
Double face.
He wanted to use it. Oh my goodness. And still the fight continues. Not willing to give them an inch. Still EG, both players cutting across the angle with a TP from BCJ, but again, it's going to require a miracle. 25 seconds remaining. No more TP available to him. Still just about narrowly escapes that one angle. Garnet's the jump peak. Does he spot it up close? He does. Good discipline from them and backing away. Time running low. The call is made just to save the rifle. BCJ does have enough to spend into the next one. Gonna aim to do some damage, but I feel like you should just be saving in that scenario.
Yeah, the money's gonna definitely be getting tight here. Talon's defensive rotations looking gorgeous. Reading EG completely there. And it was slow. I mean, coming out of the back of the EG timeout, after whatever Potter said, they absolutely slowed the pace. But the big problem is they never created a threat elsewhere on the map.
No, there was never a tell that they could have been going C or B or anywhere else.
Just one piece of utility. And again, actually, that's where a lot of teams are using the Sova drone for misdirection.
Yeah.
And instead, this EG comp is playing very face up.
So Talon not getting punished for that over-rotation. It's a bit different though, so trying to take control subtly through A. That's a stun and a fault line though, re-clearance. There really just wasn't too much else off the back of that one, but still BCJ falling now.
But that's all the info. They know exactly where these players are. They've got to be garage and B.
Yeah, it's going to make it really, really difficult. In fact, all the space was taken up by Talon. They're holding this long angle. Jorgamo, oh, he was watching it, the updraft play. Still the double face, the double swing. Util now being used forwards and needs to be a bit more behind this one, but KRÜ just leaving it and just completely unaware that there could be another player. Why not? I suppose they would have been swinging with them in the first place. And again, Ethan just trying to make a risky play, trying to swing into the spawn, but that was a full investment by EG, really. Buying up into that round to just try and get over that hurdle, try and get past that 11th round that they've got, but all it's resulted in now is an even scoreline.
And while it might feel like similar tales to the first half with the defending team dominating the score, I actually feel that the way we're getting to this spot is very different. Talon were having big executes to get in on the site, but then failing the post plans. For EG, they're having difficulty even getting onto the plant. They're losing players 2, sometimes 3 before they even get the plant down. In that situation, they don't control C long. It's awkward for EG from the beginning of the round to the end. At least Talon were getting the execute portion correct, even though Evil Genius's retakes were working. So I've got to agree with this second EG timeout. I mean, Potter's popping off again.
We're just not seeing enough layers for the EG plan on their attack side, at least to give them enough backup plans in case one section goes wrong.
And this was my concern with EG after watching their first series, actually, is that the set plays looked beautiful, but that on-the-fly calling, the mid-rounding, the overall IGLing coming out from Boostio seemed like it needed a bit more time. Like it was still a very new team that hadn't quite figured out the layers that you need to be able to get deep in a tournament. And this is getting close. EG maybe even considering going for some kind of force, but I think the best option here is just to play it safe. Oh, they are going for it.
Yeah, they're going for it. I mean, Jorgamo's one away from the knife, so I suppose that's the justification, but my goodness, what a call to make. Because you're on a precipice here. I mean, you're investing almost everything into this round. If you lose this one, it's going to be map point for Talon, and your money is just going to be in the bin.
Yep. This is for the map.
Such an important round. How does this begin?
No utility used for EG towards A lobby.
No.
So Talon immediately rotate off A. They're getting the read on EG in the first 10 seconds.
It's a massive read as well. I mean, Garnus has got that operator as well to just hold that line of sight angle into A. So again, you're seeing a bit of the weaknesses of EG's comp, not being able to re-clear into A. And it does allow Talon to commit their entirety of their team essentially towards B. And this is just looking all over the place. Util being used one after the other. The KRÜ's again. It's on that high ground angle. It's all going to be down to Boostio. And they need a miracle right now. There's 55 seconds. A lot of time to play within this round, but it's going to be almost impossible to isolate just singular fights. The spike has been dropped into such an awkward position, and this wall so spammable. Boostio almost falling from that, down to 66 health. The reposition looks his way across, flash over the top, and he just can't quite catch the angle.
12 rounds for Talon. What a comeback. Unbelievable scenes. And they are in a position of being enormous favorites in the final round. They know exactly where EG are going.
Yeah.
EG's game plan there was to create some level of diversion in Garage and try and get a free plant down for Jorgamo. He gets his knives online, dashes away. You know, you can see the play, but Talon have read it completely and utterly.
Not enough layers to it.
And got to give credit to KRÜ's too. This is his first couple of matches IGLing on the big stage. And he's got such a great read on EG.
Operator purchase again. Well, at least Garnet's maybe carrying the previous one into the round. There was a flash to try and push him back off that angle, but he still has that dash.
Here.
Nice seeing it enabled. A bit of a panic jump, potentially. I don't think he intended to do that one. And while all this is happening, EG have managed to take a lot of control up towards A long. Is there anything to try and stop them in their tracks? A flash to push through the box. That actually is a team flash. I think Jimbo's trying to, again, relieve that pressure, but no one has cleared this corner. A smoke to try and cut up the side. Tom just trying to contact through. What a shot by Garnets.
He's back in!
And he's back in. He just wants to take the fight to them, disrespecting the lockdown.
He's everywhere!
He will be detained in the end. And lockdown out of position, he is taken out. TP forwards. It is so scrappy. The 2v2, but now the defenders locked down. This is going to give them a lot of space to work with. Talon, they can take their time with this one. BCJ, this is such a risky play.
I thought he was going to ego it with his ult. It gets out just in time.
Backs away, but this post plant needs to be perfect, and he's just trying to get on the line. It's all down to Ethan. The stun, it rocks the line, a side angle, still half on the defuse, and tries to go for the wider swing, but it is found for Talon Esports. 13-11 will be the scoreline for map number 1.
Beautiful comeback from the Pacific team. And it's looking like the Alpha bracket might be America's on one side, Pacific on the other. Still more of this series to go, and the teams separated by a thread. But my word, what a performance. Jitboy's breach looking great like it did yesterday on Fracture.
Yep.
KRÜ's calling amazing on the defense side, even though he couldn't get much done on attack. And I think EG have got to go back to the drawing board a little bit if that's their game plan on future maps, because their attack side calling quite one-dimensional. And really, there wasn't anybody able to get off that big play or that huge lurk. If you look at the way that Talon played the defense side, C was very open in a lot of these situations. They were heavy stacking towards B and towards A, and yet no one from...
There wasn't any nuance.
Yeah, no one from EG decides to figure that out and go and explore. I guess that would be BCJ in those kind of spots, but or maybe even Boostio.
Definitely a struggle for EG when we reach that second half, and Talon completing an amazing comeback. The passion that they did, you just saw them. I mean, these guys were shining from moment to moment.
It's unbelievable. I mean, who would have thought that this team, after not being able to play with Padify because of wrist surgery, after losing their superstar smokes player Scary in the offseason, wow, look at that frustration from Ethan too.
Just that as well, though. I mean, heading into this tournament with rookie players on the roster, having to split their practice time because of Padify as well, not being able to play.
Yeah.
I mean, everything was looking against them, but here they are. I mean, listen,
Cinderella run.
Man, it is that Cinderella run.
All they have to do now is actually activate that killer instinct and close things out, because EG is still a dangerous team.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for map number 1, but of course, even more of the series yet to come. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
What a comeback from Talon. They had all of us on our feet on the map of Haven against Evil Geniuses. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mitch and Achilles. I don't even know what you guys got to say, but all I'm going to say is that map was so fun. That was so fun.
So far, it is a very good day for Pacific teams.
You're having
that
the time
could
of your
change,
life.
but so far it's feeling pretty
We
damn
gave
good.
you 5 seconds at the start of this. Your 5 seconds here are gone again, okay?
All right, that's fair.
Cutting you off.
All right.
Yeah, but
I think
Mitch,
it's only fair.
Even you were smiling at
Look,
the
what
end
can
of
I
that.
say? What can I
Yeah.
say? Talon played an absolutely incredible game. I mean, after that first half, listen, I do not think I've seen a team plant 11 times in a half, win 3 of those rounds, look that abysmal in half 1, and then come out of the game thinking that they could go all the way. This was unbelievable second half play from Talon from every aspect, not just individually, but even, and Sideshow touched on it a bunch during the game. The calling from KRÜ was unbelievable, and they were dealing it up against some players like Ethan, who was having a very good first half. I mean, he had some incredible plays. No more than what we just saw here, countering the Rolling Thunder with a flash in, slowing them down, converting 3 kills. It was a great early attack by Talon that got squashed. But look, after that first half, they just couldn't make a mistake.
Yeah. It was a really risky play, but it is the breach off at the end of the day here that we wanted to highlight because Jit Boys just went off. We saw him playing incredibly well on Fracture. We saw him supporting his team in that first series, but he wasn't near the top of the standings. In fact, he was down at the bottom. And it was like, okay, new player, that's excusable. Today, he is fragging out of control, dropping 176 average damage per round, and inevitably overtaking Ethan statistically by the end of that map. The run back here from Talon was absolutely immaculate. Went back and saw it after we came out of that halftime, and I did kind of realize they started off on the defending side when they played against MIBR on Haven, and there they were able to put up an 8-4 score line. So it seems like defending side for them on that map is just pure ecstasy.
Yeah, and I got to give you complete credit for that set, because literally the second we tossed back in a game, he turned and went, oh, I should have said the defensive 8-4 thing. Yeah, and you were spot on, man. I mean, what a turnaround, honestly. And this is probably the one time I'm going to say it wasn't even your Pacific bias. You saw the stats, saw the numbers, and I loved it. And one other thing I had was Garnets. This guy for me coming in, I'm thinking, and I mentioned it, if he was playing the Rays, somewhere that I don't know if he'll match up on a duelist level against EG, players like Ethan looking unbelievable right now as well. There's just so much to worry about. And yet, you know, he delivered again and again, and that's again the second half. Come on. Yeah. How was he able to do that?
I'm glad you brought up Garnet, because let's take a look at this Verizon high-speed moment. I just hope that, like, Ethan is doing okay. His wrist is all good, because if that was me, Achilles, my entire body would have been broken from having to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, from the outset, the flash comes in, Garnet has a limited vision, still manages to get that off shot, and immediately continues to hold the angle, tries to go for the reload on the shorty, and then boldly decides, he says, you know what, I can't dash back out, I can't get through that garage connector on his C from this angle that I'm playing. So he has to jump into the corner and go closer towards Ethan. It's played to absolute perfection. You can see Ethan, he's just running around like a headless chicken trying to figure out where the hell he is.
Yeah, the face says it all, doesn't it? His reaction was the same reaction that everyone in the stadium, everyone watching at home, we all felt the same way. Just how has this guy gotten away with it? And he was doing it a lot.
He did it more than once.
6-0 in opening duels. This guy came in and he said, oh, you don't know if I'll match up against them? No. They're barely going to make it onto the server when he's around. Unreal performance from him.
The fact that he managed to do that more than once, like the techers on this man. But before we head into the next map, well, let's check in with Ethan again. I feel like after losing that round, I just hope everything is, he's going to be okay. But of course, we're going to be moving on to a split soon. We're going to talk about that in a second. Before EG, do you guys see that as a potential mental boom? A 9-3 lead to lose it like that?
I don't think so, but it is difficult to say. I mean, we did see Potter as well kind of getting stressed in a way that we hadn't seen in their first series. She was having to burn those timeouts, whereas before the team was able to course correct. They were able to figure out their own mistakes and get things back on track. That did not happen here, and this time around, the timeouts didn't really, unfortunately, help too much here for EG.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we mentioned was the ability of this team, even when losing opening duels, to still bounce back and still win those rounds. And hell, we saw it in the first half again. Like, those retakes were unreal. They were down, and they were constantly able to fight back back into the round, but the pace change was crazy. I'm glad to see Ethan warming up with the pistol there as well, because as Sideshow said, you know, this is it was the quote, the most thrifties I think we've seen so far in any game. And I'm with you, man. That, especially in regulation, there were just pistol wins all the time.
Yeah, he looks good in the aim lab shoot around as well, of course, as we move on to Split Talon's map pick. We've only seen Split once so far in this tournament, but my god, I am so excited to see Garnet on this map.
Yeah, we can only expect that he's going to be bringing out the Raze. We thought we were going to see that from him again there on Haven, but I'm very happy that he went for the Jet, because otherwise we would not have gotten that high-speed moment from him. But going back into Split, it still seems like Raze is an El Clasico pick for this map, so I'm expecting to see him go back over to that, which he looked absolutely stellar on in their first series versus MIBR. He was going toe-to-toe with Heat, who is still in his own right, putting up some solid numbers, but at the end of the day, it was Garnet who walked away as the better Raze. So I'm expecting that again here from them today.
I think that's a fair call. Looking over at Calm as well. This guy was playing a fantastic support game. His flashes in the first half were on point throughout it, and a big reason that they were able to so consistently get back into the site for retakes. He is going to be incredibly important when it comes to a map like Split, because retaking on this map is a different ball game to what we see over on Haven. There's a lot less space. You're coming in through choke points, and often you're going to have players waiting for you all across the map. He's going to be crucial, and so is the agents that he's playing.
Well, we're heading to the Prime Gaming agent select here, and of course, EG, they picked to start on defense since Talon had the choice of picking the map. And it looked from the hovers, it's looking like maybe we're getting a Jet here out of Garnet, but Jogamo's going to go for the Raze.
He's taking a Viper.
There we go. Just waiting for that last little flip over there. Garnet does go for the Raze.
Oh, double controller as well. You know, Sushi Boys and KRÜ's going to be bringing a lot to this Talon side. It was something that we mentioned briefly, which is that EG, they lost BCJ quite a bit in some opening duels. They were out of smokes in a bunch of their attacking rounds, but this time around, you look at Talon, even if you take that one smoker down, they're still going to have a pretty strong one on the other side. Viper's Pits on this map as well. So valuable for locking down those laneways.
I mean, it's going to be that double controller versus the double initiator here.
Oh.
They've got that breach. We'll have to see if it's going to be good enough, though, for EG, because they need the rally back. They need to take this all the way to Icebox if they want to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, of course, and it does feel like a bit of a Cinderella run. I feel it in the air, you guys, of course. If EG lose here, they're going home, but it doesn't feel like one of those eliminations. I mean, it will be sad for you, Bish, but it is a little bit too early for me to say that. Let's go into Split first with Bren and Sideshow and see what both of these teams can do.
Yintu keeps calling it a Cinderella run, but this match so far feels to me like two Cinderellas fist fighting in front of the ball, like brutalizing each other to try and get into the pumpkin. It has been a scrappy affair thus far, and I'm interested to see how this map plays out. I have no idea what to expect.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Split though on the big screen again. Yeah, you know, back on the big stage, played again once more in pro play, because this map has delivered in the past. We'll see if it delivers again in this series here, because honestly, you're seeing potentially as well a continuation of storylines that we were seeing last time from Talon as well. The rookies on this team, the former, you know, Jit Boys and Garnet, really finding their footing,
going crazy.
Yeah, in a previous series against MIBR, really making sure that they sailed their team to that win, and in the previous map that we've just witnessed against EG as well, that's still been the case.
Garnet was 6-0 in first kills. That's wild.
That is an unbelievable performance, but pistol round underway. Talon not wasting time. Already just moving straight down mid. There was no one to really meet them, no portion of utility. It's going to be a flash to just try and get this into a Heaven. A little bit of control here. You can see there was a pull to stop them. A lot of players vulnerable up, but a nade eventually pushes them off the angle, and Com's going to be retreating to try and help out BCJ. They've got to know that these players are here. The pop flash is just immaculate. 3 players fully blind, and of course BCJ there to capitalize. Big showcase of skills from him, claiming the 3rd kill and still weaving his way around that pillar, making sure he buys time for the rest of the squad to get the rotation in.
And this EG roster, I mean, I think BCJ is going to be so comfortable in that role where he's using utility for people on the other side of the map and site anchoring heavily on the opposite side to Boostio. And the gameplay there between BCJ and Com is delightful to shut this down.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
And going into the second round, no force buy yet. So already we're going to start to see a little normalcy perhaps in this game. interesting Viper wall. So this one from Talon is going to make it a little more difficult for EG to figure out what's going on B. And that's why you see Jorgamo playing on the opposite side of it. Having said that, the turret is also good here.
Ethan is holding, I think, a stun as well off the contact of something, maybe a bit of utility that's being used.
Probably off turret contact.
There it is, turret gets used. That's a flash and a repeat by Jorgamo. There was an idea behind that. Doesn't come up with any kills. Ethan, though, you are behind the box there. Potentially vulnerable to a bit of spam, obviously maybe not with the classics, but he does get out alive.
And a big pivot from Talon. Perhaps trying to make Fox into the lurker? No, now Fox is even coming with them. Yeah. Only classics on board here though, so it should be still fairly simple. For BCJ, I think his job should be to try and even deny a plant from coming through.
It's going to be the goal of Talon to just try and get that plant, and they'll take it from there.
BCJ just didn't have enough people with him there to commit to the players that were on site, so should be a free plant for Jitboy. A little bit more money to work with in the next round.
Making sure that you clear these angles is going to be pretty important right now for EG, but going to do so without too many troubles. Fox the last player standing, so quite simple for Evil Geniuses.
And there are so many trap plays that you can run on Split. EG's comp looks fairly good for it on the defensive side. Yep. You can pull off the turret, you've got flashes that you can bust into an area with, some kind of stun and a fault line. There's a lot of stuff that you can do. I'd like to see them set up for something like that in this round. Weaker weaponry, always a good time to pull out a set strat.
Maybe cook something up.
And it's interesting to note, so far, it looks like they're loading ult points onto KRÜ's. 0 and 2, but I think he's got 4 ult points so far. May have misread that, though.
That one, maybe.
Yeah, he's got 5 ult points, actually. So, yeah, they really have been loading ult points into KRÜ's.
Yeah, 3
so,
away.
Seems like a major game plan already.
This is the rifle around the Talon. That's what they were waiting for. Again, that util being used, so there's a boombot to clear into mid, but not too much presence being shown. The knife also doesn't tag on to anyone.
If this is a B split, the Killjoy utility in B Heaven is deadly. Off the back of a fault line from Ethan, if you were stunned up going through those nanoswarms and hit the alarm bot, you'd be dead. But their gamble is in the wrong place, because this looks like Talon want to send everybody through B main. That in itself, often inadvisable.
Yeah, this is a little bit unusual for Split. Sometimes you need a bit more nuance in the play, but maybe not when Garnis is just leaping forwards in the bounds with a double satchel. Tries to reset his aim in time, but Busio will clean him up, so the trade is there. Ethan holding an anti-flash position, and, well, what was he waiting for? There's the brief flash play coming through. Talon still coming up with a lot of kills with their rifles, but it's down to that 2v2.
I think EG have done a great job at making this down into a 2v2. BCJ, with not that much to work with, has comp been read on the flank.
Yep, angles found. Fox's crosshair placement, quite sublime. It's all down to BCJ. Does have the Bulldog. Finds his shots well. Might be able to make something happen, but not quite.
It's a decent bonus, though, overall by EG.
Yeah.
Having said that, Talon just managing to make a 5-hit work through B main is surprising. But look how much space Garnet gets for his team. I mean, you can see it when he just double blast packs through and still finds the entry.
It's one of the downsides of running the Killjoy, honestly, compared to the Cypher, I think, as an alternative as well, is that I mean, sometimes you expect the double satchels to break some of the trips as well, but also those trips really do push you away from being able to make those fast plays through the choke points.
It is a scruffy buy from EG here. Yeah. They bought up a little too much on their bonus round. BCJ in particular having to buy all of that utility with only a Stinger now.
A fight being taken. Jorgamo luckily has a rifle in his hand, so...
Yeah, dodgy timing, though. That was really risky, him just walking up the ropes at that point.
A little bit all over the place, but it does feel like right now the Talon game plan on attack side might be to leave Fox in those advanced positions. The rest of the team now grouping up towards the choke point. Busio, a couple of shots being landed there as he's just trying to make sure that they can't quite get in unscathed, but already that double satchel into the back of the side, and Talon have got the side under their control, be able to get that plant.
Interesting that they're not giving the plants to KRÜ, right? So they're actually getting the Viper roll and the Null Command up at roughly the same time. KRÜ is so far away. I assume he has some lineups because there's a Viper orb on the plant and he's got his snake bites.
Playing for that one, Sushi Boys. Well, okay, Aftershock pushed him out of position, still gets a kill though. The fight taking place around the pillar. Garnet's swapping the weaponry, and now there's that time pressure being applied. A nade close, all Garnet has to do is survive, and he's making it so much more difficult for them. They know that the lineups are being played. It's a reflank. Com pushes him off the angle, so he can't fire the second snake bite. A tap onto the fuse, but he's just fired it off into the air. And will there be enough time?
No time.
Sticking it, Ethan gets on it, and the molly, well, it misses.
The molly missed!
It goes wide. Ethan just about gets it. 0.12 on the clock.
The most important molly miss.
That was Com. That was Com's pressure on the flank, pushing him off the angle.
Absolutely. Great play by Com, identifying that that was happening. But my word, literally 1 HP. If that molly lands, that's the round. Just comes down to the finest of margins. But that's going to be such useful information. That's going to be great info for when these A post plants happen later. But oh my word, Garnet did such a good job over there. So where did this one end up going?
It was just
too far.
Way too far.
Splattered on the pavement.
And that was just him panicked, I think, a little bit as well, because of that pressure that Com understood to fight that post plant.
Absolutely.
The fact that EG understand, they have that info now that the post plants are being played for those A plants.
I think that's going to influence how aggressively they play the retake.
Yeah.
Completely.
I agree. There's not too many layers now to this Talon approach, obviously. Only working with the pistols, so Perez spots that contact. Vincere holding close behind Flowers. That could get awkward. Yeah, you can see the util being used, including Garnet's nade. But Com chooses the refight, drops down from on high, on Heaven. A bit of a reflash as well, re-peek right down to it. 4 bullets left in it, wants to go for it. There's the ace.
Clean him up, knock him down. That's another eco round.
Yeah.
Com's got his ult online though, and this next round is going to be a massive one. Everybody is loaded with ultimates, and on split, you end up playing agents that have huge ult value. I mean, null command across the board, raise ult entries on both sides, a Viper post plant. There is no way of knowing what's going to happen in round 6 because there's just 100 different ways that you could create strategies around these ults. Fast A ramp pressure though, early on from Garnet. And is that the null command popped instantly from Com?
It was
no,
the knife
just a knife.
tagged,
Okay.
Yeah. Clear now through that wall, so there was a stun on top of it.
Com's going to be under a lot of pressure.
Oh my goodness, and the time being taken. I mean, you've got to be aware that mid wasn't free there, but apparently not. An Aftershock, I think, potentially knocking
1
Boys
HP.
down to the ground. 1 HP, Garnet surviving with that showstopper. Boy's going to be rezzed up in the middle of all of this action, all of this chaos. BCJ had to try and anchor it down there just around the corner, wasn't able to survive.
I don't think Chogamo's going to commit his ultimate to this, even though they would be able to get him a kill or possibly 2.
The damage has been done. The players quite weak on the side of Talon. I think EG are just trying to see if they can spam, maybe be rewarded with a kill.
Oh,
there's
they
one.
took out Jit Boy.
Yeah, Jit
That's
Boy's
massive.
falling.
You actually might be able to commit to this with the ult, but the time is going to be so badly against you. I think the safest option is to save, and that's what EG go for.
Yeah. The potential was there for them. I think they potentially had enough money if they really wanted to fully invest into this round and take the fight, but no, the percentage play from them. So Talon do claim another round here. Second one on the board for them.
And if you look at the economy, EG are going to be able to buy again. BCJ with a lot. Com, still fine. Good ults to work with too. I'm a bit worried about this area of the map though. You see that replay where Com has to go and re-clear through ropes. And without the Cypher, without a trip being down there, they're never playing an alarm bot in that position. So they don't have very good info in the middle of the map, despite running a Sentinel. And we'll talk about that next half as well, because Talon aren't running anything like that. But it's awkward.
It's quite awkward. EG are putting a bit of presence into mid. A lot of the ults being used there. You can see that Cosmic Divide ripping across the A site. And it has dragged a lot of the EG players over. Oh, Ethan almost getting caught with util out, honestly, just jiggling the angle, but That's the stun rip, and now we're going to be backing away. But Talon, they don't really have much presence anywhere on the map.
No, and perhaps they were hoping to force out Jorgamo's ultimate there. Seems like a pretty reasonable defensive play, right? You think they're going for a fast A hit, pop the ult, throw the nade, but Jorgamo still has both. And that could crush another A hit as long as he doesn't get killed going for an info peek.
Well, Tom does have the ult as well.
And there he goes. Gets
Double
killed.
contact reclear, and now the no command gets popped off. Garnet's just trying to skip and hop through the choke point, trying to lead his team in. And again, the smoke causing all sorts of issues. BCJ, how's he claiming 2 there? The Talon eventually going to be claiming this site. KRÜ's this time not playing post-plant molly position a bit further back, but will there be anything to punish this one? Well, Boostio's watching it.
It's just bait.
Yeah, just bait. Still the flash re-peek, and oh my word. Oh, flash over the top. Not a single player from EG could see.
Oh, that flash from Jitboy was amazing. Incredible stuff. But to me, the crucial death is on Jorgamo, because I think his nade, his ultimate, would have been so good at shutting down this round, and instead, it's the first death on the defense. This is now starting to become a really good attack side for Talon. I know there's only 3 rounds, but that's out of 7 played so far, and Split's normally pretty defensive focused.
They managed to knock EG down to those weaker guns, in theory, weaker guns. So this one is a judge in play on Split, so don't want to speak too soon, but...
And I also want to note, Brent, how much emphasis Talon are putting on A-ramp control. They're threatening A-ramp and A heaven. After the changes, I think that seems like a great way of playing Split.
Making sure that they take control of that one. Still holding the space there that they managed to grab early. Boostio was hoping, I think, for a cheeky kill there with a Sheriff. I like how Talon have really slowed down this round, honestly. Not giving too many opportunities for EG to get back into this one with the Stinger buy.
And once more, it's going to be another A commitment. KRÜ's just trying to deny information with the Viper setup, and it's going to work nicely. But the defense is still spread pretty cleanly across the map.
Yeah. I feel like Ethan is just guaranteed to get a kill here. Look at this. I mean, it's just a judge up close on Split.
I don't think it's going to make a difference, though.
Yeah. Probably not, but we'll find out anyway. Fragment nade dropped down again to the choke point. Garnet's not being denied that double satchel play. Doesn't know where the player is.
Did Garnet not see Calm?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. Maybe he expected him to be able to retreat back through there. Jorgamo unleashing that showstopper right up into the sky, and time is running so low. 10 seconds. Will they get the plant? Pushed off of it. Aftershock into the corner, nade into the back, and there is time still, but it needs to be right now. Need to get that plant, and
it's
now
too late.
It's being denied. Pushed back off of it, EG. A minor investment from them, and yet classified as the thrifty round.
I'm amazed that they got that one. I really am.
Yeah.
I don't think Com should have had a kill playing from that position close up. When Garnet's is double blast packing through, surely he sees him. And yet, didn't turn around to deal with it.
That's just, yeah, that's
good
quite
usage.
insane.
I gotta say, good usage of the ultimates though from EG. Very opportunistic, using the Raze ult, using the Breach ult there to capitalize on an opportunity. Great stuff. And this is the first time really that we see Talon putting a heavy emphasis towards B since, I don't know, round 2, round 3?
Yeah, from early on essentially. It's again, same game plan. Bit of util to try and push Garnet into that deeper position. He does have that judge in his hand, nades. It forces Jorgamo out of position ever so slightly, but now going to be able to reclaim that space, and there is potentially, flash play, yeah, okay, util now just being dumped into the one side of the site, not letting them get it set up. And that was a Viper's pick committed there by KRÜ's.
Very well dealt with by Evil Geniuses, very well dealt with. Not stepping through, nobody challenging Garnet while the Viper wall was up.
Yep.
They wait, the players in B heaven are covering the left side of the pillar, the players on the ground are covering the right side of the pillar. Very good defensive protocol. And Boostio doing a great job up from B heaven, comboing with Jorgamo. The 2 less experienced players on EG there. Coming up huge.
Talon taking this time out. I want to see a bit more nuance to their play, I think, for the attack side, at least on Split, because so far, Josh, There's been a lot of heavy hits through the choke points, grouped up.
They haven't gone mid once.
No, and I think as well, EG have got a bit of a handle on this one now as well, because the players, there was just complete peace of mind.
Yeah.
When they were holding that position, they just didn't really have too much of a fear of being flanked through mid again.
Yeah, I'd like to see them at least work a lurk up through there.
Yeah.
What was interesting was, Boostio's been putting his Killjoy setup in B Heaven a lot of these rounds, and it's never been useful because Talon are just never going in through mid.
Yeah.
It is a bizarre way of attacking this map, but they've still found some value out of it. I would like to see Talon mix it up just a little bit though, especially, maybe not in this round, but round 11, throw in something in mid. Maybe it's a lurk, maybe it's a B split. Maybe you go and take mid early and then just go back into an A hit, and you know that you've pulled the A site players into heaven.
Lots of options available to them. But whatever the timeout was for, probably not going to be for this round.
I don't know, we've seen a lot of thrifting.
Yeah, we have.
Oh, there's...
And, okay, well, starting things off on similar kind of foot.
And Talon do go pretty heavy in mid here. So, pistol round, round 10, the few times, the two times that we've seen this.
Contact re-clear! Okay, shots are rattled off. KRÜ was allowed to get 3 fired.
Oh, no.
And there's just contact re-clearing right into the Fox. I mean, he's not wasting any time.
Oh,
all this space
God.
being gained, a bit of overheat potentially there. He wanted to use the Seekers, but listen, calm down, lad.
Fox has just won this round on his own.
Yeah, one player left standing, and that is Boostio. First obstacle removed. But yeah, it's a 1v3, and now the Knife's going to be revealing that position. How do you play this one?
Is there any way to play this one?
I mean, doesn't seem likely, does it? Not really enough time to make usage of that lockdown, and now with that spike ticking down steadily. I mean, Boostio still just loitering around this area, but at this point, it feels like you can only save the only percentage play. A couple of kills, I suppose, but oh my word, loses the rifle in the end. At the end of the day, I mean, there you go for those kills, just in case I suppose they picked up some rifles, but
I don't like
they
it.
only had the pistols, right? And he already had his ultimate. It wasn't even like he was farming the ult orbs.
Well, he actually gave ultimate to Jitboy.
Yeah.
Jitboy would have been one away from his null command, and now has it. And null command is massive for being able to help Talon's style, where they've just been hard hitting it into one of the sites. Get a null command, shove it into A. That sounds like a good game plan for Talon. And more than 4 rounds. Okay, we haven't seen too much of Split in the new meta, so maybe this is too early for me to say, but more than 4 rounds does seem like a good attacking half on Split.
This certainly has been in the past, so.
Yes.
I see a stun play to try and re-clear through that. I think Garnish just running straight past this one. The pull being utilized, and well, not too much punish off the back of it. BCJ holding that smoke, discipline at play, making sure he could grab the perfect shot, and Talon once more grasping at straws, I think, in this round, just trying to make anything happen.
Again, round 11, the only time that we've seen a fight in mid. So Talon now, 3 out of 11 times have gone through mid, put some level of pressure there. But this time the only attempt for EG to fight them, and EG dealt with it very easily.
Yeah.
I am surprised that they didn't try and get value out of the null command. But they've still got it for round 12. Unless Sushi Boys and Fox can pull out something miraculous in the 2v5. But with only 30 seconds left, should be sealed up, surely.
Yeah, that's a smoke on the turret position. Left. And you would think that the EG players should be able to hear that. And there we go, dissipates, fades away, does reveal the one play. I don't think that was intentional because Fox has the spike alone currently.
I'd like to see them save, if anything.
Yeah, but going for the plant onto heaven. It's a smoke to try in as well.
Nobody contesting the
coverage.
plant.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
They're allowing them to get into a dangerous position, actually.
And a late backstab here by Sushi Boys. He's holding himself into ropes. Angle, just trying to at least claim 1 kill there, but Fox just swinging wide and not able to land those shots. It's just down to Sushi Boys, but the position is known. I think they heard him, and there we go. BCJ exiting just out of that astral form in time to be able to trade it. And so EG starting to command a pretty decent lead if they can convert this last round.
Talon's economy is going to be a little stretched here, but I don't think it's going to be anything disastrous. I mean, actually, Fox really doesn't have very much money. Take a look at these replays and then study the economy afterwards, but I think Talon have just made a big mistake committing to the 2v5 there. I said I wanted them to save, and now look at what they're working with. 2 Spectres, like Armor Guardian. I mean, it's horrendous. Definitely the best decision there was just to keep the 2 rifles alive. Can they make anything happen? It's a fake onto A with the null command and the Astra ult.
Yeah, a lot of ults at their disposal to try and convert this round. It does force out that lockdown almost immediately.
This is so good from Jogamo, though. Using the boombot, did it spot anything? I don't believe so.
Well, the players are not biting on EG side. Look at that, they still have their coverage. 2 players holding on top of Heaven on the B site. But KRÜ's gonna get anything done? No, the angle is just a little bit awkward there as he's trying to find that fight, but that 1 kill still backing away, and Talon are looking a little bit lost, I will say, honestly. Now they've just grouped up as 4, looking to try and re-clear into mid. There was a ping there towards Mail.
With how close Garnet and Jogamo are to their ultimates, I'm looking at both of the Raze players in terms of, can anyone turn the tide of this round?
Yeah, you need some really flashy plays, I think, for them to be able to find their way in. And talk about flashy. I mean, Fox just delivers with a shot like that. Lets off the Seekers almost immediately off of it, and now you can see a bit of a split into Heaven. The player's close. Satchel pushes them back and away. BCJ, he's traded. Taken out. Close in the corner. Ethan forced to take the fight into them. Still somehow comes up with the kill. The spike needs to be planted, and EG, they're not wasting time. Already dropping down from Heaven. Lovely flash re-clear, but down to that 1v1. Bustio finds it in the angle. Watched once more. Immaculate crosshair placement. Save hands from him. That is going to be quite a respectable half by EG. Managed to claim that 8th round in the half.
And what a difference when you look at the player reactions compared to the end of Haven. That solid defense side on split, 8-4, very respectable. And the players are fired up. Compared to looking at players like Ethan, for example, where he looked distraught and confused. Big change in morale.
Massive change in morale, and so the first half of map number 2 definitely going away with EG. They send it down to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you very much, guys. We saw a lot of cool ideas there from both sides, Mitch. Some of them worked out, but some of them just didn't quite land.
Yeah, no, I think it's fair to say there was some disruption coming through on the other side. Yeah, EG again showing us that they're good at fighting their way back into control that they've conceded. But I have to say, all in all, it's a deceptively good half. Like, the fact is, yeah, it's hard to tell. Like, we saw Loud play, and they got 8 rounds on the attack side. They won the pistol, though, so it's kind of difficult to then gauge where we're at right now. I will say, having lost the pistol, still coming out with 4, I'm willing to say the attack side, I still expect to be a little slower. That was a really nice play we're just seeing here from Sushi Boys, though, actually tanking the utility and then coming out when the Aftershock's gone.
Yeah, really good little surprise play. And, you know, a lot of surprises attempted here for the side of Talon. You had this really deep setup from KRÜ, trying to get this post plant across. You can see it's delaying Ethan. He gets in onto the spike, has to wait as the poison orb comes up. But then, unfortunately, KRÜ, he just ends up getting pincered at the very end. It was really great pressure being applied by Calm, making sure that he could not get that next lineup to come back across. And then Ethan narrowly manages to get that defused with, what, 0.112, you know, 1-2 seconds remaining.
Exactly.
Something like that. So it was really well done. But the thing that I'm looking forward to now here for the side of Talon, if in fact these 4 rounds are enough on the defending side, is going to be this double controller setup that they have for themselves. We saw Loud playing this just yesterday. Now they have it for themselves. They look incredible on the defending side of Haven. Can they replicate that here on Split?
Well, Talon, they managed to come back from a 9-3. EG, they have to hold on here. Sideshow or Brent, or they're going home.
The pressure is certainly on for EG, isn't it, to try and convert this map, and they've got themselves up to quite the tremendous lead at that 8-4 half. I'll say quite a good job, honestly, as well, with the mental rebound after losing that previous map in the fashion that they did, letting that comeback happen in the first place when the map was largely in their hands.
Completely agree. I think for EG's composition, they're going to find it difficult to threaten a ramp unless they take it early in the round. They don't have a Cypher. They can do stuff like pullback smokes, but no Cypher, no Viper over here. And here we go. Pullback smoke allows Jorgamo and Boostio to cross. So BCJ is going to be incredibly important in creating A-ramp pressure, even if he isn't playing there.
KRÜ's just opting to hold up here, but look at this reclear into mid, into
This is
sewers.
aggro.
This
So
is incredibly aggro. I mean, what is that? Surely J-Boy should not be favored. BCJ does do a lot to contain inside the smoke. Fights being taken. And EG players looking to try and pivot into this one, but they're pivoting right into Fox. What is occurring? I mean, this way, that way, a bit of indecision, but eventually they're deciding on the correct side of the map, getting that plant down into...
Oh, this is risky. This is risky.
Yep, onto the side of the smoke, and that boom bot, well, it reveals everything.
I do not like this, because BCJ is so far away from the rest of the team. When Boostio dies, it's actually a 3v2 on the retake.
Does have the Astra Star at least to buy them a bit of time here, but needs to get into position to threaten that backstab angle, that position, and already this push coming through. Talon, what a kill for Sushi Boys to find. Garnis as well, and everybody's locked down. Plan of ahead when it's just a little bit too predictable.
Overcooked
yeah.
From EG there. They had all the opportunities in the world to win that pistol. And talk about repeating stories, Brent. EG up at the half, massively up at the half, lose the pistol. Last time on Haven, we saw them go for a force buy. What do you reckon?
Are we going to see it again?
What do you reckon? Do they go for a force? Because you said it, Brent, last time. Force buys let the leading team, they kind of open the door for the comeback.
Yeah. Slipped away from them off the back of it, but no, they've decided
Nothing this time. I think that's a good idea.
I think this is wise.
I think it's the right play. Talon have already demonstrated a desire to fight aggressively for mid. Doing it again.
Yeah, still trying to take these fights. Pushed up angle, that's the util used to try and push Boostio forwards, but that Boombot, he was blind. Luckily, teammates did have his back, making sure to break it so he didn't take too much damage from this one, but... Okay, Fox. Oh my goodness, just peeking into the turret as soon as he hears it placed. Talon having a decent grip, it feels like, of that mid control, at least containing any sort of avenue. Good usage of utility as well, just to make sure that they're rotating it, so no space can really be gained by EG, because I'm going to be backing away, looking to retake that B main control.
A-ramp information completely known by Talon. No pressure on that side of the map. Using a flash as well, just to make sure. They are, of course, worried that this could be a pivot through mid to A, but as this fault line comes through, they can start rotating.
Quite nice. Still gives them the pretty perfect timing there for the pull as well, and back up from the rest of them.
Big shutdown, no problems whatsoever, and 5 Spectres taken into the next round. Prime game in Flawless.
Yeah, quite a large round for Sushi Boys as well, managing to get one away from his ult now, off the back of all those eco kills. And
the ult is pretty good for the retake.
Yeah.
I think that's mostly where you're going to see it used. Especially on B.
I'm curious if we're going to see anything cooked up from Talon on their bonus round, though, because...
Double blast pack from Heaven? Is that what I'm looking at here?
Yeah, it looks like they're setting up for it, right? Flash as well. Yeah, they are cooking something. And guess what? EG have players within the vicinity.
Here we go.
Flashback laid down, flash as well. Double flash play all the way into them, and Com, he was ready for it. He was playing anti-flash, tucked into the corner. And he managed to strike back.
I respect it. Even though it didn't work, I respect it. I love seeing a little set play like that cooked up. Good awareness from EG that Talon could be getting very aggressive in that area. And now EG can just cut noise, right? Just slow the pace down.
Really slowed down that pace, which is something that I felt missing at times on Haven. They were getting a bit flustered on their attack side. It's important not to let any of these advantages that have been handed to you just get away, and there we go, a good fight taken. Using those rifles, making sure that they're trading effectively. 50 seconds in the round. Boombot's going to be revealing the position of KRÜ's. Aftershock to push him back out of position. Right now, EG just, it is quite tepid, isn't it? They don't want to be taking any of this space onto A.
Yeah, I think they're concerned it could be a full 5-player stack. But as soon as Sushi Boys gets that kill, EG are going to realize, oh no, the other 2 players are elsewhere.
Yeah.
could still be a bit dangerous, though, especially given the health that Boostio's on.
Well, Sushi Boys has just got his ult now. And a rifle in his hands from that kill in mid, so Boostio's going to be quite important.
If Boostio falls here...
He's on 20 health.
Yeah.
He needs to be the difference maker, but it's that run and gun in action. And now it's down to that 2v2. Ult's online. You can notice that EG are playing at the back of the site. They recognize that that is a threat in this round. There's layers to it. No one playing out of position here, but the ult is not even being committed still. It's down to that 1v1. Time running low enough here. A wider play, a wider swing by Sushi Boys. And Jogamo, it's intelligent play from him. Sushi Boys needs to stick this. It's a percentage play. He's got half. He's sticking it all the way through, and the swing is immaculate. Jogamo with the right timing in his head. He knew exactly how to play that.
Great stuff from Jogamo there. Perfect internal timing, but also had a bit of a pop-off because he won the round and lost his rifle as a result of it. So I don't think it's actually going to make too much difference, except that he's on light armor coming into the next round.
Yeah. I don't know if he'd even be able to save that anyway.
I think he could have done. Yeah, I mean, he paused for a long time there. I don't know. Maybe he did pick in a little bit. He did well. He did well in that round, Jogamo.
Still, it's a good point, I think. It was quite a scrappy round against the bonus of Talon. So money-wise, half armor for EG.
And a pretty serious focus from EG towards mid. Are they going to create some fake pressure on A to help with this? At the moment, doesn't really feel like it, and mid is getting dominated by Talon utility. Now, Garnet getting himself this pushed up feels like it could be exploitable if they get a read on it later on. There's that bit of a fake.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Except they know it's real. They spotted heads over the top.
Another few retakes.
What's
here.
he doing reloading in the middle of the open?
Reloading Cruz. I mean, this is really does feel like a bit of an overheat moment. They've crossed through past his own Viper Orb, satcheling across Jogamo. Everybody's vulnerable up, but will it even matter? Still, the EG players, they take the good fights. Watching for these smokes, and that was just all over the place.
Bit of spaghetti falling out of the Talon pockets. Also, BCJ in Narnia in the post plant. I mean, through the wardrobe talking to the Queen. Mr. Tumnus up in there.
He's in the middle of nowhere. He is definitely in the middle of nowhere. This man's just pulling out references I can't even comprehend.
This is how he used to play when he was on Xset though as well. Used to see BCJ and Def go for these crazy long lurks.
EG players though just need to play their lives, play it for time if they can. And
but it's not planted. It's not planted for BCJ.
And it's not planned for it. Oh, and the pull. Oh, it's at the top. It's right on the top, and it does not disrupt the defuse.
Pasta, spaghetti, everywhere.
Oh my goodness.
It's unbelievable. I mean, EG should have had that one wrapped up in a bow.
Now I'll say that is a bit unfortunate. The Asher Stars can get sucked up onto the high ground positions when you try and place them like that, but even still, Josh, I don't think it takes away from what you were saying earlier with the post plan.
But if he's playing that kind of area in mid to go for the reflank, he has to be playing Heaven post plan. The lurk is going to come in Heaven. Yeah. If you don't plant for Heaven, it doesn't make sense to have him in that kind of position. And also, it's not even the focus on BCJ necessarily. The players in the post plant are dropping the ball there. The Talon guys are playing so much more clutch.
And the answer from EG immediately into this one with the pistols. They just want to go fast, right through the choke point. Taking some even fights. Can they claim any of these weapons? Yeah, they got a rifle online and the judge, but how do they convert it past this point? Going through into Heaven. Fox, he's given a precise angle, and Chip Boys does watch for it.
Big play by Fox. And Talon really do feel like they've got that clutch factor right now.
Yeah.
As much as I'm not too happy with the way that EG played the post plan, you can't deny that Talon, their players are fearless, are swinging in, and they just believe they can win every round.
It's very, very impressive.
Oh, Sushi Boys has been watching the Nuvera VODs. We're seeing the op in Astra.
No, you can't be bringing that up.
I mean, Nuvera was incredible with it.
He was, yeah.
I don't mean any disrespect on Nuvera.
Meta-defining and ranked, I hear. Yeah. No, really great. No, but we see the EG timeout now, so.
I think they're at risk of letting this map slip away from them.
Again, you can't let it happen, can you? 2 in a row.
To go out in this fashion would be brutal. And expected of a team that doesn't have too much experience. 3 players new to the big stage. But I think when you look at the other side, and there are almost an equal amount of rookie players, that doesn't become as valid of an excuse.
No, I can't help but be impressed with how Talon are playing as well. Listen, with the criticisms we've had towards EG, I don't want to take anything away from Talon, the way they've been playing and the confidence that they've had as well.
It's just so fearless. I just keep thinking back to that word. And Garnet's been very impressive. He struggled to get value out of the entry position on their attack side. He was going in, and he was still fearless.
He was creating space.
But he wasn't quite finding the kills, whereas now on the defense side, especially on the retakes, he seems to be having much more success. And Talon are benefiting massively from that space that he's making. Garnet really is a rookie player, by the way, and somebody that they weren't even intending to play with at this event.
That's the most amazing aspect about it, isn't it?
If Parifan hadn't had to have his wrist surgery, I don't know whether we'd be even seeing Garnet. And what a loss that would have been. This guy has been beastly.
And our focus here on this round, and it's an important one for EG. Money invested into this one. They have the rifles, they've got the ultimates. It should be their round to take. They just need to formulate a plan around it.
They've struggled for mid control in all of these rounds. And look, 4 players from Talon grouped around mid. And nobody from EG pressuring the extremities when this happens, right? There's no reaction from EG. Oh, they're fighting mid. Let me go and take a ramp. Well, Boostio can't really without BCJ's smokes. And BCJ's not taking space in B main when they fight mid. So it's all one-dimensional on the attack for EG.
Managed to cross all the way up into heaven, and they're just taking straight-up fights. KRÜ moves forward, showstopper denied, and the fight's been taken, positioning just swapped and switched around.
How can they know where KRÜ is?
Oh
they
my
don't.
goodness.
Boostio caught completely unaware.
Yeah, just literally trying to, again, take up that space, soak up that avenue to be able to play from.
BCJ again is miles away from the play.
Absolutely
Com
miles
is
away.
so alone.
Showstopper play, spotted him at his ankles as he tried to just play around and weave around that smoke, but maybe BCJ could be the difference maker. An angle, a swap, and a weapon, a stun and a pull though has completely bogged him down, and the nade will finish the job. EG, that was all things considered a must-win round for them. They invested everything in terms of their money. And a lot of ultimates used on top of it. Only that Lockdown and Rolling Thunder to use. Still 2 big tools, but they're going to be kicking themselves.
I'm so impressed with how KRÜ and Sushi Boys played that round. KRÜ obviously with the first 2 big kills, but look at how quickly Sushi Boys on the fly here decides to place down a suck. Just great utility to neutralize the threat from BCJ. Sushi Boys doesn't play smokes, and at the moment he's getting more value from than BCJ, and they're equivalent in the scoreboard, but I really feel like Sushi Boys is right there.
That was a ton of value. Viper's spit in mid. That's an instantaneous punish. EG, what a way to try and to make a commanding presence into mid, but okay. Wading into the line of sight angle. Jibbo's obviously favored when he's got those rifles, but hey, it is split at the end of the day. These are short gun range fights that we're taking, and when the Stingers are in play, anything could happen.
The rookie players are going huge for Talon, but look at this, veteran Fox decides to reactively push A main off the mid play.
And he's containing, oh, Boostio, no way. He doesn't watch it, and that's that discipline.
Awesome stuff,
So
back to
calm,
back.
man, so calm and collected.
Back-to-back rounds where Talon have star players step up, and they've just crushed the EG economy. Oh no, EG are still going to be able to buy this round, actually. I'm amazed. I thought that they'd forced the previous one.
No, it's just a half buy with
just
the
a
Stingers,
half buy, yeah. Okay, so EG still have a chance at drawing this one level.
Yeah, getting a bit more loose a bit on the stage. But Talon have steadily taken this lead now, and you're seeing echoes of what happened on the previous map. Get into that second half, Talon, they performed that comeback. Now, looking like they might just do it again. I feel like I've said this a lot recently, but it is a must-win round now for EG. Committing that lockdown does give them a couple of pockets to play in if you are Talon, but KRÜ realizes there's not really too much space. Wow, that's a lot of util.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, just trying to get out of there. Deals A lot of damage to him, but how does BCJ get caught here?
In B main of all places.
He's just way out of the way. EG going to be able to get this plant down. Another fight being taken. And okay, Rolling Thunder to push them back. Ethan just using that ultimate, offloading it, trying to reclaim that space towards main. A little bit all over the place, isn't it? Double satchel play and a flash to accompany. That is just amazing. The coordination is there. Com, another play from him, re-flanking and repositioning. But now, the Talon players once more come up with all the kills.
And Talon's retakes look sublime. EG's game plan is falling to pieces in the post plant, and Talon are capitalizing. They can smell blood in the water. Only 2 rounds away from continuing to play against DRX and making this little portion of the bracket Pacific dominated.
Massive turn of events.
Oh, Garnet is so fearless in terms of how he takes these fights. And the backfill from the rest of Talon is gorgeous too. Yeah. EG with another timeout. I gotta say, Brent, too, it's gotta be so frustrating being Ethan in this game when he played Yoru, he played KO, and dominated their opening matchup. Yeah. And now he's been stuck on breach duty for these 2 maps, where he just can't get as involved. He just has to always be setting up other people to make the plays. And for one of your players that's the most experienced, that has the most LAN clutch factor, he's just been taken out of the game a little bit by virtue of the agent that he's been put on. On the other side of things, though, the like-to-like comparison is Jitboy. And my God, is he finding moments to pop off on the KO.
Yeah. As another player that's new to the stage as well. The expectations, I mean, listen, we can't reiterate this more. Talon Esports, most people coming into this event, you know, we were expecting them to, listen, hold their ground, I think, against some of the teams on their side of the bracket, but for them to perform in this kind of fashion is quite amazing.
Yeah, really looking good here. Garnet picking out the operator as EG make the brave decision to play for overtime.
Wow. That is a really hard call to make, and looks like we might be seeing a fight, some action being taken immediately there. Turret, drop down on the angle, Garnet's okay. It's a little bit risky.
Getting away with it.
Yeah. Does not get punished. Just jiggle beat from KRÜ. I mean, he just opens himself quite wide. Snake bite at his feet just in case there is a double satchel play. He's used to this one now, and there was a good responsive utility. That nade also could be quite nice, but beaming them all down right through the smokes, and there will be no more threat of EG just trying to clamor for those kills.
Talon dominating the mid-fight. Committing a couple of players to it there. But not getting punished in mid, not getting punished anywhere else on the map. Cleaning this up. This was 8-4 at the half. EG only able to put 1 on the board compared to Talon's 8. This is an exact replica of Haven.
Yeah.
EG's attack side just not able to misdirect in the slightest. Talon always with the read, always with the correct play, and always with some level of clutch factor. Can EG pull out 3 in a row, or are Talon moving forwards in the bracket?
That's going to be the big question. We need to see something different from this EG squad. It's a slower start to their attack side round.
This is very different from Talon as well, actually. Committing a lot of people over towards B main. I don't think EG have played there pretty much at all on their attack side.
Maybe anticipating that they would try and go for a faster play with the no command that Com has, but
now they've got Garnet posted up, though. They can commit resources elsewhere.
It's just doesn't quite get punished for that one. Gets the information that they are exploring into mid. They are surrounding. Ethan pushed up. A lot is going to be handled, I think, at the back of this one here. This mid control. The DG just, again, putting a bit of that util into it. A flash. But the players are already rotating on both sides. It's going to be 3 ready to contain on the Talon side for any sort of A aggression. And that is exactly where EG are going.
Does KRÜ get cleared here? They don't have really any clue that there could be players up in A heaven.
Satchel across now to no command. Going to be removing any sort of abilities, but enough of a presence away, and well, what was anything anything at all to try and clear them through. That's Jorgamo from the high ground position, clears it out, but the trades, are they going to be there? Jorgamo showstopper play, does find his target, but there's 17 seconds remaining, and they can't afford to res Com in this fight. Need to get this plant down. Still that position being played by BCJ. In the choke point, it is that 2v2. And EG, they need to win it. Satchel play moves down, still being watched for. BCJ claims it, 1 kill found. Sushi Boys could put a stop to this one, but EG, they desperately need it. Just to continue in the map, to continue in the series. The reposition is there. Not planning for Heaven, but BCJ. Does he spot it? Yeah, just behind screens. They know he's there, but a spam still happening. And they've got a star as well. Pull not being used. BCJ knows it now. Activated. It just feels impossible, and indeed it is. EG survive.
2 more wins needed for EG to drag this one to overtime. Desperate attempt. It works out in the end. Jorgamo being the key player. Finding 2 and then the 3rd with his ultimate. He does everything. Can they rely on that kind of opening again from their Raze player? Sushi Boys now with the operator. Again on B main. So it seems like they don't want to commit too many bodies to B. It's not somewhere that EG have really been playing, so they think it's fine. Okay, 1 player, just with the op. That's all we need to do.
I think that's fair as well. The way this has been played by EG, BCJ's just been trying to lurk through into B. If you hold that with an operator angle, it's not going to be util to push you off the angle.
No.
So I think this is quite smart by Talon.
Every time EG have fought for mid, they have failed.
Will it be any different this time around? Knives exchanged on either side in mid, pushing them back. And the pressure, goodness me, must be mounting right now for EG, because you're just focusing on that next round, just trying to basically claw your way to that OT, but
Ethan has flash.
It's not too much to really work with here. There's a Cosmic Divide being used. Garner's playing up close here. I mean, that's just so unexpected, and he satchels and evacuates. He's well out of there. Well out of there.
It's amazing, and they didn't hear the nade being dropped either, so look at the damage it did to Common BCJ.
Fully softened up.
Meanwhile, Foxy's got himself into a good position over at A ramp.
Oh boy.
Reading that something could be happening. Noise bait as if it's going A, but actually the spike's still going B.
So just trying to draw those rotations. That's the name of the game right now for EG. Flash over the top though, and Sushi Boy still watching from Heaven. Flick of the wrist, and he finds one more target, and still, there's just no time. EG denied it, another comeback completed. Talon will move forwards.
Awesome performance from these guys. The Cinderella story from the Pacific region continues. You can't help but root for them. It feels like the same kind of story that we've seen from this core before, specifically at Champions. Beating one of the North American teams with some cool strats, taking the pistol rounds, the bonus rounds, the important momentum-changing moments. And it was a good run from Evil Geniuses. I think they were another team that got underrated in this bracket, and they did a great job making it through Heretics, giving themselves chances to win here, but the experience just wasn't there.
Yeah, I think it was that experience missing, just the reps being able to play. You've got to think as well, Talon, they've got that core roster that is intact that they've been playing with for quite some time, these guys, but on the other side of things, EG, they are a fresh roster in terms of how they've been put together.
And I think both teams could take a long, hard look at their attack side calling, because we saw this game dominated by the defenses. But it was this team that came out on top, super clutch when it mattered, rookies stepping up. It's a magical run, and they get their shot at taking down Pacific rivals DRX.
Yeah, that would be just immense, wouldn't it?
Would that be? I mean, that would be an enormous upset, but I feel like they've showcased they've got what it takes in moments. They have the players that can turn up. The defense side really does look good when they're playing against teams of the caliber of EG. But I think there are many hurdles ahead for this team. They can be proud of what they've accomplished so far, though, in the tournament.
Yeah.
And representing the Pacific region well.
cannot sing the praises of some of the newer players that have come up onto this stage, like Garnet, you've seen before you, like Jit Boys, because they have just been standout performers in almost every single series. Yeah. You think of Jit Boys on that fracture map versus MIBR, playing against the home crowd as well. The crowd cheering against them at every twist and corner, but ultimately still persevering and being able to just have those ridiculous moments on the big stage. And how much further can they go? That's going to be the big question.
Yeah, we are guaranteed a semi-final that's Americas versus Pacific in the Alpha bracket. That's pretty sick. But of course, we're going to have to wait a while for that to happen. There's matches before we get to that point and the entirety of the Omega bracket. Will it be Talon that gets there? That would be some kind of run. Some kind of run. It's a great game, very entertaining and heartbreaking, I'm sure, for the side of EG. Huge moments, fumbles, all sorts, everything that you could possibly ask for in this series.
You're seeing the magic of the tournament structure as well coming together, I think. Singular limb, a lot that can happen. You get these results where a team like Talon can really just take their side of the bracket by storm.
And I just want to say again, how incredible that Garnet and Jit Boys are the two highest performing players on both maps.
Yeah.
That's nuts. A lot of people, myself included, were underrating this Talon side because I thought that they had missed out on Padafan, even on Serve, on Scary. These were big names the last time that we'd seen them play at events like this. And the rookie players that they've got in have just immediately adapted to the big stage. I mean, match MVP, you got Garnet, you got Sushi Boys, you got Jit Boy. I feel like it's got to be Garnet or Jit Boy for me, but I don't know. I feel like the step up in performance was bigger from Jit Boy, but maybe Garnet did more overall. It's you at home that get to decide this, but crazy either way that these rookie players have been performing so well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely immaculate, really, isn't it? And now, that's going to do it for the series of the day. It's been a fantastic series, but don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side of things, or at least actually, I believe maybe back down to the analyst desk. Not too sure, actually. I've had a bit of a brain fog moment.
great performance, but for one of them, today could be the start of that Cinderella run.
Contact play as well, the paranoia clears that one corner, close for them, and Busio covers again. KRÜ's returns to fire, but he is the sole player left alive now for Talon. And Jorgamo, good God, man, that is crispy. No slowing down, is there? Just like round after round, and that was BCJ TPing into spawn. He's been dealt with, shorty up close, has to reload that one, Garnet. He's breaking ankles out here, man, and he's found the kill anyway. What are we witnessing? And this is just looking all over the place. Util being used one after the other. For Talon Esports, 13-11 will be the scoreline for map number 1.
Beautiful comeback from the Pacific team.
That could get awkward. Yeah, you can see the util being used, including Garnet's nade. McCorm chooses the refight, drops down from on high on Heaven. A bit of a reflash as well, repeat right down to it. 4 bullets left in it, wants to go for it. There's the ace.
But as this fault line comes through, they can start rotating.
Pretty perfect timing there for the pull as well. And back up from the rest of them.
Whoa!
Gee, what a way to try and make a commanding presence into mid, but okay, no way. He doesn't watch it, and that's that discipline. EG denied it, and another comeback completed. Talon will move forwards.
Awesome performance from these guys. The Cinderella story from the Pacific region continues. You can't help but root for them.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, and probably my favorite ever Prime Gaming post-match highlights, because Achilles, I could watch that game over and over again.
That is one for the history books, I think. I mean, it's already just an incredible series, the way that everything played out. And then when you think about the two teams that were doing battle here, the expectations or lack thereof that were set on Talon ahead of this event, for them to be able to be going this far into the tournament, it's absolutely incredible. The Cinderella story continues.
Yeah, and the fact that they managed to start out both maps. I mean, let's not forget, one of the first rounds that we got to see out of these guys, we had KRÜ's come in on the Omen, miss a smoke, there was a gap, and they got absolutely annihilated. It looked messy, it looked terrible, and the entire first half carried on the same way. Talon, after 30 minutes being on that stage, I was content that they'd be at the airport tonight. But the reality is, they bounced back from 9-3 down, from 8-4 down. The mental strength this team has must just be off the charts.
It's absolutely incredible. And not only that, but also in rounds where they just happen to lose somebody early. Across this series, I believe they averaged 33% wins when they were in a 4v5 scenario. So even though they give up that first kill, they still oftentimes were able to bounce back and close out the rounds. It's absolutely incredible to see from this team just how level-headed they've been able to remain, despite the fact that they have these two rookies coming through. And just the two rookies, I mean, good God. We'll get to a bit more of them later on, but they just still went absolutely nuclear.
I honestly think we should just get into it now, because you guys heard it from Saisho and Bren as well. Losing Surf, losing Scary, not having Paddy, it didn't seem like everything wasn't right for them, at least in terms of the narratives going into this tournament. But Mitch, G-Boys and Garnets are just better.
Garnets is a guy that came into today, I had no expectations for him. You know, he is just filling a slot on that roster in my mind. Coming onto an international stage, he has a bit of experience with the likes of X10, so it's not like it's his first time playing at any sort of high level, but the reality is being down on that stage is not easy. And I expected him to struggle up against a team that of EG who have looked good so far this tournament. Not only did he manage to come back from those incredible, downsides, the first halves that they had, not only did he go 6-0 in opening duels on the first map and really set the tone, but he managed to just keep that performance going all the way throughout. Even in that last map, he had some incredible plays. It's so much fun to watch them play.
It's just a complete inversion of what we saw from them versus MIBR, where it was the three veterans on the team who at the end of the day, yes, they get the 2-0 win, but it was those three who were stacked up and looking stronger with the rookies at the bottom. This time it's the two rookies holding their heads high above.
Well, now this boy here, I had a lot to say about him when we started out today. I was expecting to see the Odin. Obviously, the map pool didn't quite allow that, but that didn't mean that we didn't see some good performances. He walked out with a ton of assists walking out of that game. His flashes were on point. We saw some incredible plays, but at the end of the day, it was not enough to push EG across the line. We saw strong performers. Ethan, definitely up there, but at the end of the day, we're going to have to wait a while before we see them again. I do think EG are a team that will benefit massively, though, from the prep time they're they're going to get before we kick off the main season.
This is the thing, though. It wasn't just about... EG didn't play badly. They came out into the tournament. People kind of dismissed them before they even saw them play. But I think Achilles, they've definitely answered a lot of the questions. I don't think there's going to be nearly as many doubters going into the Americas split.
And that's what I wanted to kind of touch on here is I hope that that is not the case, because at the end of the day, you can be upset that EG got eliminated, but you shouldn't be making any overarching conclusions based on anything realistically from this event. It's a single elimination event. There's 32 teams. There's so many people to try to prep for, to you know, be concerned about this team for the future. There's so much time to still get ready for that league. Don't go jumping to conclusions and being like, oh, well, we should have had this player, it should have been this. No. Calm the hell down. There's plenty of time. You can see that the pieces are there. Just give them more time to put it together.
I'm completely with you. I'm still on the EG train. I am still on the EG train. Now, before the break, we asked you guys to vote for player of the match. The results are in. Honestly, this one was a close one for me. I didn't even know who to vote for, but Garnet takes it. Honestly, again, my wrists, my ankles, everyone, my body, Mitch, just hurts from watching this guy.
Yeah, no, especially that play he made inside a garage with the jet dash right past Ethan. I mean, he got him frustrated, and even seeing at the end of that map, Ethan throwing his headset off, there was a lot of frustration built up on that EG side, and you cannot imagine a worse reality than being 9-3, 8-4 up. You feel like the series is in your hand, and in the end of the day, they're not going to be facing DRX over on EG. They're going to be facing a short enough flight home at least.
I do got to give another shout out though to Sushi Boys, because it was the 5th time that he's ever played controller. He's only played Viper twice prior to this, Astra twice prior to this. He brings it out again, and while yeah, there was a couple little hesitations there, here and there, it was still a really strong performance from him.
Always a shout out for the boys. And speaking of one of the boys, Jib Boys, he is standing by with Tom Biz right now for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Sue. Of course, I am joined here by Jitboy and Kritty, who's going to be doing the translation for us. Of course, first of all, congratulations on the victory. Very well done in the game.
ก็อย่างอื่นก่อนแรกเลยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับที่ชนะในแมตช์นี้ได้เนี่ยว่ากู๊ดเกมมากครับ Thank you.
Well, first of all, you're one of the youngest players we have at this tournament. 2 wins under your belt now. I just want to know, how are you enjoying Brazil?
ก็ในฐานะที่เป็นผู้เล่นที่อายุน้อยที่สุดเนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการใช้กับในบราซิลครับก็ยุ่งยากนิดนึงครับเพราะต้องปรับตัวใหม่ด้วยเพราะเวลาจากไทยกับบราซิลมันก็ต่างกันมากพอสมควร So when we first arrived here it's quite difficult for us because it's like our time zone is completely different. In Brazil it's like around 10 hours earlier than our zone. Yeah. So but after that everything is getting better.
So one of the first questions I had for you directly is the fact that coming into this team, you've shifted your agent pool quite a bit, almost sort of moved over to that breach. I want to know, was that your decision or did the team sort of move you in that direction? Because you've looked great on it.
ก็อย่างที่เล่นเมื่อกี้ที่เล่นเป็นบรีชนะฮะเป็นแบบว่าการตัดสินใจด้วยตัวเองหรือว่าเป็นการตัดสินใจของจากทีมครับส่วนมากถ้าอยู่ในเกมก็จะเป็นการตัดสินใจของผมมากกว่าแต่บางทีก็จะมีเพื่อนในทีมคอยช่วยบอกของบอกอะไรประมาณนี้ So mostly all the decision is made by himself, but sometimes he also got some recommend by his teammate as well.
So also you've joined the sort of big Thai team that's coming through in the VCT. You're representing your country. I want to know what it's like the support from home and sort of how you're feeling playing with that Thai org.
ก็ในฐานะที่เป็นตัวแทนทีมจากประเทศไทยนะครับรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับแล้วก็ที่ได้รับซัพพอร์ตจากทางแฟนๆจากทางบ้านแล้วก็จากทั่วโลกครับก็รู้สึกดีใจครับแล้วก็ที่ยังไม่ได้กลับบ้านเร็วก็รู้สึกที่ชนะดีใจวันนี้ So he's quite very excited and also happy to be able to keep staying in Brazil by beating the EG.
Of course, congratulations once again. It's been another upset, or so-called upset, coming through for the guys at Talon. Back over to you, Sue. How'd you find that one?
Thank you very much. Tom, I think you had a great point there. At what point do we stop calling it an upset? and Talon are just
I mean, at this
the
point,
favorite at some point.
Yeah, at this point, surely. Every question I had going into that series, I feel like I got an answer to, Seth.
I will say, I think that them going up against DRX, that would still be an upset. If they're able to take them
Oh,
down.
Agreed. Yeah,
Agreed.
yeah,
DRX being the kings of Asia this whole time, if they get to be, if they manage to take them down, that is absolutely an upset. We can expect that in the past, these guys have definitely scrimmed against each other, but not in the recent weeks, because as soon as the bracket would have come out, they would have seen that they're on the same side. They would have completely avoided each other. I know that for a fact. So they haven't gotten to scrim against each other for a while, but they have in the past, so there still should be some familiarity there for both of these teams.
But I do think at the end of the day, like if you're coming into an NA or an EMEA team, the day is now gone to say that automatically Talon are upsetting if they're winning. Before this tournament, I would say against those regions, it would be a massive feat for them. But at this stage, they have got to be at least the best looking Thai team that we've seen. And let's see how this tournament goes. They might be the most successful one in FPS history.
Well, speaking of those regions, we had to say send 2 NA teams home. They now know how I feel, you guys. But we do have a HyperX Reflex moment of the day from one of the Cloud9 players earlier. In case you forgot about that game, Leaf here, he had a great tournament. I don't think he should be upset about any of his performances.
Certainly not. I mean, obviously, you could draw some conclusions there when it comes down to that icebox, just given how one-sided it was. But Leaf, he was just consistently messing me up. I was watching this match in the green room, and every single time he was alive, Zeppa was alive, I was concerned. Yeah. He had a wonderful performance. And I think for him to be able to come out and do as well as he did and you know, really top the charts time and time again when he's on a team with Ye, is just amazing to see, because the glow up from him, from Zeppa, from the rest of that Cloud9 core has just been looking fantastic, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them take on the rest of the team in the Americas region.
You know, one thing that I saw that I really enjoyed was a tweet from Tanny where he said the chamber nerfs have hit some players a little bit too hard. And well, when it comes to Ye, I think it's fair to say, you know, that the performance certainly not what it used to be in capturing that magic, but that's where he's found himself a fantastic team, because we know that you can't just be like the top of the scoreboard consistently for years and years and years to come. That's not how this game is going to work. As the meta evolves, you need more depth, and well, we can see Ye step more into those roles again. A team that has a lot of work to do before going back regionally, but still a promising squad for the future.
Well, we're going to be seeing a lot of depth, I feel like, from the teams that are still in the tournament. The bracket is looking different day by day. That circle is shrinking. You've got the Pacifics on one side and Americas on the other as well, which means NRG versus Loud, DRX versus Talon, they're going to have to knock each other out.
And you know what? These shades of blue and orange are complementary colors, so it makes sense that we would have them just be nicely dispersed across this. But it is unfortunate that we will have to see an APAC team knock out an APAC team, an America's team knock out an America's team. But it does mean that we have gotten down to the 4 best teams in the alpha bracket, and that these last 2 series are going to be absolutely insane to watch.
Yeah, and I think realistically, no matter what that final ends up being, it is going to be an incredible battle. Maybe one more Pacific does end up making it out of this. I think, you know, between those 2 teams, I would love to see the BL5 almost break it down.
Sure.
We might be able to see
Further
that. But for now, we're gonna close the show out. Thank you very much for joining me, Seth and Mitch. We're gonna be back for more Valorant tomorrow, starting with NRG versus Loud. We'll see you then.
It's a battle of incredible consistency versus dynamic, fresh ideas. DRX squaring off against Cloud9. An epic confrontation. The crowd is hot. This is insane. The atmosphere in this room is utterly electric, and we are about to witness a war between 2 outstanding teams.
And there's the trade. So now we look at what's remaining. The 3 players make it just 2. Buzz and RB getting demolished by Zeppa.
Let's go, Rick.
Incredible work from Zelsis. Oh, and Zeppa as well. It's a blender. And DRX is just left strewn across the floor. The Cloud9 wall will not be moved. It's just... much better crossfires being held, but there's still life in them yet. RB's options starting to dwindle now with the second start to pass, and there it is. Cloud9 looking a cut above the rest.
Again, uncharacteristic from the side of DRX, looking flustered. One more DRX! He's invested. Paranoia sent out already. Buzz and Stacks both finding kills. Stacks gonna double down. Much better from DRX now. Yeah, he's reading this perfectly. He knows they're tucked in.
What? Oh, Buzz! Unbelievable. I'm glad we got to see this from DRX. It would have been a terrible shame to see them whimpering out after map 1. But now we look again on what's on the horizon, and it will be Icebox. Plants come through here as well. They're trying to get into it. Not going to happen. Yeah, Plants in. This is lovely from DRX. Clean work. RB. No stress. Beautiful. Oh, and it is Stacks! Incredible work, and DRX are immovable at this point. The Cloud9 Colossus has crumbled as DRX demolish them. Cloud9 are going home.
This is a real battle of the underdogs. Both teams have already had a great performance, but for one of them, today could be the start of that Cinderella run.
Contact play as well, the paranoia clears that one corner, close for them, and Busio covers again. Cruz returns to fire, but he is the sole player left alive now for Talon. And Jogamo, good God, man, that is crispy. No slowing down, is there? Feels like round after round, and that was BCJ TPing into spawn. He's been dealt with, Shorty up close, has to reload that one, Garnet. He's breaking ankles out here, man, and he's found the kill anyway. What are we witnessing? And this is just looking all over the place. Util being used one after the other. For Talon Esports, 13-11 will be the scoreline for map number 1.
Beautiful comeback from the Pacific team.
That could get awkward. Yeah, you can see the util being used, including Garnet's nade. The corner. Using the refight, drops down from on high, on heaven. A bit of a reflash as well, repeat right down to it. 4 bullets left in it, wants to go for it. There's the 8.
But as this fault line comes through, they can start rotating.
Pretty perfect timing there for the pull as well. And back up from the rest of them. Woo! Gee, what a way to try and make a commanding presence into mid, but okay, no way. He doesn't watch it, and that's that discipline. EG denied it, and another comeback completed. Talon will move forwards.
Awesome performance from these guys. The Cinderella story from the Pacific region continues. You can't help but root for them.
Show 'em how you like it. Like it right around. Shake it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how like it. Wave around, back it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around, back it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around, back it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around, back it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around, back it up and down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around, back it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around, back it up and down. Girl, break it down.